Truth. Yeah, wherever you wish. Can I just tuck in my...
The Berlin Moot, reshaping peace in 2 days. That is a huge challenge. I see bold, fierce faces in front of me. I feel them online. I know we are up to this challenge in the next 2 days. This Moot is brought to you by the Berghoff Foundation. Executive Director Andrew Gilmour will speak to you in just a moment. I am your Moot MC for the next 2 days. My name is Femi OK. I will have 2 conversations, one in the room and one with the world watching online. Thank you for watching online. We really appreciate you wherever you are in the world. You do not, however, online have interpretation. This language that I'm speaking right now is South London. I am sorry. We couldn't find interpreters for that. But in the room, Channel 1 is Arabic, Channel 2 is Spanish, and now here's Andrew Gilmour.
Thank you so much indeed, Femi. Thank you very much indeed. On behalf of the Berghoff Foundation, I'm honored to welcome you all here, presidents, prime ministers, state secretaries, ministers, doctors, professors, ambassadors, and ladies and gentlemen of all sorts. Thank you very much indeed for coming. Now, I think all of us are in agreement that peacemaking needs reshaping, rejuvenating, reinventing, and quite urgently. And this is the purpose of the Berlin Moot. Today, there are more conflicts than at any time since 1945, some of them escalating very dangerously, and some of them with horrific levels of civilian casualties, most notably Gaza. But at the same time, we see geopolitical paralysis in the UN Security Council, which stymies the whole UN's effectiveness, actually, and then a divide between what some call the Global South and some call Western powers that has probably never been starker at any time than it is now. Reputations for having observed scrupulously human rights and respect for rules of law and even rules of international law are now in tatters, leaving question marks and some real fears about what direction we're going to go in now. But I think what unites us all is there's a profound desire to get beyond this current peak period of conflict, of global division, of suffering and war crimes. And in the past few years, there seem to have been relatively few comprehensive peace agreements reached. And more often than not, we find that warring parties or that conflict or fighting comes to a stop anyway because of exhaustion or out of victory. And essentially with parties, or at least one party sometimes, just biding its time, waiting for an opportunity to slug it out again with its opponents. But that doesn't mean that all peacemaking and mediation is failing, far from it. But it does ask the question of why does it seem harder than it was in the past to reach agreements on peace? What could we do differently? And how can our approaches and tools be adapted to become more effective? And these are some of the questions that the Berlin Moot will be addressing over the next 2 days. Now, we are going to hear differences of opinion today. That is, after all, why we have conferences like this, and particularly when they are delivered in a respectful manner, as I'm sure they will be. Now, I have heard from a number of people that in the weeks leading up to this event, there are sort of concerns that Germany seems to represent a shrinking space for honest dialogue about conflicts, or one in particular. But what I really hope is that we will prove those concerns and fears groundless, and that it will be possible to have a debate and people speaking openly and others listening carefully, even if it is somewhat outside comfort zones and historical legacies. Now, in the next 2 days, we are going to be hearing from quite a wide selection of people, because the way to innovate is actually not just to speak among ourselves in the peace community. So what we're doing, and just to mention perhaps 4 groups. First of all, we have a group of neuroscientists here who are going to teach us how our brains work in moments of particular stress and in challenging moments of peace negotiations. We have very eminent members of the business community, because there is real potential for the business section and private sector to contribute a lot more than they're currently doing or currently able to do in a number of conflicts and peace processes. The human rights community is here in a major way, and that is very important, since that it is human rights norms that are being contested so much at the moment, and with very different perceptions of the wars in Ukraine and in the Middle East being held, actually diametrically opposite views of human rights norms being regarded by different sets of states on those conflicts. So we need to get beyond that as well on the human rights side. And then there is climate. We have a number of climate experts, because after all, it is increasingly clear to many of us that the links between climate change and conflict are becoming ever more intense. Now, this event wouldn't have been possible without the great support of the German Foreign Office, and we are very grateful to them, but also to a number of other partners: the Robert Bosch Foundation, the Stiftung Mercator, the Gerda Hinkel Stiftung, the Lotte Stiftung Berlin, and the BMW Foundation, Hubert Quandt. And we also thank all our content partners, of whom there are a great many from other institutions who have worked with us to put this program together. Femi, back to you. Thanks. Thanks, Tim. Hi, you sit here.
Andrew, take a seat in your own moot. I love the fact that you called the Berlin Moot, because it starts a conversation straight away. You know what the first thing people ask is, what's a moot? Or they Google it. But we have you here, go ahead.
Well, we wanted to know what to call it, and to be honest, there was a slight process of elimination at work. The obvious thing was to call it a Berlin conference, but the thing is, Berlin and conference don't go very well together, given what happened in 1884, 1885, when the European powers came together and basically ruthlessly carved up Africa. So that was a...
All the historians are laughing in the audience.
And the obvious would have been to call it the Berlin Security Conference, as a humble compliment, and indeed complement, to the incredibly important Munich Security Conference. But in the sense, we decided against that. Peace Forum, well, there are actually many peace forums already around Europe, and we're just adding one more we didn't particularly want to do. Assembly was mentioned, but that, as somebody who's been in the UN for a long time, that gave me too many sort of bad feelings of autumn afternoons spent in New York, very frustrated, frankly. So with the General Assembly, we wanted to move away from. And so Moot. Now, Moot is a very old Anglo-Saxon word, which therefore, i.e. Old English and Old German. Few people have heard it. It denotes meeting place, and oddly enough, the places where it is still used is in our India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So they still mean it in those terms. In any case, as you say, not many people have heard it, but it's actually quite a memorable name. Once you've heard it, you don't forget it. So,
how many hours of deliberation did it take to get to Moot?
Well, my deliberation on my side very short, but it took quite a long time to persuade other people.
You decided in a second, and then it took several weeks for the rest.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, I get that. This venue is a historic venue, but it also has history, it has baggage. Why did you pick this venue?
It's true. This, like Berlin as a whole, it's not without controversy. It was the residence of the electors of Brandenburg, of the kings of Prussia, of emperors of Germany, and then in the Weimar and Nazi period, it was more of a museum. Then it was extremely badly bombed at the end of the Second World War. So it needed to be rebuilt. And this was now East Berlin, and after a lot of deliberation, they decided to use it for a huge Republic Palace, which included the Parliament of East Germany. And then after reunification in 1991, there was a very big internal debate, and then that was demolished, partly because it had a lot of asbestos in it. And then more debate, and they decided to do it in this way. And there was controversy over the fact that it became a sort of a neoclassical or postmodernist, particularly, approach. And there's also a certain amount of controversy given the fact that one of the museum's exhibits included artifacts that had been forcibly acquired from the German colonies before the First World War. So, as I said, it's not without controversy, but actually that made it all the more important to have, in a way, because certainly in my experience, almost every conflict I've dealt with, one of the factors is a battle over history. My narrative is correct, your narrative is wrong. And one thing Germany and Berlin, actually in particular, is known to have done is to have handled its past in a way that few other countries, actually no other countries, have done. So how to handle the past is a particularly important factor in conflict resolution, and I think that therefore having in a building which has, it's also, by the way, a very comfortable and well-situated building as well. So that was another reason, and we're very grateful for the team who work here, who have made things very easy for us.
All right. As I've been talking to the Berlin Moot team, there's a word that comes out a lot, and it's concrete. And there's a phrase, concrete recommendations, right across the board. So starting with you, Andrew, what would be your concrete recommendations? Is it too soon to have them?
Well, no, but it's really an important point. I mean, I spent 30 years in the UN, and I really thought when I left, I would never go to another conference, let alone actually put one on. But I've actually been excited about this for it's taken actually 3 years to get to this point. We wanted this one to be a bit different, because in many of our experiences, and I was discussing with Jeff Feltman yesterday, who put it beautifully, the tendency is for speakers to admire the problem, to give great analysis and restate the problem many, many times sometimes, particularly at the UN, and a great reluctance to actually put forward proposals that could actually lead to a solution. So what we've been very keen on, which is why we've been begging almost our excellent moderators and speakers to please focus on recommendations on how to take things forward. So that is one of that's what I really would like to see come out of it. Now, the other thing is as I mentioned briefly, we're not just speaking to ourselves. Often I've been to peace events where we meet ourselves, diplomats, mediators, peace builders. By bringing in so many other disciplines, we're really hoping to create new coalitions and new approaches that might be a little bit different.
Do you have a recommendation at this stage so that the rest of the speakers understand Andrew Gilmour's idea of what a concrete recommendation is?
No, because they are so. No. I mean, for something like a concrete recommendation in the brain, the neuroscience one is going to be very different to what it's going to be discussing Sudan. But we are. I might just say we have the Berghoff Foundation. We are 52 years old, and we've been working on peace support, on research and conflict, and peace education. We put this together very much thinking that the way forward is we didn't want to just discuss the complexity of conflict. Just in every direction, there will be ways, and that's why I'm particularly hoping you and all the other moderators will be pressing our speakers to say, okay, that's great analysis, but what do we do about it? So that's my hope on that front.
I and the other moderators appreciate the assignment. Andrew Gilmour, you'll be seeing a lot of him over the next 2 days, but for now, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good done.
I love the simplicity of the opening panel. The topic is reshaping peace, looking at what's happened in the last 20 years, looking forward to what could happen with these concrete recommendations that will come out of the opening panel. And the title is so simple. The opening panel. Please welcome on stage President Alar Karis, President of Estonia. Mr. President, please take a seat right here, where Andrew Gilmour was sitting. Miriam Coronel Ferreira is the co-founder of the Southeast Asian Women Peace Mediators. Anke Feldhauser is the Director for Crisis Prevention and Stabilization at the German Foreign Office. Good morning. And Christopher Heusgen is Chairman of the Munich Security Conference. Panel, it's so good to see you. I love opening panels because it means that we set the bar high for the conversation. You have to be brilliant, insightful, engaging with each other. Mr. President, how are you feeling?
Very good, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Well, I need a microphone.
That's a good start.
Okay, well,
talking to it and
I
see
feel
what
fine,
happens.
thank you. So it's second day in Germany now. So
All right. Excellent.
nice weather and a nice company. Thank you.
All right, very good. This is not a Q&A section. There will be a Q&A section, so stand by for that, and we will get microphones to you. This is a genuine conversation, and sometimes when we put conversations on the stage, we all start behaving in our little silos, and that's not going to happen today, right, Miriam?
That's true, and we've already started a conversation earlier at the backstage.
All right. And Anke, I really appreciate you being in this conversation as well, because I suspect you've been in a war zone more recently than the rest of the panel.
Yes, unfortunately. I spent almost a year and a half in Ukraine during the full-scale war.
And Ambassador Christopher, when you accepted the invitation to be on this stage, you thought, what about what you could contribute?
Well, I didn't think a lot about this. I got this invitation by Andrew, and when Andrew asks you to come, you come. And so I didn't think very much, and thanks for the invitation to you and your team. So I'm looking forward to this conversation.
So, panel, I wanted you all to speak. I wanted to make sure all your microphones work. So any time you want to engage with your fellow panelists, you can do so. President Karis, I'm intrigued by a report that came out of Estonia about the possibility of Russia and a NATO country going into conflict. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, but maybe it's not the only paper. It discusses the situation concerning Ukraine and NATO. Also, Foreign Minister of Germany mentioned that it's going to happen, but hopefully, well, we have to do everything not to happen and to be prepared that this is not going to happen. So it's not only neighboring countries like Estonia, Latvia, and some others. It's a concern of all democratic world and Western world that all together we have to do something. So first of all, to stop this war, and next step to think what's going to happen next. Let's say joining Ukraine, EU, or accession to EU, and also NATO.
When you see something like that, when you get intelligence of that nature, is there a peacemaking mediation process that happens before you actually need it to happen, Mr. President?
There has been several attempts, as you all know. A number of leaders of different countries visited Moscow without success, to be honest. And also, if we're talking about UN and its role in peacekeeping, so you see also Gutierrez went to Moscow in April 2022, and without a success. That means we have to change something. And also, I mean, the role of UN is getting very small, because if you look back in the 90s, with US and UN, they were peacekeepers. So that means they were trusted and they had certain credibility. But today it's not that. I mean, you see different countries are peacekeepers. I mean, Qatar, even Turkey, with as I was talking about a grain deal, and also other countries, even even China with Saudi Arabia and Iran and so forth. So there are a number of examples that what UN should do, but it's not doing.
Anke, if we were being very brutally honest about peacekeeping, mediation, conflict resolution in the last 20 years, what grade would you give it?
Well, I think there's no sugarcoating it. The efforts to make peace in the last 20 years were not extremely successful, although I am sitting next to a co-panelist from where in the Philippines it had at least some success. But Germany has drawn its consequences from it with our national security strategy here, which now combines hard security here and other actions for peace. And what I want to stress is that hard security and action for peace, they're not mutually exclusive. And we must avoid this assumption. Sustainable peace and security must go hand in hand from our point of view.
Christopher, I saw you leaning forward when Mr. President talked about the UN's role getting smaller and smaller and smaller. I mean, the role is still the same, but the impact, the effectiveness, maybe is getting smaller.
Well, it's true. Of course, right now, everybody is again saying this, but we have to remember that during the Cold War, during this confrontation that we had in the 50s, 60s, 70s, also the Security Council was blocked. So this is part of the UN system. What we hear today more often than in the past is that they say, well, we have to have a new global order. And nobody says what this new global order is. And until somebody explains why a new global order would function better than the past one that was set up after the Second World War, my plea would always be, let's do everything to make the UN work, even with all the frustrations that we have. I don't think that the world could agree today on a document that is more concrete, more precise than the Charter of the UN and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, just to name two of these very important texts. So instead of thinking of a new global order, we should do everything again to see to it that these basic texts that the world community agreed on after the Second World War, which was, the biggest disaster we had on this globe, that this is implemented, and we should recommit to it, and we should make it work.
What about the definition of madness is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results?
Well, as I said, you have to tell me another model. So
there's no other alternative?
I don't see any other alternative, just I haven't heard anything. But what we have to do, and because you want some concrete results. So, number one, you have to finally reform the Security Council, that it represents the world of today. And there are means to do it. And there just needs some political will, because when you ask around in the membership of the UN, 3/4 will say, well, we want a change. So it is not that difficult. People say, well, how can you say that? But it's not that difficult. You just have to put political energy into it. You have to get together. You have to also maybe depart from some former positions, but you can make it work. We have seen after Russia invaded Ukraine, Security Council was blocked. There was an initiative of a tiny country, very tiny country, Liechtenstein, that made a proposal to say whenever there's a Security Council member that puts a veto, you have to go to the General Assembly. Now, you said something very negative about the General Assembly. I think that was a very good move, because afterwards there was a very clear vote by the General Assembly, 141 countries condemning Russia, only 5 countries were and this was a message that was very strong. I wonder how the president saw that, but I think that was a strong message that came out. So something can be done.
Well, I agree. I mean, all what you have said, but at the same time, we all know that I just read it. UN Charter stipulated Chapter 5 under paragraph 3 of Article 27 that a party to a dispute shall abstain from voting in the Security Council. But this doesn't happen. I mean, because it's written down. I mean, just to recall, when before the Second World War, Russia attacked Finland. I mean, the League of Nations, Russia was kicked out. But now nothing is really happening. So that are all
Nobody,
written
Mr.
down
President,
things.
nobody knows this paragraph. If you ask around here, well, there are some experts.
I just read it.
They do
Yes.
now.
A number of people know now.
Now we know
why,
it.
why is there not an initiative by a number of countries that go to the General Assembly and make a vote, a resolution on this to say everybody, well, Russia should abstain in these signatures. So you put this again on the agenda.
This is what I did in General Assembly last year. So I'm going to repeat this year. So.
You have to get a few friends who do the same thing.
Exactly.
But I totally agree with you.
Friends, so thank you. Yeah.
Thank you for taking us to the UN General Assembly and getting a little taste of what those conversations are like. Miriam, you successfully worked with the Philippine government panel. You negotiated and signed the comprehensive agreement on the Bangsamoro with the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, and that was in 2014. Do you even remember that?
Well, we just marked the 10 years of the agreement just a few weeks ago. So we're still in the thick of implementation, and it's something that has been sustained, very slow implementation, but it's still there, and that's really good news still. And I think other places in the world, including, of course, within the region where we still, Southeast Asian region, where we still have similar right to self-determination conflicts, some of what we've done or we've experienced, or some of the problems that we had to resolve in terms of approaches, compromises, and so on, even process design, are still quite useful, very useful to some of these places right now. I'm talking about, for example, in southern Thailand, where a process has been restarted with a new government in Thailand. And probably, of course, in the case of Myanmar, where you have a full-blown civil war happening in different segments, different states, and really changing the dynamics altogether in how we see the future moving forward. And that future doesn't necessarily mean being resolved, say, by appointing a UN envoy, which is, of course, not a bad idea because it puts the issue right up there in the, in the radar screen of the rest of the world, which is not very much the case as of now, having all of these other major wars in other parts of the world. But in any case, there are real developments that can inform how do you actually put a country that's at war into a situation where it's better off than where it was, and not necessarily through a national level peace process when the situation doesn't really, point in that direction. There has to be other ways, other processes that can resolve the issue.
In the past decade, have your strategies, your peacemaking tools, mediation tools, have they changed? Have they advanced? Miriam's looking around.
But yes, I think when you asked earlier the question, are we doing the same thing, expecting the same results? I think there's a tendency really to do that. Like going back to the example of Myanmar, what have they tried to do? They've tried to call for elections. They've tried to resuscitate already what is basically a moribund mechanism, which is like the national ceasefire groupings of 16 armed groups, because there are so many state-level armed groups operating here. But it's like an old approach to the very new dynamic situation that has evolved after the coup d'etat, or the military junta took over about 3 years ago. And in that sense, that trying to go that way, trying to deliver humanitarian assistance in the same way, without not being cognizant of the actual dynamics going on, is certainly not going to solve the problem.
I'm thinking about operating in a conflict situation anchor, which is what you were doing. You were in Kiev during a conflict. How does that inform what is possible for mediation, conflict resolution, when you're actually in the middle of one?
Well, this wasn't a conflict, it was a war, really a war. So our energy was indeed sometimes taken away by spending hours and hours in an air shelter, which is, I think, something that few people know what it does to you. But so I think when you're in the middle of it, you cannot think about how to move towards a sustainable end situation of this. We try to inform the government, yes, but I don't think you can expect from somebody in the middle of a conflict to do that. I think this is why we have experts, why we have foreign ministries. They look from further away and then they can see where a war is going, where a conflict is going. And let me perhaps take up what Miriam just said on implementation. I think it is very important that when you've had when you were lucky and you reached a peace agreement, you need to then really you need to look at it all the time and make sure that you don't forget about it and that not somebody else takes over. Let's have a look at Africa. Terrorist threat in Africa was quite successfully fought against, but as soon as we think, okay, this is less of a problem, and we put less resources in it, terrorists come back, and not only terrorists, other actors like Russian mercenaries in Mali. So we need to look very closely, what Miriam mentioned, at implementation of and really nurturing something that we have achieved. And the German Foreign Office is trying to do that with a few new initiatives because resources are getting scarcer, so we need to look for them in different places. So what we have launched, for example, is the Investing for Peace initiative, which aims at establishing a public-private partnership mechanism to enable peace-positive investment in fragile areas, and mainly also to unlock new financial resources for peace building. Because you made peace in a place, but then there's nothing people can live off. There are no supermarkets. For that, you need private investors, and we need to push them. Other parts that we might come on later is climate change, the influence of climate change, or just to mention it here, our feminist foreign policy. We cannot have sustainable peace without taking into account the needs and also the good actions half of the population can do, mainly women.
Christopher, you prepared a compelling anecdote for our attendees to illustrate reshaping peace. Would you tell us the story, please?
No. I do have some anecdotes, but these are not. They are more anecdotes from the daily life in the Security Council. But that's maybe for later. I would like to make two remarks. One, coming back to what Anke said, because she was very modest in saying, well, when you are in a war situation, you look at surviving and you leave the thinking. I mean, I overinterpret. You leave the thinking then to the capitals, etc. I disagree. I think that you need the voice of the people on the ground, people who know the actors, who know what is happening. So you were just mentioning Russia and Mali, and I remember how governments were sitting and saying, well, what is happening in Mali there with the coup d'état? Totally unacceptable. There needs to be a civilian government. You need to have now elections again for a civilian government. What we didn't look at is that the population didn't want that, because they saw a government that was totally corrupt and was not looking for a betterment, for an improvement of the situation. They wanted a military leader, because and there sometimes we are too far away. We just say, well, democracy, civil government is always better than military. Yes, of course they are, but you have to look at the more specific situation, how it is. And I think we somehow committed mistakes by then insisting on a civilian government, supporting it, and not seeing that these guys were not delivering for the people. So I think that's a very important point, where embassies like Anke Feldhusen, who has been there in the war, she has been there also during the Orange Revolution and later on. And I know from that time that there in Ukraine they were all saying, listen, something's going to happen. We have to support them. You know, Russia is really, I think the Estonians were in the same thing. We have to do something. We in Germany, our government, until the 24th of February said, no way, no, we are not going to help Ukraine. We're not going to deliver weapons. We don't want... And this was totally wrong in retrospect. We could have done so much more, much earlier. And maybe by really then, once we recognized that Putin, after he wrote his famous article in July of 21, we recognized this guy is serious, should have done everything to say, okay, we don't accept that, we deliver arms, and maybe we could have prevented. So sometimes, you know, I think one should listen more to ambassadors.
Let me perhaps just add one thing that I always try to make clear. I think we were not used to such kind of war any longer. Yeah, this is a war of an aggression of one state against its neighbor state. And that is definitely something that I always reported from Kiev, not to forget this, because for decades we had seen more like civil wars or conflicts between two warring parties inside the country, or perhaps even over the border, but small. And when I came back to Berlin, this was quite well, perhaps not a surprise, but I was again then confronted with this idea of peacemaking. Yeah. And of course, it's a noble idea, but there is a difference between a war that Russia is waging in Ukraine and civil wars.
I agree what you said. I mean, every conflict, every war is different. So we can't... we can compare, but they are different. Situation, a conflict in Sudan, Gaza sector, Gaza Strip, and also Ukraine. I have been to Ukraine a number of times, 2 days before the escalation of a full-scale war started. And unfortunately, 24th of February is also our Independence Day in Estonia. So we will remember this day forever. And ironically, what we have to do to get peace is to give more ammunition to Ukraine, that they could win this war. So, and secondly, I mean, as far as peacekeeping is concerned, we are already rebuilding Ukraine. That means we are providing humanitarian aid, we are building schools and kindergartens and so forth, just to give hope, because peace will eventually come at some point. But every conflict in this world today is affecting, because we are in a globalized world. It's different, let's say, 20 years back. So that means the war in Ukraine affects us all in the world. The same in Gaza, the same in Sahel regions and so forth, and even in distant countries. But we have to know, and we have to recognize that this war, which is far away, is also important for us.
Well, now that we've mentioned the two wars of occupation in Gaza as well as in Ukraine, let's talk about this big elephant in the room, which is precisely the inconsistency that we're seeing, how the geopolitics between the two cases are certainly very, are quite the opposite, polarized in a way. And that's precisely creating a situation where there's less distrust as to who the real agents of peace are among the different states and multilateral actors, and also basically trust in the whole global order governed by international law. So I think that's really the biggest issue that we're confronting now. And the second, of course, and it's very much related to what's going on, is this kind of real remilitarization of everything. Countries gearing up for war, for their own self-defense on the concept of right to self-defense, and we've seen how it's been used, the concept of right to self-defense in different cases against each other, in fact, and that's a big problem now. How can we recreate or build that kind of trust? If you go to the region, for example, in Southeast Asia or anywhere else in the South, where in our region you have a significant Muslim population, there's a whole history of really love-hate relationship with the United States, with Australia, and so on. And all of that is really confounding the discourse, because you have not seen that kind of consistency in the application of international norms.
I'm going to focus our conversations through the lens of, so now what do we do about that? How do we do our work better? Mediation, conflict resolution. preventing wars before they even happen. If I ask you about women in mediation, we are going to have a whole session later on today, but is that one of the areas where we're not utilizing some human resources that could actually help alleviate wars, help end them sooner? Miriam, I'll come to you second. Anke, I'll come to you first because I've heard a lot about Germany's feminist foreign policy.
Yes, I mean, this is not a new piece of information that agreements are just more sustainable and more stable when they're negotiated into in a more inclusive process, meaning to integrate women, integrate minorities. So the equal and meaningful engagement of women, as well as the participation of politically marginalized groups, they're not ends in themselves. It's not because we like them so much. It's because they're prerequisites for a lasting peace. And we have, I mean, we try to start doing that by different means. We have also now a rule that our budgeting needs to reflect this aim. So we try to put more and more money into gender transformative projects that need to show that they are having this inclusive process in itself. This is not an easy way, and perhaps let me just get back to Ukraine because I know it so well. Ukraine has a lot of women now in the armed forces. Ukraine has more women in the government, and I would argue very smart women who are doing a fantastic job, mainly the Vice Prime Minister who is working on EU integration. But when you look at the President's office, you see mainly men, which is perhaps it just happened that way. Yeah, but we pointed it, the G7 reform support group in Ukraine, were funnily enough 4 women, 4 men. It's 8 because the EU is in there too. 4 women, 4 men. And so we always came as a very inclusive group. And we pointed it out that you need more women in order to have all the voices heard. Let's see if that will have an effect in the end.
President Karis, you're looking thoughtful. More women.
Well, I agree. I mean, concerning Ukraine, I visited anti-corruption office also, and there are 700 plus young people who are fighting against corruption in Ukraine. And if I recall this visit, most of them were women actually, who was working in this office. And another message is all the heads of state should go also to this office. But it's important to see that they are really working against corruption in Ukraine. So this is important. We are talking about accession to EU and NATO and so forth.
Not only fight against corruption, civil society are mainly women in Ukraine, but also very often local communities, mayors. There are many, many women there too, and they have played an important role also in the resilience of Ukraine against the attack.
And well, yeah, so when we talk about feminist peace, for example, we know it's about participation, it's about protection. I mean, the whole framework that UN Security Council 1325 provided for us, and it's a very good framework as a planning tool to really look at the different dimensions of what can be done at the national level, regional level, at the local level. But at the end of the day, the real agenda for feminist peace is really to end wars and to really halt the production of weapons of wars, to halt the trade, production, transfer of weapons. And unfortunately, that's not being truly addressed now. I mean, when we talk about peace, I mean, this is an old agenda. It started, in fact, the whole peace movement in the West started on this agenda, nuclear weapons and all the other issues relating to disarmament. It's really time to bring that back at the forefront of the whole feminist peace agenda, as well as the global agenda for peace. So what we need here is really a revitalization of the peace movements that we've seen in the past but haven't really seen globally now operating at that that kind of, really becoming a powerful force for change.
Christopher, you're looking very thoughtful. Articulate those thoughts.
Well, there are many thoughts. I totally agree with you. I mean, we are now trying hard to get back to defense spending that goes back to the Cold War. Or ask your right neighbor, Estonia. I think the economic situation is not the most brightest in your country right now, but the country now spends, I don't know, 3, 4, 5% on defense.
3.2%, yeah.
On defense. And I'm totally with you. I think that the money that we have to spend on defense right now, and we need to spend more money, would be much better to be spent on, transformation, on infrastructure, on education, everything. But there is somebody sitting in Moscow who thinks differently. And so we have to cope with this. And we unfortunately have to see that only out of a position of strength we can do what we all want to do. One point. Number two, so you are totally right, but if you now say, okay, and some propose this, well, let's just stop fighting and let's not give weapons anymore. Putin said, well, only because Ukraine doesn't have any ammunition, I don't stop the war. So unfortunately, we have to face realities. Number two, and there I'm totally with you to come back, I served 12 years as diplomatic advisor to Chancellor Merkel, to have to work with a woman, and I could see the strength of a woman having also scientific. It's remarkable also the reputation that she earned worldwide, and we have to have more women in government. Unfortunately, to a certain degree, I don't know how you see things. Things are not really progressing in this way. We actually have some counter-revolution there in some areas. When you look at the role of women, we had elected women presidents in Africa. We don't have one right now. There's some hope that we may have some. When you look at some of the negotiations in the Middle East right now, I don't know when they meet in Qatar or Cairo, I don't know how many women are there. You remember in Qatar, the negotiations on Afghanistan with the Taliban, not a single woman on the table, and this is something we have to systematically work on. I see here also with Berghoff there are a majority of women on stage, so there are small things, steps that can be taken, but this is a problem. Another issue is what we saw at what Hamas was doing. Also, it also has to do with feminist foreign policy or with the role of women. The instrument of sexual violence against women being used as an instrument of war. We see this again happening. Hamas did that. We see this in so many conflicts. Actually, when Germany was, that was by the way before the feminist foreign policy, when Germany was on the Security Council 2019, we put it on the agenda of the Security Council and adopted a resolution to put it on the agenda and into the minds of people, but much more has to be done on that respect.
It's just a small, you mentioned Estonia. Estonia has a prime minister who is a woman. We also have a president woman, and I dismissed the minister yesterday. Now a new minister is a woman. So Estonia is doing quite well. But coming back to these resources, I mean, Estonia was also putting 25% of GDP to support Ukraine, and also asking our country to do the same. And because if you don't put resources to Ukraine now, it's going to be much, much more expensive later on.
In 5 minutes' time, I am opening up this conversation. We have 2 microphones in the room. There'll be one on this side, one on this side. Can I see where the questions may well be? Just give me a little hint. Okay, very good. Excellent. All right, I'll come back to you. I'll get the microphones in place in 5 minutes' time. Don't forget your question. All right, so I'm going to push you to make one recommendation from the field that you work in that is concrete, that somebody tomorrow can go home and say, Miriam told me to do this, and I'm doing it. Miriam.
One is perhaps to look at a very dynamic context as one where there are many centers of gravity and therefore many spaces for different kinds of intervention and not get lost. For example, we do have a tendency to be state-centric, to think that the center of gravity is always at the national level, when in fact there are all these gravitational forces that are working on the ground. Again, I go back to Myanmar as an example. What's happening there is really a lot of dialogues on the ground within the communities at the state level, ethnic group level, and across the ethnic communities, between the civil opposition and the armed opposition, the ethnic armed organizations, for example, and all of that taking shape, even as we try to problematize how to work in relation to the junta, which the ASEAN is very much hard-pressed to do, given the central role that it must play in resolving this conflict. And therefore, being able to see it in that kind of a dynamic way and to see the different spaces where one can intervene, I think that's really the key. And no one group can do it all alone. I think you get into all sorts of trouble trying to do all of these all together. And then also the combination of deterrence. I cannot disregard the importance of deterrence, whether we're talking about the South China Sea, which we call the West Philippine Sea, again, to change the perspective, or if it's precisely Ukraine, and so on. Deterrence is still quite important, but if you invest everything on deterrence and not really try to find all the other ways for preventive diplomacy, quiet diplomacy, for people-to-people engagement, where the discourse is also important to shape and to reshape, then you sort of like over-investing in one and not necessarily getting the kind of results that you want.
Christopher, I know you teach, you have students. Something that your students wouldn't be cynical about, what would you say? A concrete recommendation for reshaping peace. Just has to be one.
Yes, actually, I do teach. I have a consultancy course, and they have to consult government representatives. So one of the classes I taught was on the Security Council and the reform of the Security Council. And one of the proposals was, which I would like to put here, because I think it's a very good proposal, and since we have somebody from the Foreign Ministry sitting here, is for Germany to take the initiative to change tack now on the way how the process of reforming security is going on right now, because for years and years you have every year so-called IG and intergovernmental negotiation and nothing comes out of it. The proposal is to stop this process, to use the Summit of the Future, which is in the summer, that Germany takes an initiative and says, we stop this process, we go into the General Assembly with a proposal with several options, that this is now how we can foresee different options, how the UN Security Council is reformed, because it needs to represent the reality of today. And Germany, this is what the students recommended, change its policy. Germany until now officially says we want to have a permanent seat on the Security Council. For Germany, and for Europe, which at the end of the century would have just 5% of world population, with already 2 permanent members out of 5, to ask for a third one is, I think, a bit ridiculous. We can ask the French or the British to give up their post, but I don't know, I've not seen, I don't know, Andrew, what you think about this, but I don't think we'll find the British or French who are ready to give up. I can't work out if it's French people laughing or British people laughing or people who know French and British people laughing. Probably all of the above. Exactly. So we should give up our quest for a permanent seat, and maybe other partners as well in the G4 group. Ooh. And go for maybe semi-permanent seat, come with a proposal at the end. You only need 2/3 and everybody wants a change. So this is something where the German government could actually go ahead. This is what my students proposed, and I pass this over to the representative of the Foreign Ministry. Thanks for the question.
Do you need a pause just to think about how you would like to respond, Anke?
No, I mean, the response is very simple. I happily pass this on to my colleagues of the UN Director General.
All right, President Karis, a concrete recommendation that you can boldly say on this stage right now that you feel will help the attendees of the Moot?
First of all, I completely agree with what's said about reforming Security Council and United Nations. There have been several attempts in past, quite a number of them, but there is now a window of opportunity. And because otherwise, what are we talking? We're talking about high-speed internet connection in a remote village. I mean, we're just talking and talking and nothing really happens. So now it's an opportunity to change it. And second, I mean, we should more work maybe with so-called Global South. So what I am doing is just visiting different countries and trying to explain what's happening in this, not teaching, but explaining what's happening in this part of the world, because in this globalized world, it's important to see the differences and to understand how this works. When we haven't not been a colonizing country, we have been occupied. So for us, it's easier to explain, even giving certain examples from our past. And it helps. It helps these people, these countries to understand what's going on in these regions of conflicts.
Anke.
Always difficult to be the last, but perhaps let me point out one thing. Peace is such an elusive thing, so difficult to reach. And I think we need to get out of our respective silos that we are still in. And I'm realizing that now, how often people come from a development point of view or humanitarian assistance point of view. I come from the stabilization point of view. The time is over to think in these silos. We need to work outside and together and across these borders that shouldn't be borders. So this is one thing. And let me come back to the financing that I mentioned before. Resources is a huge problem to achieve peace. And the president also mentioned it. Resources will get scarcer and not more. So we need to find other people to help. And I already mentioned how we would like to attract also private companies helping with peace-positive investments. But even in Ukraine, you can see that. The reconstruction of Ukraine is such a huge endeavor. We will need private capital. And there are, I think, numerous ways already existing with funds leveraging public money and then by private investors that can really make a difference. But we need to talk to these companies. We need to explain why we're doing this. So this is probably the most concrete thing I can come up with.
President Karis.
I just want to make a small remark about peace and peace agreements. Eventually we reach a peace agreement, but the problem is how to keep it. I mean, we have this Budapest Agreement, as far as Ukraine is concerned, a number of others. We had a Tartu Peace Treaty in 1920 and we gained our independence. 4 years later, Russian organized uprising in Estonia, and 1940 we occupied our country. There was a peace agreement. So the question is how to keep these agreements, and this is we should think about.
Yeah, one more proposal idea, picking up on what Anke said, that when we have scarcer funds available, how do we organize ourselves? And I would also like to pick up what the president said with regard to the countries of the so-called Global South. I think this is very, very important. If we want to really have the global community as one and have it going on the same line, we have to engage much more in the countries of the Global South. And there, I think Germany, as the second largest donor of development aid, of ODA, second largest donor to the UN system, has a very good reputation, but I think that we could do more there. And for this to happen, I think we need to link much more the different instruments that we have at our disposal. We have the instruments of development policy, we have the instruments of the foreign policy, we have the instruments of trade policy, we have private business, we have banks, we have international development banks and all this, and I think we need to pull this much more together. Why is a country like Germany not able to put up bigger infrastructure projects that are really needed in countries of many of the global south? Another big country can do that because we are not able to link these. And so I think we should work much more to see that there is a project identified by an international, the African or Inter-American Development Bank, say, well, this is a good project, may have some profit there, and then we get a private company that they need funds. You have a pension fund, then you need development policy to do the training of the people, and you put all this together, and you can match also and compete with others. But if you stick in your silos, if you have all the different actors not working together, and you have a German embassy, you have the German development policy has its own agency in another building, you have the German Chamber of Commerce in another one. No, this has to be put together. I think then we can make a difference and be attractive also, and tell the countries of the global south that the president mentioned, yes, we have something to offer here. Yeah.
I would like you to meet Marcus and Luis. Marcus? Great. Luis? All right, they're both in the aisle, and you both have microphones, correct? Please stand up if you have a question. I can direct you, Marcus and Louise, but I believe that you are going to do the choosing so people don't get upset with me in the coffee break.
Do you want to ask a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi. Good morning, everybody. My name is Susanne Ketbi. I'm coming from UAE, and I'm heading a think tank called Emirates Policy Center. Thanks for the speakers. I have a comment on the paragraph Mr. President said about that any country should be dismissed from UN if they violate, where we have many in our region. Okay, the American invaded Iraq, the Iranian took our lands. So it should be not double standards, which I'm seeing also in the UN Security Council. If you want also to include, I think we represent in the global south many. India is a middle power, a big power, should be included in that, and should be removed that veto, because what doesn't make it does not work properly, especially for when we are seeing Gaza now, it's between China and either US is voting or China voting or Russia voting. We should take veto also from this. If we are talking about reforming UN. Coming to Gaza war also, I think this is not only Ukraine is a big failure, Gaza also a big failure. Because can
can I boil down your question, or is it a statement that there's double standards? And shall I just get President Karis to respond to that? Because if you turn around, we've got so many people who also have comments as well. So I just want to get to the point.
Just one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Can we have a new framework for peace, because we're still working in the old frame, especially with the UN? And what should be?
Thank you. President Karis.
Well, in Heusgen answer has been already here. We have to change Security Council, first of all, and the United Nations. And secondly, of course, I don't like double standards. So this is my answer to the question.
Thank you.
I have a question similar to the previous questioner. In September 2022, as well as January 2023, the government of Cameroon opted out of 2 mediation efforts, first led by Switzerland and then by Canada, without any accountability, and instead intensified a war effort. My question is around the fact that by endorsing these 2 peace processes, the international community accepted the international nature of the conflict that's currently raging in Cameroon, particularly in the area called Southern Cameroons. So what I'd like to know, Your Excellency and panelists, is where are the accountability mechanisms to hold the government of Cameroon or the armed groups currently creating and committing war crimes and crimes against humanity accountable? And also, like the previous speaker, is there a double standard in implementing international accountability measures in the Global South? And lastly, should we really be talking about reshaping justice or rather than reshaping peace? Those are some of the questions that I'd like the panelists to kindly address. Thank you.
Christopher, will you take accountability mechanisms, please?
Yes, I mean, it is very important if you want to have the rule of law. We have it, in our country, a very strong judiciary. You have it in Europe. We have the longest period of peace in the center of Europe because of the European Union, because when we now fight each other in the European Union, we go to the European Court of Justice and not to the battlefield. And this is what was also foreseen on the global stage. But of course, you don't have the possibility to enforce it. You have an International Criminal Court, you have the International Court of Justice, but there are limits to it. But talking about accountability, when you say that there are double standards, no. Mr. Putin is now a fugitive for the International Criminal Court. So, and he comes not from the southern hemisphere. So there is, on Cameroon. When I was representing Germany at the UN Security, we had at least what people know an area formal meeting, but there was no way to get also the African countries to say, yes, this situation is something where international peace and security is in danger, and we put it on the agenda of the Security Council. So at least in my time, it never happened, which also had to do with, of course, the ambition of Africa to solve, Africa's solution to African problems. So something also that I think you have to ask the African Union, why is not more being done on the continuous problem in Cameroon.
Miriam, would you take would you give some feedback on double standards?
Well, I think we've had several examples pointed out about how different powers have really behaved in the past historically, and how much of that has not really been how do you say, there's no transitional justice for that, for all of those things that happened in the past. And now, of course, we have this whole discourse about, I guess what's the basic difference between the powers is that on the one hand, one is advocating these kinds of global agenda on the basis of certain norms, which is like democracy, human rights, and all that. And then when you see the discrepancy, you really get jarred about the discrepancy. But on the other hand, the other side doesn't have any false pretenses about democracy or human rights. I mean, the other parties who are playing significant roles and therefore do not have to be defensive about their actions because they're not couching it anyway on those within that kind of framework. And that brings the onus to those who play the power game on the basis of democracy and human rights, which means that precisely they will have to act in protection of these norms that they advocate. And when they don't do that, it really sets back the whole process. Even on WPS, Women, Peace and Security, you have states who are very active on UN Security Resolution 1325, and suddenly on the question of Gaza, they're not there. They're on the opposite side. And that destroys the whole credibility of those who have been vocal advocates of these international norms. So there. On Cameroon, I think it's a very typical, right to self-determination context. And two failed processes or two failed initiatives is really just the beginning of a whole process. We need to persist. We need to find other avenues. We need to really find other actors. So So in the meantime, if there are accountability measures that can be sought, but at the same time also different aspects of mediation that can be continue to be facilitated, I'm sure there's no shortage of international actors who'd like to play a significant mediation role.
Anke, would you add to your feedback? I'm really interested in the idea of reshaping justice being as important as reshaping peace.
I think that's an interesting idea, but I would like to add to Christoph's comment on who is being indicted by the International Court of Justice, of Criminal Justice. Also, right now, South Africa is going against Israel in front of the International Court of Justice, and Nicaragua against Germany, both on the account of violating international humanitarian law. I think the fact that this can happen shows that the system of accountability and the international system of justice does somehow work. And Germany takes these procedures that Nicaragua started against us very seriously. We think that we can counter the allegations, but we take them seriously. And I think every party needs to take these allegations seriously. So I would argue that the global system is actually working quite well, but it is a very, very important piece, a part of the piece, the justice thing, and being perhaps more concrete, having or knowing that and thinking that this is very important, Germany really also tries to help partners like countries in Africa or like Ukraine to have the means to go to court, meaning to collect evidence, to have very well-educated prosecutors who can make a case of these violations. And this is something that we have all over the world, and think it is important to enable people in all countries to go to these international courts.
Okay, I feel like we could do a whole panel on the International Court of Justice, and it would be a very feisty debate about who gets to see their day in court and who doesn't. But I will leave it there for now. I see you all standing up. Lewis and Marcus, I feel sorry for you. Good luck. But we're going to do this very briefly. Brief question, brief response. I won't ask all of you, just the person who feels they've got the most brilliant response, I will let you respond. Go ahead.
My name is Mohammed Magdi. I'm an Egyptian journalist here based in Berlin. I just wanted to ask Mr. President about some observers regarding to this messy around the world that says the world is missing the leadership. Do you agree with that? And my question for Mr.
It's going to be one question.
Yeah. Okay.
So which one do you like the best, the most? The first one?
It's okay.
Yeah. Would you repeat it just one more time for me so I can hear it too?
The question was about the leadership, I guess.
Yeah, the leadership.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Excellent question.
Of course, we do need leaders, but and it's a very personal question. Also, Kissinger asked about Europe. When I call Europe, who do I call? So who is the leader in Europe? It's a difficult question in different regions, but we need leaders. And this is my answer. I mean, I'm a leader of a small country, but that's not enough to be a leader probably in Europe or in the world. But our voice is important. So every leader has a voice.
Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Zikamai Bere. I'm a human rights activist from Zimbabwe. My question is for President Karis and Anke. We cannot reshape peace without disrupting the harmful power structures. Now, my question is, would you, on the basis of what President Karis has reflected on the UN reform, would you and the German government would be willing, as a concrete step from this conference, to support or sponsor or lead a UN Charter Review Conference?
I think that is a question above my pay grade.
Are you going to take it back to your colleagues at the office?
I will most certainly.
What do you think they might say?
You know, when I entered the foreign ministry over 30 years ago, it was already a debate that we had as young diplomats. It is a difficult question, but I will certainly take all the suggestions that were made with me and see. I think we want a solution. I think we see that the Security Council is not working at all the way it is shaped like this. So let's see.
Yeah, but at the same time, we don't have any this kind of organization. We are not going to establish a new one next to United Nations. That means we have to work with this organization. There are almost 200 countries in this organization, starting with 53, as far as I remember. Things have changed, and now we have to reshape United Nations as well.
Good morning. My name is Nader Kabani. I'm a Senior Fellow and Director of Research with the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Thank you very much for the panel. I guess I want to come back to a question that was raised first by Dr. Maryam and then repeated by a couple of the questionnaires. And the issue of this difference in application of values and inconsistencies, and going back to Gaza and Ukraine. For many in the Global South, there has really been this reaction that they see these as quite similar. In fact, you know, what's happening in Gaza to the people of Gaza, in fact, what has happened historically to the Palestinians by Israel is quite similar, actually much worse than what Russia has been doing in Ukraine. And the way Putin has responded, I would say Netanyahu has done the same or even worse. And so we see this glaring inconsistency. And I guess when I hear the hair splitting about the differences, well, Israel has the right to defend itself, and then Russia says, well, they have a right to defend themselves, and you can bring in these arguments, but they're accepted by one party, not accepted by the other. And so I guess my question to you is, does Germany understand this inconsistency? Do they see that there's an inconsistency here? Because really, they're losing moral authority on this issue. And this affects their moral authority on other issues, like gender, like development assistance, like everything else. And it's not just about development assistance, it's moral authority that's being at risk here. And it has wide implications for the whole international human rights and development agenda. And I wonder if you see that. Thank you.
I'm really not a specialist on the Middle East. You are probably. Yeah. What I can say, coming from Ukraine, and what I know for a fact, is that Ukraine did not attack Russia, killed more than 1,000 people, and took more than 100 hostages. Ukraine was attacked by Russia without any reason. On all the other issues, moral authority, yeah, I think you have seen from what the German government is doing, and from what also, especially our minister is saying, we see the sufferance of the Palestinian people, especially in Gaza. And Germany, as Christoph pointed out, as mostly is the second biggest donor in trying to alleviate this suffering. And we talk a lot also with partners in the Arab region to show them what we are doing. I know that we're on difficult ground there, but we have been actively here with a lot of money tried to alleviate suffering. And we would like other partners to help us in that endeavor.
If I may just add possibly one possible concrete action that can be undertaken precisely is on the question of arms embargo, or just like suspending arms transfer. And we did see that now that some countries have actually pulled out of supplying weapons to some of these aggressors on the part of, well, it's hard to put a name on it, but say, for example, in the case particularly of Israel, some countries have pulled back on their supply of weapons and arms. And I think that's a very concrete approach. And we see that also in the question of Myanmar. Mm-hmm. Singapore has acted on its arms suppliers to really pull back on the supply of weapons to the military junta. And that's something that can be done. It's a policy decision that will have to be made. Canada has pulled back with reference to Singapore. I don't think Germany has. But yeah, something to think about.
Just a quick answer. I'm just not to, but Estonia is only thinking about Ukraine. We are supporting, giving humanitarian aid also to Gaza and also to African countries. So it's not only Ukraine we are thinking about. So I think, and we are not the only country. I mean, we are trying to support these people who are actually suffering in these regions.
I would like to ask you, panel, in a sentence, what is the most important thing you have said in the last 60 minutes that you don't want the Moot to forget? The most important thing.
I can start, but
Please.
it's not not my sentence. I think we should think about deterrence. So it's an old saying, Latin saying from the 5th century about if you want to have peace, you need to prepare for war. So this is important. I'm not going to translate it into Latin, so you probably understand.
Very good. A very long sentence, but a worthy one. Miriam.
Well, we've heard of the paraphrase to that, which is if you want to prepare for peace, if you want peace, you prepare for peace instead of preparing for war. And we do know that the other side of deterrence is the arms race. And that's precisely what brought in the Cold War, why it lasted so long and all that. And that's the kind of balancing that we need to do here. It's not let's not put all our eggs in the basket of deterrence. Precisely, that's a very important point that I would like to make on this issue. But the other thing is, don't lose hope. I think the message of hope is always important, whether it's Cameroon, Gaza, Israel, Ukraine. I think it's very important that we keep really pushing as far as we can go when it comes to really finding ways out of the conflict.
Anka, the most important thing you said on stage.
What I said in the beginning, sustainable peace and security go hand in hand.
Christopher.
I believe in the UN Charter, the rules-based international order, and therefore double standards are very dangerous, and we have to do everything to prevent that. And concrete things, we have to reform the Security Council.
All right. People standing, the panel will think that you are giving them a standing ovation. I have not forgotten you. We are coming back to you in about 30 seconds. But for now, you can give a standing ovation to our panel. As I say, your opening panel, thank you. Welcome back to day one of the Berlin Moot, Reshaping Peace. Our second panel, Multipolarity, Geopolitics and Norms in Peacekeeping, moderated by two co-moderators. We have Lakshmi Vimaralaja, and she's the Senior Mediation Advisor for the Berghoff Foundation, and Vasu Gulden, Executive Director of Accord. We start with Lakshmi, who's going to take over from me at the podium. Lakshmi, you're very welcome. When you walk up to the stage, let's see what happens. What does it sound like? Lakshmi, over to you.
Thank you, Femi. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the panel on multipolarity, geopolitics, and norms in making peace. So we're not talking about peacekeeping, but we're talking about peacemaking. This panel was put together in cooperation with Accord, one of the leading peacebuilding organizations in Africa, and I'm particularly delighted to co-moderate this session with its executive director, Dr. Vasu Gulden. Let me briefly set the scene for our ensuing discussion. We are at a critical juncture in world's history. There is a reordering of power relations in a global system with complex implications for peace and security. From the 1990s until recently, international peacemaking was generally guided by the liberal peace paradigm. While subject to critique and profoundly challenged by the US-led global war on terror, there was broad consensus on the goal of reaching a mediated agreement between warring parties backed by peace operations, then supporting elections towards a liberal democratic order and economic integration into global markets. This was based, in part at least, on the understanding that liberal democracy, with its normative tenets, human rights, gender equality, transitional justice, was key for building sustainable peace. The goal and process of peacemaking were therefore transformative. So not only ending the violence, so stabilization measures, but addressing the root causes of the conflict. So transformation of behaviors, of structures, of institutions. Geopolitics has been less conducive for this approach in recent years, which had once actually benefited from alignment around the goal of peace. There have been few breakthroughs in negotiated peace agreements, and even where implemented, it often falls short in delivering on promises of sustainable and democratic societies. While global institutions have weakened, new powers are taking more active roles in peacemaking, guided by their own sets of values and norms, challenging precisely this liberal peace paradigm. In this environment, conflict parties can obviously more easily choose their counterparts, whether for deal brokering on the terms of settling war or for armaments and diplomatic cover. So does this mean that multipolar configuration of power is the end of normative order? Not necessarily. Multipolarity does not inevitably have to lead to chaos and destructive competition. Our challenge is to identify conditions in which countries might find it in their interest to cooperate. Now, how might we collectively recommit to a shared norms that can enable shared security and development in the interest of sustainable but also just peace? So this session is intended to do two things. First, help us better perceive these global changes and their implications for peacemaking. And second, to provoke thinking around what we might work towards as a global community. And hopefully we will be able to also come up with some actionable recommendations or concrete recommendations. It's now my pleasure to welcome our distinguished panelists who are positioned differently in this emerging global context with vast experiences and unique perspectives. Madam Dr. Binta Diop, founder and chair of Femmes Africa Solidarité, AU Special Envoy on Women, Peace and Security. Madam, please come to the stage. Dr. Henry Wang, founder, Center for China and Globalization, former counselor, China State Council. Dr. Günther Beschler, former Swiss ambassador to Georgia, mediator, special envoy for Nepal, Sudan, Southern Caucasus, and Cameroon. And Mr. El-Gassim Van, former UN SRSG and head of MINUSMA, the UN mission to Mali. Yes, please. So welcome. And let me start with you, Dr. Binta Diop, or as you are called, Mama Diop in the African continent. You are known as the most formidable fighter for women's rights in Africa. You have always been deeply passionate about peace and security, about women and youth inclusion. You are also the co-convener of African Women Leaders Network. And in 1996 already, you founded the NGO Femmes Africa Solidarité to promote women's participation in peace processes at a time when this subject was actually not really globally recognized. And now for 8 consecutive years, you've been holding the post as the EU Special Envoy for WPS. So with your deep knowledge and experience on the topics we're discussing today, could you point to 2 salient features of how geopolitics and multipolarity is playing out in today's conflicts in Africa?
Thank you so much. Good morning. Let me just say. Good morning, and I apologize for my voice coming from Senegal, and I got a cold in the plane, so my apology for that as well. So let me just start also, because we talk about conflict that are happening, maybe the previous panel about in Europe and Gaza, it still continue also in Africa. As you know, we are in the month of commemorating the genocide in Rwanda this month, 30 years of genocide. And I think we are saying and still Africa is experiencing conflict and war. So have we learned something from those, the war at that time? So coming to your question, as we say today, the world order, as it has been said, is evolving. We started with bipolarity at that time with the Soviet Union and the US, the Cold War, and it goes to unipolarity. And now we are facing complex multipolarity because we have a lot of different actors, external actors, intervening in our peacemaking. I would not say in our conflict, but in our peacemaking, which is something that we need to look at how they, in the landscape. So in Africa, the landscape also evolve as we are evolving in this, So let me just say how those actors are intervening in, the geopolitics motivation, maybe, and the geostrategy. Starting with the geostrategy, which really have to do, and they intervene directly or indirectly with the view of, I think it has very much link to our resources. We didn't talk about it too much, the natural resources in Africa, and to, directly with our, governments and so on and so forth. So that geostrategic motivation, by different actors, directly or indirectly. The other one is the motivation between the competition. It has been said again, the competition between the major powers for control as well, but also that might fuel the conflict in Africa. So in our multipolar context, Africa, the warring parties find themselves, going with one side, supporting by one, and I think that is a competition. Sometimes, fuel the conflict rather than resolving ours. So to summarize, the key drivers, behind the new external, multipolar actors into Africa conflict is really, motivated by this competition and so on and so forth. So it does not help in the peacemaking in that way. But at the end, what people have said is that, the multilateral system have to be really reinforced and supported. And one thing that we need to redress is Africa being also sitting at the Security Council. Africa have to have a permanent seat. Ambassador have said it, that Germany is fighting for it, and I think it's a time for us as well, as African, to be seen, being part of this international, being part of it and benefiting from it and having the voice of African being heard if multilateralism has to work on the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. So if I may ask a follow-up question to you, Benta. So there are multiple actors, as you were saying. Geopolitics is also playing a major role in the conflicts. But how have these dynamics really also affected the efficacy of the African Union with its APSA, with its African peace and security architecture?
Yeah.
Briefly.
I think when we look at this on the norms, Africa with the APSA which is the Africa Peace and Security Architecture, with a comprehensive approach. I think we're not missing the mechanisms and the norms, the normative, based on the, as you stated, the international norms. Africa have put in place the mechanism, but also we have seen that sometimes is a dependency of Africa when it comes, for example, in the funding. And I think Africa was trying to make sure that we don't continue to depend on other partners, but we are, like revitalizing the peace fund and so on. We have a panel of the wise as well in the architecture where you can, deploy when you see early warning, it has been said before, and we can have early response. So the APSA is well designed. There may be some gaps in terms of the the standby force, which is not really functioning. So the design of the architect, it's beautifully done. The problem that we have seen is the implementation. It has been said is the action. When you detect early warning, how do you go? But we will discuss that later on. I'm sure that the countries that don't accept many times that we can interfere in this. So I think we have the good architecture in Africa. It was well designed by the African Union, but member states and so on. And we have seen some success where the APSA have been doing great. But in the meantime, we still have many challenges that we face in the implementation of APSA as well. So, and one of its success is really women, peace and security. But I will come back to that, because everything that we say is how do we create the environment, the mechanism for implementation. We have women mediators like FemWise. We have the Africa Women Leaders Network that are leading mediation right now in Africa. So we have certain success stories that are going on by civil society and so on, but still early warning, early response, and having impact for the people and the population. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Binta. I'll hand over to you, Vasu, to moderate Henry's input. But just to also conclude, so the main problem is implementation and action, not so much policies, because policies are already there. So most probably also the multipolar world is affecting the implementation also of these policies.
And accountability. It has been also said here that we need to measure, we need to make sure that we review and we see how to implement, and sometime my position as special envoy and bringing the voice of the women, I say, why don't we also sometime name and shame when it doesn't work? When you look at, and we will come back to that issue in mediation, we say we need more women in mediation. It's not happening. How can we make sure that it is there? So how? It's not only in Africa, but it's globally. Everybody say 1325 is our tool, and we need to use that to implement. But is the mediator everywhere? A mediator is always the man. Great. We need the he for she, positive masculinity. But at the meantime, you will find that maybe in his contract or terms of reference, we don't have some of them, like President Mandela at the time of Burundi. We know with Vasu how we were working with him on Burundi, a positive man who can bring the voice of the women at the table. And we don't have, So how do we make sure that, what we take as a decision, Security Council, but how do we implement them is a question. And to the accountability as well is not there. So we need to put that platform to make sure that we measure it with the indicators, to say that a name and shame when it is necessary, to say it's not happening, and for all of us together to find solution together. I think that is where for us it's important at the African Union also, not only the world, but the African Union in this change that is happening in the world. But again, going back to the multilateralism, I think that is, for the time being, what we have there, but we cannot neglect also until it's fixed. Maybe what Germany will do with the South Africa, revisiting, in September, maybe new things will come. Maybe Africa will find its way to say, we are part of it. We're talking about peacemaking, not peacekeeping today. But there are so many challenges that Africa is facing with the partners that need to be addressed in the meantime. But I am not saying that it's everything is perfect in our conflict in Africa. No way. We have seen so many conflicts going on. We will talk about Sudan, we will talk about East Congo and so on and so forth, and other places where we are. But we can see some progress that also is happening. So the glass is half full and half empty. Thank you, depending where you position yourself.
Of course.
Thank you.
No, thank you, Lakshmi. Andrew, as an African, the significance or irony of this building has not escaped us. Fortunately, I think fortunately we are not the representatives of Otto von Bismarck or King Leopold sitting here and reshaping Africa. Fortunately, today we're talking about a world that is reshaping. And Henry comes from a country that is at the center of the world that is reshaping, China. So, Henry, your country over the last several decades has grown economically to be a powerhouse. Militarily, it's a powerhouse also. And over the last few years, we have seen China grow in political influence. I think what worries us is with this growing divide between the United States as a bloc with its allies and China as a bloc with its allies. What hope is there that we would be able to get consensus on the major challenges that face us as humanity and be able to collectively resolve them? Because we've seen now in the last few years, we're in real deep trouble when it comes to that.
Yeah, thank you, Yasu, and also thank the organizer Andrew and Foundation for inviting. I was here in February attending the Munich Security Conference. I'm glad to see Ambassador Christopher is here. So it's great. I think this conference couldn't be more timely as we all gathered here. I really enjoyed the last panel as well. I remember last year when last May I was in Berlin and attending the Global Solution Summit. Chancellor Olaf Scholz said, the unipolar world is gone and we are in the multipolar world. And of course, we're talking about multipolarity. So what I think the first, this important thing is that we have to really build up the trust between the big players. Because if the big players has no trust, then you have proxy war, you have all those regional conflicts, and that is really a big challenge I think we are facing for the world. And what I really think is important is that, for example, the biggest economy like U.S., EU, China, the three largest economy of the world, they have to work together, And I'm very glad that just recently, China, U.S. and EU had their ministerial meeting in Hangzhou talking about food security, which is a great initiative. I proposed at Munich Security a few years ago. I said, we should have a trilateral meeting of the biggest players so we can build up some confidence, build up some trust, so that they can talk. I'm very pleased to see Chancellor Olaf Scholz actually is in Beijing and has had meetings with President Xi and Premier Li and actually reached some consensus on how to approach the crisis in Ukraine and in Gaza. So I think that sets a good example how we can really talk together to solve those kind of problems. I agree with what Ambassador Christopher just mentioned also about reform of the UN. We have to live with the UN Charter, and also probably reform the Security Council as well. I have a proposal. I'm thinking of since G20 now, it's really getting more prominent with African Union in it. It's G21. So can we have a mechanism and that get the G20 countries, in addition to the 5 permanent members, the other 16 can rotate at permanent council, and also enjoying the veto and non-veto so that they can rotate for all those members. And that'd probably be a good idea also, because then we can really solve this deadlock, veto for the veto's sake, and we can get things done. So that's just one of my personal ideas of how we can probably reform that. But I think the other thing we should really do is we should still continue to push the economic globalization, because I see right now we see the security is a bit more. I agree. The military budget of every country has been driving up, of course, due to the Russian war on Ukraine, and we see that happening. But it's very unfortunate. We should use more budget for the development, for the sustainable climate change and things like that. So, how we can work on that? So I think the way China is doing is really push for economic globalization. China has established the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. And India is the largest recipient of the infrastructure loan. And of course, China has launched the Belt and Road Initiative, invested $1 trillion for 3,000 projects for the Global South. I mean, it's not perfect, but you know. So I'm thinking, you know, things like that. Can we work together? I mean, with Build Back Better World, with EU Global Gateway, with India, Middle East, Europe Economic Corridor, and things like that. Let's get all those consensus. We have to build up consensus with the common threat. We should raise our budget for fighting climate change, fighting pandemic, fighting AI risk and side effect and things like that. We should not fight among ourselves. I mean, that's where I think that probably UN has to be strengthened. That we should have UN peacekeeping force play important role. Like we could probably have UN peacekeeping force in the Gaza that really, you know, trying to make a ceasefire enforced.
Andre, on that economic globalization issue, Iran is now a major trading partner with China. And of course, we know the influence the US has on Israel. Is there any chance that the US and China might work together to de-escalate this current crisis that's facing the world?
Absolutely. I mean, I know Secretary Blinken called our Foreign Minister Wang Yi just a few days before Iranian strikes Israel. And actually, yesterday, Foreign Minister Wang Yi called the Iranian Foreign Minister, urging the Iranians to keep calm and not to retaliate. But also, China condemns Israel attacks on the consular, premises in Damascus. So I think, you know, that I agree. You know, we have to avoid double standards. I mean, we have to really safeguard the principles. And so that I think China probably is positioned better in doing this kind of mediation and talks. For example, China's strike the deal for Iranian and the Saudis in the first place, which is very important because China has no historical packages. China never invaded them. China never colonized any place before. China was the largest trading partner for all of them, you know, all the Gulf countries and Iranians. So if China stand out to say, okay, look, please, guys, don't fight. I mean, they probably would like to give face to China for doing that. So I think, you know, probably China would be a good guarantor for the Middle East crisis, for the Ukraine-Russian crisis in the future. I mean, we could play more role. I mean, that's why I'm very glad to see, Chancellor Ola Scholz and President Xi had a talk at the Diaoyutai garden, and then really they come out with a statement that have a joint statement on Iranian and on the Gaza and Ukrainian issue. So this is really good progress, and I hope, you know, G20 countries can all do like that, and I hope US and China, EU, China, and you know, Global South and China, you know, we can all work together. And also I see BRICS actually expanded as well. So that is really shows that economic globalization still has attraction. People want to come to the economic globalization and then really worry about this military expansion, and that's facing the danger of the world. Yeah.
Thanks. Lakshay?
Let's come to you now, Günther. You have dedicated all your life actually to finding peaceful, negotiated solutions to violent conflicts, first in academia and NGO world as the director of Swiss Peace. Then you moved on to SDC, the Swiss Development Corporation. So I also am curious to hear whether, you know, what you think about building peace through development, but that's, we'll take it up later on. And then in diplomacy, but beyond all these official titles and functions, I have always known you as a person who always speaks his mind. And so I think you can really be considered as the moral voice in our field. I was kind of a bit struck also with the earlier discussion about military spending, and for several decades, European countries have invested a lot in soft power and mediation, peace-building support. And with Ukraine, obviously, we had a Zeitenwende, as Chancellor Scholz has put it. It has obviously shaken the whole normative and security order in Europe. As a result, we have spent now a lot of money on military aid and on escalated actually military spending, while peace building faces massive cuts. So I wonder what this development actually mean for all of us, and also might this herald a paradigmatic shift in terms of values and strategy more broadly?
Thank you, Lakshi. It's a great honor to be here to talk to you today. I especially want to say hello to my friends from Cameroon. There are some very strong women's voices, and we work together. I want to come back to this later. Yes, I think it was also addressed in the previous panel. You know, we missed a few opportunities in the last 10, 20 years when it comes to real peace diplomacy. We were quite tolerant to processes that did not work or were ongoing for 10, 20 years without real results. I think we have to really reshape peace in a way that we focus together, maybe with a triple nexus: development cooperation, humanitarian aid, foreign policy, including private actors, institutions like Accord and Berkhoff, to really strategize and to focus on processes that work. So multipolarity is not a new challenge in that sense, you know. I mean, it's not at the end yet. They are still fighting different kind of centers in the world about what does multipolarity mean at the end of the day. So it's a process, it's ongoing, and that's why it is maybe quite risky at times. It is not clear where the poles really are, so there's competition, there's a lack of trust maybe, so we are not at the end here. And I would say, as a mediator also with Switzerland, we have to be quite innovative. We should not give up on norms. We should not flirt with dictators. We should be very clear on our norms on mediation and peace building, and be clear in our messages. And I think it's not the problem of norms that are disputed around the world, maybe from some dictators, but populations in different conflict-prone countries, you know, they criticize our double standards. And here we have to work on. And I think it was said in the previous panel, I will not come to this. Innovative approaches, what does it mean? I would like to give you two examples. How we can maybe move forward in the peacemaking in this difficult environment. And the environment is very difficult. One is about the Darfur process in Doha. So Doha for us, for Switzerland, was of course a challenge. On the one hand, they wanted to be mediator. On the other hand, we always try to collaborate with Doha. We try to establish capacities for mediation and peacemaking in the foreign ministry in Doha. So to be very close and see how we can also transfer some of our experiences, the value-based approach, to an actor like Qatar. And I think it worked to some extent. And a good example is the Doha process about Darfur with Jibril Bassoleh as a chief mediator. I was closely working with him, and we managed to bring our strategy really to the table. We invited Darfuri civil society, traditional leaders, women's group, so a kind of multi-track approach to Doha. Sheikh Al-Thani opened in a very huge ceremony the meetings, but they did not interfere in our activities around the mediation table. So this was very clear. The mediation is to the special envoy, Jibril Bassoleh, and our task force. And I think this kind of collaboration with Doha from the Swiss Foreign Ministry made it possible that we could launch a multi-stakeholder, multi-track process in Doha about Darfur. And for me, it was a very good example that we can work also with actors that may have a kind of different background I would not say it always works, but we have to be very sure in a context I just mentioned, the development cooperation, peace promotion and others, to come together and think in a strategic way. The second example is about Ukraine. You know, if we would focus now on a traditional peace conference with both conflict parties to the table, it would not work. Russia and Ukraine at the moment would not engage in a comprehensive peace process and in a conference with a peace agreement. But of course, the initiative of Zelensky, he launched also during the World Economic Forum in January in Davos, was about a peace summit, you know, based on 4 different rounds, technical rounds, on technical issues of a peace process in Ukraine. So his idea was to bring world leaders together, as many countries as possible, to think about possible ways to peace in Ukraine. So Switzerland agreed with Zelensky in Davos to host this conference, to work hard, to invite states, leaders, China, the BRIC states and others, knowing exactly that Russia will not attend. And I think Lavrov and others were quite cynical about this process. They attacked Switzerland, etc. But our Federal Council said, yes, we do it. It's an initiative of the victim of an aggression. And we want to show there is a possibility to make peace, and the world community should be there and discuss and go down to operational details, even if one party, the aggressor, is not there. I think it's a step towards maybe a bigger conference, Europe-wide, kind of Helsinki 2 or whatever, can be envisaged in 2-3 years. So this kind of things, maybe this was not evident in Bern at the beginning. They said, if Russia will not come, we cannot do it. No, this is the wrong approach. I think we have to find innovations in peacemaking. We should not focus on processes that do not work. We have to take opportunities and go forward. And this is my first message maybe here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Thank you, Günther. Can I give the floor to you?
One, can I be so bold as to say that you are the poster child for global civil servant? I first met you in '93 at the Organization of African Unity. You spent over 20 years, OAU, AU, and if anybody's fingerprints can be clearly seen on the African peace and security architecture, it's yours. You helped shape it. And when we look today on the continent, you know, we have exponential population growth, 1990, 600 million people when we were all starting this architecture. Today, 1.4 billion people, 800 million more people. Rapid urbanization, and a huge development deficit in all of this. Poverty, unemployment, inequality, climate change, and now with this emerging multipolarity, the geopolitics, we've got players now not sitting in a hall like this, reshaping Africa. They're on the ground reshaping Africa from everywhere. So is the African Union and its architecture currently fit for purpose to deal with the current challenges? And then since you went from there to the UN, part of DPKO, and then as SRSG in Mali, is the UN fit for purpose today to deal also with those challenges? Just reflect on the AU and the UN.
Thank you. Vasu. I'm also very happy to be around and to see old friends and old faces. And thank you, Andrew, for inviting me. A small correction: we met in 1994, not in 1993.
You were 1 year older.
Yeah, 1 year or younger. Now I think. maybe my answer as far as the OEU is concerned, I think the short answer is that the framework, the tools are fit for purpose. I'm absolutely convinced about it. I think Madam Binta Diop did say the same and make the same point. The challenge for the AU and for many African institutions is a challenge of implementation. When you look at the history of the OEU transition to the AU in 2001, the AU was launched in 2002. When you look at from the period 1963, when the OEU was founded, to now, the organization has gone through many iterations, has significantly enhanced its capacity, its norms, its institutions to deal with peace and security challenges. We moved from an organization from 1963 to 1993 that did not have a single structure wholly dedicated to conflict management. Well, there was one, but it never functioned. It was the Commission on Mediation, Conciliation and Arbitration, which was created in July 1964. We moved from an organization that faithfully observed the principle of non-interference into the internal affairs of member states, which meant that internal conflicts, the dominant feature of violence and conflict in Africa, were outside the remit of the organization. We moved from an institution that had no mandate to carry out peacekeeping operations. And in 1993, in Cairo, in June 1993, a declaration was adopted which set up a mechanism for conflict prevention, management, and resolution, softened the implementation or the understanding of the principle of non-interference, therefore putting internal conflicts within the remit of the organization, strengthened the capacity of the AU, its mandate to carry out preventive activities, which of course imply that you interfere into a country's domestic affairs, and allowed the organization to undertake peace support operations of limited durations and scope, being understood then that the UN should remain the main implementer of large and complex peacekeeping operations. And then in 2002, in Durban, as you know, the Peace and Security Council protocol was adopted, and it went further. The AU has now a very strong mandate to do prevention, It has a strong mandate to carry out large peacekeeping operations as a result of the failure of the AU and the UN to stop the genocide against the Tutsis in 1994, and now even a mandate to interfere in internal conflicts in situations of genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crime. And then, more importantly, the AU also made principles of democracy, human rights, accountability, good governance as part and parcel of the African peace and security architecture, and the link was made very clear between a country that is properly governed and lasting stability. In addition to that, when you look at also the last 30 to 20 years, or 20 to 30 years, the AU has adopted a number of instruments on governance, democracy, and human rights. You know them all. The African Charter on Democracy, Governance and Elections of 2007, the Convention on Preventing and Combating Corruption of 2004, all the NEPAD principles leading to the APRM, the African Peer Review Mechanism, meant to foster peer-to-peer discussions on domestic governance issues, the African Charter on Human and People's Rights that dates to 1991, but supplemented later on in 2003, I believe, by a protocol on the rights of women, the African Court of Justice, and Human Rights, the African Commission on Human Rights, and so on. So I strongly believe that we have all the tools we need. We have a very rich normative and institutional framework to deal with all cycles, all phases of conflict cycle, from prevention to actual mediation, peacekeeping, peace building, and so on. But the challenge, as I indicated, is a challenge of implementation. And if I was to make a recommendation, well, it's a point I have made while I was working at the AU, but I kept repeating it. AU or Africa should freeze policy formulation and focus on implementation. And I believe President Kagame, in his report on the reform of the AU, did emphasize also that challenge of implementation. How do we focus people's work, minds, and energies on implementing? And I'm absolutely certain if we were to improve implementation, the situation of the continent can change very dramatically. And maybe just one last point on the, because the point was raised on multilateralism, on the emergence of new actors. The whole thrust of the EU peace and security architecture is precisely to foster a multilateral approach to peace and security challenges, to do away with transactional politics. Hence the importance of these frameworks. But again, they need to be revitalized. The principles, the norms agreed upon need to be implemented more forcefully, more efficiently, and that will require renewed political will from member states, accountability, as Madam Job said, and then to do away with this endless drive towards policy formulation. Whenever we have a new policy, we want a new one, and you never focus on implementation. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, now let's move to normative challenges guiding the goals of peacemaking. And perhaps I'll start with you this time, Günther. You were saying we shouldn't flirt with dictators and autocrats. But if we look around, the latest statistics show quite a bleak picture, right? For the first time in 2 decades, we have more closed autocracies than liberal democracies. I think 57% or 57 countries are classified, designated as authoritarian states, and 72% of the world population is living under authoritarian conditions. So we are actually dealing with authoritarian states, and so the question is, how do you then deal with them? Do you engage? Do you disengage? Do you enforce sanctions? But then sanctions will most probably affect the civil society and the local population. So how to engage with them? Because obviously, you know, the European peacemakers have always championed, were champions of liberal democracy and norms, and we have to somehow deal also with the situation of that we have more autocracies than liberal democracies. So how do you deal with that, and how do you deal with that challenge?
First of all, we have to be aware that in our own societies and so-called Western countries, we do have quite a few people with an authoritarian mindset. So they admire also this kind of development. They admire autocrats, autocratic rule, because it's maybe more efficient, shorter ways, of legislation and so on and so on. So we have to work within our own societies, first and foremost, to strengthen again the democratic and liberal basis of our societies, adherence to norms, both inside the country but also in the international law, international humanitarian law. I think there is really a slope going downwards also in our countries. And if you would ask me how many stable, trustworthy democracies we have in Europe, I would not mention that many. Maybe 2 hands or 1 hand is enough to count. So this is the problem. And if we deal with it, we would be much stronger also in the international sphere to defend our norms and values, not in a unilateral way, but we have to collaborate, of course, with many, many states that are maybe not at the same level when it comes to norms and values, but they might be open for dialogue, for cooperation, for sharing, certain issues, for sharing also issues on development, humanitarian. And so we have to slowly move forward again. And I want to respond to some extent to Henry, That's a good example. He said, we want to cooperate. Yes, of course, cooperation is important. Isolation would not work. But cooperation has to go hand in hand with readiness to compromise, with readiness to listen to each other, with readiness to dialogue and to build up trust. And frankly speaking, as of now, we don't trust China in this, You can say cooperation, yes, but what is the end of this? As long as we are not able, to discuss and dialogue about certain values, certain issues, and also to compromise on certain issues, be it human rights, be it the question of Uyghur and Kazakh region, and so on, but also on trade and on kind of similar, approaches, it would not work. And I think we have to make clear, and this is our problem, with the double standards, that we defend the liberal world and the liberal sphere of activities. At the same time, our economy, some of our leaders are ready to do everything to please the autocrats, And this is undermining credibility when it comes to peace building, to development cooperation. We cannot tell people in an African state, and African states are very important in the future also, that we are liberal democrats when we work with the autocrats. And I give you a good example later on. It was Paul Biya in Cameroon. On the one hand, we wanted to mediate in the Anglophone crisis. At the same time, we accept that this regime, 40 years in power, uses Geneva as an area to come, to spend holidays, to spend private time, to bring money from Cameroon, etc., etc. This does not work. And here, if we are not very clear and strict, we will lose. But I think there is a chance to turn this around.
Good. Okay, we are also running out of time, so I'll hand over to you, Vasu.
Günther, this is precisely the challenge that we are now facing. And we are discussing it very seriously on the continent because we embraced post-1990 the liberal peace-building model. And unfortunately, 3 decades later, the dividends have not materialized across the continent. So now, when we start to look at how the world is reshaping, let me come to, because China is reshaping the world. And so, Henry, the dominant discourse around peace building, as I've said now, for the last 3 decades has been liberal peace building. China has recently become a more active player. And while it seems that China is open to some of these normative liberal peace values, it contests the content, the approach, and the prioritization. And this is really the crux of all of our challenges now. China has introduced a new element into peace building, namely the democratization of the international system. We want some equality amongst nations. We see it now in the. In addition, China has articulated the sequencing of existing peace-building elements, prioritizing economic development over democratic institution building. Now, let me expand a little bit on the fundamental difference with the 3 decades of dominant liberal peace building that has shaped the discourse. So firstly, the call for democratizing the international system, which China has put out, bears both material and normative implications. It means broadening the representation of participation of developing countries, including China itself, in extant international institutions. Concurrently, it also emphasizes cultural diversity rather than the universality of liberal democracy. Therefore, the democratization of the international system would consequently dilute the power and influence of the US and the West, which serves China's grand strategy of peaceful rise. Secondly, China has pursued an alternative sequencing of existing peace-building elements, as I've said, prioritizing economic development, political stability, and immediate societal needs over democratic institution building. Now, justifications for this alternative sequencing are primarily functional. That's China's approach. This is functional. That's what you were saying, practical. The Chinese discourse contends that the rights to subsistence and development prevail over civil and political rights. This is where we are going now in the future. It's diametrically opposed to what we've seen in the liberal peace-building model. And what Mariam said earlier on in the previous session is that, well, China does not have any pretense. It says this is what we are doing. And therefore, it doesn't have double standards. But on the other side, you profess this and then you say, do something else.
Yeah, no, thank you, Vasu. You summarized well. And what I think actually, I would have a little slightly different view is that I think, we cannot really see the world in a binary view. I mean, autocracy versus democracy and things like that. I think China does have a little, uniqueness because it's continentally always an agriculture-based country in tradition. It's highly centralized, anti-floods and irrigation requirement. So it's been, the culture of China is really that really it works on that land, and then there's no really expansionist mode there actually. So. What I think it's interesting is that China always feels that it's important to have some different society. For example, the meritocracy is practiced in China for 2,000 years now. Every year there's 12 million Chinese college graduates voting through examination papers into the system. There's 2 million, college graduates voting through the examination papers into the government. There is a selection election process. And then you talk about international democratization. Yes, China is watched by hundreds of countries around the world, media and the NGO and the social human rights group, everybody. The largest opposition party of China is the United States, plus many others. So China is watched everywhere. So they have to adapt, improve in progress. So I think, I still remember what Deng Xiaoping has said well, if it doesn't matter if black cats or white cats, as long as it catches mice, right? So if this system can lift 800 million people out of poverty, if they can become the second largest economy in a few decades, if they can contribute over 1/3 of a global GDP growth, we probably have to tolerate a different model of establishment. And that's why we cannot have due to the culture, geographic, all those differences, we cannot say there's only universal one model. And I think, that's the other thing is that we have to really improve, enhance. But I think China needs to work with everybody. Absolutely, China has problems. It's not perfect, definitely. But China has made a lot of progress. I mean, that's obvious that we can see. So I really see that what Chancellor Olaf Scholz is visiting China, and then we have a President Xi visiting France with Macron, and then we have a summit of President Biden and President Xi. Those are really good. We need more people visiting. And also, China recently has opened a free visa unilaterally with a dozen European countries. Welcome everybody, including Swiss, to come to see China. Go to Xinjiang and Tibet and everybody, So progress has been made, and I would really encourage, people go to see and find out what's going on. And I found a little bit unfortunate is China doesn't have the narrative sometimes because it doesn't really. The English media is 90% Western media, but so people see outside China and what go back inside China, it's different. Recently, my Center for China Globalization, we hosted the CDU delegation, SPD delegation, Munich Security Conference. Ambassador Wolfgang Ischinger was there. And today we're hosting the Kobo Foundation in my office in Beijing. I'm here at the Berlin Moot. I'm glad there's a lot of exchanges. So I think when they see, they will have a little different opinion. That's what we had a reflection. They brought large delegations, and then they felt if they see it, seeing is believing. So I think the most important thing we have to agree, dialogue, communication, better understanding, build up the trust. That's why I highly recommend this model of China, EU, and US food security minister meet to talk about food security of the globally. And let's talk about climate. That's probably even more important. That's the most common threat. We should increase our budget to fight the climate change. you know, rather than military budget probably. So I think there's many things we can do. EU is the biggest peace project we ever seen. I mean, ASEAN is another one. But let's keep it. You know, I mean, we hope we have more of those. African Union could be the next if we really works well. So there's many things to be learned. I mean, so this is a great conference. I think that we really have to emphasize peace, including Munich Security Conference. Everything. It's really important. And Paris Peace Forum. I'm also a steering committee there, member there. It's really important to talk about peace these days, rather than. And also the other thing I think Olaf Scholz and President Xi agreed in China is that when we have these peace talks, we need to bring all the parties who is in a fight. You know, we cannot exclude the parties in the fight. If we're going to talk a peace dialogue, we need to bring the people in the fighting to talk, you know, with all the guarantors together. So that probably would be a great way to do it. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, perhaps very briefly, Benta, because I'm also watching now the clock, and we are very pressed for time. Now, in light of the growing violence and wars, there is a feeling that we have to do everything to end, obviously, violence and war. There is a kind of opinion in peacemaking world that we shouldn't now wait for perfectly designed solutions, but we have to work with whatever is there, because the priority is to end violence, and then we can see whether it's possible really to include the society in peacemaking and so on. Yeah. So the tension I'm talking about is obviously the inclusive peacemaking versus getting elite deals and pact. And you have said once that elite deals don't really help. It's about power sharing between the warring parties. It's not about responsibility sharing, which would happen if you include the society. But just looking at the world we're in currently, what do you feel? Do we have to sacrifice on inclusion?
Let me just start by also reiterating the issue that was raised by Al-Ghazim one on the right to protect. I think this is so much, and I'm coming there because of the population that are on the ground that we cannot neglect, and we need to bring them, especially the women. We talk about violence against women in war, the body of the women being used in the battlefields. So then, when we are talking about peacemaking, how do we bring the voice of the voiceless? So we were talking about mediation. And what we see right now is, that when we bring the table and we're analyzing the table, we are putting a lot of resources in those who hold the guns, because we wanted to silence the gun immediately. And I think those actors, the elites that we bring at the table, and we have seen when we did most of the research, is to see that any peace accord that will be just including the elite will not last. That's a reality. So the other issue is, how do we build on the ground an inclusive peace where we bring civil society, from the track 3 to track 1? How do we make it more inclusive to include the voice of the women, the voice of the young people? We have seen the youth, the bulk of youth in our continent in Africa. They need a voice because they are the ones that can transform as well. How do we make sure that it is more inclusive? And I think that is that model that we are rethinking. And I think this forum, I have been in many forums. This forum can rethink the model of mediation. What can be done to bring an end, just bringing the voice of the voiceless, those who are on the ground who understand, but also those who get the guns. I think that model needs to be rethinked. I think Accord and the Beko Foundation, both of you, we hope that you can bring us on that model to rethink how we can do it to bring peace in not just in Africa, but elsewhere. I just wanted to add one thing on it. You know, I think the issue of indifference and South Africa with Gaza, and when we talk about accountability, we need also to look into how sometime, you know, we not just, you know, looking into Africa alone, but how do we look? Europe looking into Africa, but also Africa looking into Europe and elsewhere, because we need to work on synergy. We need to see how we can together, you know, have together a model where our partners and others can be together to build the peace that we're talking today. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. We're almost at the end of the session, unfortunately, Günther. Perhaps you can include that in your final statement. And before I hand over the floor to Vasu to make some final remarks, in 30 seconds, what would be the main message you want to leave with us, also as a takeaway for the audience? What is it in terms of also advice, in terms of recommendation, but a concrete one, either to us as global civil society, the Accord from the Global South and Berko from the Global North. Also, we have to adapt to the changing landscape, so we can't carry on with what we have been doing. Some people feel that it's still the concepts of the 90s, so we'll have to also adapt. So a piece of advice very shortly in one sentence. Perhaps we start with you, Van.
No, I don't. Yeah, merci. I think maybe if I was just to make, because the point I was trying to, I wanted to make was somehow, well, it's Africa specific, but it concerns also the rest of the world. I wanted to emphasize the importance of governance. And by governance, I really mean something very basic, the ability of the state to meet the basic needs of people, to provide security, and to be seen as fair, as relatively transparent, not necessarily fully corruption-free. That hardly exists. And I believe it's important in the African context because that's really the basis for lasting peace on this continent. And we do have tools. How can we generate greater cooperation between the AU, the UN, and other actors to push harder for the implementation of existing African instruments? I think we can be very creative on that. Thank you.
Günther, please, in one sentence, please.
Now
one has set the bar but high.
Yes, yeah. In a nutshell. I mean, I follow also the idea of the Cameroon. We had a very good approach, I would say a very innovative one. Multi-track from the very beginning with HD, with Swiss Peace, with our ministry, integrated. We were working at all levels, in all directions. And I think we established very good relationship to all actors, including on the ground in the Anglophone region, to the diaspora, to the rebels, to the women's groups, etc. I think this was a very innovative approach because it was integrated from the very beginning. However, after 3 years, we decided to pull the plug, not because of the rebels or the civil society. There was a lot of hope in the Swiss process, not because of Canada. This was a very short period where they completely failed after 6 months. It was because of the government, a corrupt autocracy, old guys, the youth minister is more than 90 years old. And it's unbelievable, but you cannot work with such a government. That's why we pulled the plug. But in a way, of course, I'm sure we will continue and a new process will start, maybe after the end of Paul Biya's government, we will see. But I think the approach as such, with your recommendation also, we worked at all levels, And this worked very well.
Okay.
Yes, I think the conference is absolutely correct. Having some concrete recommendations. I would like to make one. I said before, but I think we need to strengthen multilateral system, particularly the UN. And I think UN, China is already the second largest donor and also the largest peace-sending country among the P5 member countries. So I think the reform of UN is important. So why can't we get a G20 into that? G20 is the largest economic summit, well represented. African Union, isn't it? So let's get the G20 members rotating into the permanent members, maybe 6 months, maybe 1 year, enjoying the same rights as permanent members. So you have a very good representation, and then you can really get things done. And then we have to, reform this veto system too, so that there is a UN strong resolution. There's a UN force to keep it, and let's really work to strengthen the global government on that.
Yeah, thank you, Henry. It looks like that men have difficulties to keep to one sentence. What about you?
One sentence. It's really about action. I think the recommendation that will be made here, we hope that we will come back to Berlin and we will review the implementation of the recommendation and we see how far they have been implemented, and we need action and not just, talking. Thank you.
Okay, that's the homework for us. Vasu,
No, thank you very much, Lakshmi. I can see Femi breathing down my throat. So we had a few recommendations. I'm going to end with a quote that has a recommendation. And the quote you will all recognize by Gramsci. The old is dying, the new is struggling to be born. This is the time of monsters. Now, whether you are sitting in a room with your advisors with a tie on, it does not make you respectable. You're still a monster if you're doing monstrous things. Or if you're in a room, now you'll catch the subtlety. If you're in a room without your tie on with all your advisors and you're doing monstrous things, it still makes you a monster. Let us not let the monsters win. That's the recommendation. Thank you.
I avoid ties nowadays.
Thank you, moderators. Thank you, panel. We appreciate you. Thank you, online audience, as well. We will resume back here online for you in 90 minutes from now. If you're using European time zones at 2 CEST, and that's when we will resume. In the room, we're about to break for lunch. Lunch is in Saal 2, and for this afternoon, the plenaries continue at 2 p.m. And you also have a choice of working in the Peace Labs as well.
Good afternoon and welcome back, and thank you so much for attending. Now, this session of the Berlin Moot, we are doing in partnership with the United Nations, and I was very happy when they themselves suggested that the Department of Political and Peacebuilding Affairs decided that we should choose the topic of human rights and mediation. This is, in fact, the subject of a book we published just under a year ago, and it's one that I think is of tremendous importance. And I would say it's particularly important because we are currently going through a very, very difficult stage for human rights. Because, as anyone who has worked in the human rights movement knows, almost the worst thing that can happen is the accusations of double standards and selectivity and hypocrisy. And particularly when those countries that are most seen to have been upholding human rights values and principles, often even while being criticized by other countries who do not really hold these values, that they were merely doing it to politicize and to undermine governments they didn't like. Now, when they therefore show double standards themselves, they slightly prove the point. And therefore, and I know from friends in the movement who are pretty downbeat at the moment. So this is a very important topic. There are, of course, many, many conflicts going on in the world, but perhaps sadly, only two of them are really the subject of headlines and chancelleries, Gaza and Ukraine, of course. And actually, almost every government in the world and how they react to those two conflicts slightly proves the point, and it's a bad point, that a war crime is only a war crime when it's committed by one of our enemies. And when it's committed by one of our friends, well, we don't really mind that much, and we certainly don't call it that. So we believe it is absolutely essential to consider human rights at a conference on peacemaking. And the two are inextricably linked. And for 25 years at the UN, I was working in either of the Department of Political Affairs or of the Human Rights. And now heading an organization on mediation in Berlin. Now, the two camps, mediators and human rights people, have a lot in common, which is a very good thing. Unfortunately, one thing they have in common is a mutual distrust of the other. And this can be, with each side, bristling as perhaps what they see as an arrogance and single-focusedness of the other. I mean, human rights people, frankly, sometimes see mediators as being sort of rather cynical glory hunters, ready to do a quick fix that doesn't address root causes. And mediators see human rights defenders all too often as sanctimonious naïfs, lacking even minimal political judgment as they rush to condemn the main human rights violators, whose agreement, by the way, is of course essential to ending conflict. And as with all caricatures, there's an element of truth in these depictions, even if they are wildly exaggerated. And both sides really do need to be far more adept at seeing the argument of the other and to then refrain from criticizing them. And this, I think, would be deeply advantageous to the causes of both. So hence, one of the aims of this very distinguished panel is to help break that mutual antipathy and to build greater understanding and cooperation. Now, part of the problem, though, is that human rights as a field of activities covers a lot more than criminal accountability. However, the resources from Western countries recently seem to be overwhelmingly focused on prosecuting war criminals. Now, I'm not for a second saying there shouldn't be a major emphasis on accountability. I passionately believe that there should. But there is also a definite case to be made, as indeed Professor Philip Alston of New York University has recently done very eloquently, that there may be an excessive emphasis on prosecutions at the moment at the expense of all other human rights violations and indeed other human rights mechanisms. And these other human rights also contribute very much to conflict, particularly sometimes social and economic rights violations, which lead people to feeling marginalized and excluded. In any case, this panel is, for the reasons I've said, an exceptionally important one for our whole Berlin Moot today, which is why I'm exceptionally grateful to Anja and the very distinguished panelists that we brought together, who I'm looking forward to hearing very much what they have to say on this. So thank you very much, Anja.
Okay. Well, thank you, Andrew, for the kind introduction. Thank you very much for the mic. My name is Anja Wehler-Schöck. I'm the international editor at the Berlin-based newspaper Tagesspiegel. I'm very happy to moderate this panel here today. As Andrew already mentioned, the concepts of human rights and mediation are very closely linked and depend on each other for success. And in a time like this, with growing polarization worldwide, with increasing conflict, it's become more and more important to identify common ground, and that's what we're here to do today with the exceptional panel here. We would like to look at the practice of mediation and how it can be improved through human rights, and all four speakers are extremely experienced in mediation and will share their insights from their work around the globe. So to our very right is Meredith Preston McGee, and she's the Secretary General of the Global Center for Pluralism based in Ottawa. And she has extensive experience with a broad range of mediation processes, including with the United Nations and the Center for Humanitarian Dialogue. She's worked in Africa for more than 20 years and helped establish and facilitate peace processes, for example, in Nigeria, Somalia, Sudan, and South Sudan. Barney Afako is a member of the Commission on Human Rights in South Sudan and has also a long experience in mediation efforts, including with the United Nations. He was a member of the UN standby team of senior mediation advisors, and he has worked on different conflicts, for example, in Yemen, Afghanistan, Sudan, South Sudan, Ethiopia, the Horn of Africa, and the Western Balkans. Welcome, Barney. In the middle is Eamon Gilmour. He has just completed a 5-year term as the EU Special Representative for Human Rights and an 8-year mandate as the EU Special Envoy for the peace process in Colombia. And he's the former Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Foreign Affairs and Trade of Ireland. And in this capacity, he also served as the co-guarantor of the Northern Ireland peace process. And he was the leader of the Irish Labour Party and a trade union leader, and of course has extensive mediation experience. And he's not related to Andrew. To my right is Cha-Yui Liu. He's an assistant professor at the School of International Studies in Beijing University, and he's founding director of Peace Lab, an institution promoting conflict and peace studies in China. And before that, he was a research fellow at the Strategic and Defense Studies Center at the Australian National University. And in his research, he focuses on conflict and peace, and he has field experience in Ukraine, Syria, Lebanon, Myanmar, and Colombia, and much more. So warm welcome to our panelists. Meredith, I want to start off with you. Andrew already mentioned the discussion around double standards that we see today. Is there such a thing as universal human rights, or rather, can we speak of a universal application of human rights today?
Is this on? You can hear me. Great. Thank you. I knew you were going to start with the hardest question there, and I think it is important as we sort of open this up to think a little bit about some of the tensions that exist. And I have to say I was smiling in Andrew's introduction about what mediators think of human rights folks and what human rights folks think of mediators when several people on this panel, who will remain nameless, might see themselves as both of those things. And I think that we actually do see both of those things sort of coexisting. I think to the question of universal application and the universality, I think we are living in a time when universality as a concept is really coming under threat, and I think it's really important that we acknowledge that. It doesn't necessarily mean that the rights that we all believe so deeply to be true are not indeed universal in their spirit, but how these have been applied and the perceptions of these in all of the conflicts that I've worked in are deeply complex. And I think sometimes we can get caught up in the idea of universality, meaning everything has to be the same. And we start to be a little bit tone deaf to the recognition that these things are playing out very, very differently in every society. And you know, as we were speaking earlier on several of the different conflicts that a lot of us have worked on, I think one of the features where I have seen things really take root when you want to talk about issues of human rights within a mediation process is when they're deeply rooted in the reality and the application of the society and the conflict and the situation that it's in. And I know we'll come to the wider question of the universal frameworks and how that can help or hinder, but I think there really is something to be said for what it actually means for the society to have built a tradition around calling for human rights or democracy in whatever form they've done. I spent many years working in Kenya, and you looked at the push for multi-party democracy and the push for civic rights there were really at the core of how you were able to build human rights standards that were at the center of the agreement in 2008, but that very much came from the Kenyan people. So I think one of the first points that I really wanted to make was how can we be a bit more nuanced and sophisticated about meeting societies where they sit and not necessarily bringing the universality down, but actually starting to look at these pieces from the ground up. And in so doing, I think we can acknowledge that these norms are not being universally applied and that they are being selectively applied. And that's a problem. And that's a problem that we have to deal with globally, and we had to deal with in the opening panel today, and I think we'll continue to do so in this forum.
Barney, coming to you, you shared before when we spoke that for you, the tie between human rights and mediation has a highly personal note because it's also closely tied to your growing up, your professional biography. Can you share with us how you came to be a mediator?
I'm from Uganda, and I grew up during the time of a dictatorship, very closely followed by several civil wars. So when I went to law school, because of my political disposition, I was inclined towards human rights. And human rights because I could see the objective conditions in the country needed interventions and needed an accentuation of the rights, not just of individuals, but more principally of groups of society. And I then became a human rights lawyer, and one summer I was practicing in London. Then I was asked by African Rights to go to, which is a human rights organization then, to go to northern Uganda, my own country, and to look into the human rights situation there, particularly focusing on questions of justice and access to justice. And that trip really changed me as a human rights practitioner, because I came to see that the situation of deprivation of rights was directly linked to a conflict about which the government wasn't doing much, except throwing offensive after offensive at rebel groups and having victory eluding them by that time for a decade. So I came to the conclusion that to do human rights, you had to do conflict resolution. It wasn't because of the violations, direct violations in the context of a conflict. It was because mothers were bearing babies and toddlers on a weekly basis. It was because hundreds of thousands of people were displaced, living in camps, and their whole social existence, their whole culture, their whole livelihoods had been disrupted. They were not enjoying human rights. So I came to see that unless you did conflict resolution, you'd not be effective in human rights. So I started to do both. I won't say I switched. For me, human rights then became the impetus for conflict resolution and mediation. And so when I became a member of the standby team, I was very pleased that they asked me to start also looking at this question of human rights and mediation. And you'll see that the PPA last year in conjunction with OHCHR produced a practice note on human rights and mediation. And that's really to rediscover what's in the Charter, which pits conflict resolution, the peacemaking with justice, as we're hearing earlier, and with the vindication of rights. So we are rediscovering something that the drafters of the Charter actually embedded into the purposes of the UN all those years ago. So for me, there is no, I don't have a double hat, I have a single hat, and that my practice makes sure that the conditions of communities, of individuals are improved through peacemaking. And I think that we need to go back to that single-heartedness so that there isn't this artificial caricature between rights and mediation. I see mediation as a tool. I don't see human rights as a tool. I see mediation as the tool for achieving the fulfillment and respect and protection of rights in concrete situations.
Actually, in the UN practice guide that you mentioned, there's a very beautiful quote, peace without respect for human rights is incomplete. And I think that very much transports what you just said. Eamon, I wanted to turn to you. As I said, you served as human rights envoy for the European Union, but its 27 members don't always see eye to eye on issues. It's become quite apparent during the war in the Middle East that there is some dissent. Describe some of the challenges for us that you faced as being the human rights envoy for 27 countries that don't always agree on everything.
Well, the remarkable thing is that, in fact, the 27 do agree on so many things. And one of the things that we got agreement on a number of years ago was on an action plan on human rights and democracy in the world, which was agreed unanimously by all of the 27 member states. I think one of the difficulties that the European Union has structurally is that in the foreign policy area, we require unanimity. It's not just a case of voting. All 27 have to agree. So that's why on issues like, for example, on the situation in Israel and Gaza, we do not have unanimity. But I think on the human rights issue, that there is unanimity on the core principles. I think when we're talking about human rights, I think there's a tendency very often to talk very legalistic and very jargonistic terms, conventions and so on. I think we have to keep this relatively simple. I mean, when we talk about universality of human rights, what we really mean is that human rights belong to people. And they belong to people everywhere, and they belong to individual people. They're not the property of states or of institutions. And it's a constant battle to win that. And so in the work that I did as a special representative for human rights, I remember very often telling the story about what happened on this continent, where we came from in the first half of the 20th century to where we are now, and that it was a journey. I tell the story, for example, I was a member of the National Parliament in Ireland when we abolished the death penalty. Mm-hmm. It was in the middle of the conflict in Northern Ireland when the IRA was still killing unarmed police officers. I was involved in the campaign for marriage equality, the right of same-sex couples to marry. But I was also a member of the Parliament which decriminalised homosexuality. It was only 30 years ago. So it's a journey. And it's a battle all of the time to try. And sometimes the change comes slowly, and we have to exercise a degree of patience with that, I think.
Thank you very much. Dr. Liu, you're from China, a country that's often confronted with massive human rights violations by the international community. How has this shaped your experience working in this field?
Right. For me, that I went to the conflict zones as a researcher at the very beginning, and then regardless of which conflict I went into, people always ask me about China's role in mediating this crisis. So in a way that I found this distorted imagination about China's role in mediating every international conflict. I would not really call my approach to conflict mediation as a human rights informed one, because the discussion on human rights discourse or rhetoric has not really resonated that much with the mediation community within China, frankly speaking. But I do find that there are probably some kind of very misleading narratives about, China, international conflict, and human rights. The first one is that it seems to be that China will avoid any kind of engagement on human rights discourse. So in a way, China is imagined as a kind of moral vacuum almost, and to be very detached from the human rights discussion. The second narrative is that China has its own human rights rhetoric, which is the right to development or developmental peace, which seems to be going to replace the liberal peace-building approach. I think both these narratives in my work are very misleading, because first of all, you can almost find China's constant reference to human rights, probably not in the same sense as the Western government or civil society would call it. Secondly, that in the very original discussion on the developmental peace or right to development, either the Chinese researchers or the Chinese government always say and emphasize this is a supplement to the existing peace models. This is not going to replace the currently existing model. But for some reason, when that term that came into the international discussion, it was seen as a contesting the current existing model. So I would say that probably from my work that I can say that the Chinese mediators community and broadly defined the Chinese actors in conflict zones are fully aware there are multiple layers of different meanings of human rights, both locally and also internationally. And China would choose a relatively cautious and pragmatic approach towards it. If there is a local conflict party would like to incorporate human rights framework into the mediation sessions China's sharing, I don't think China will raise any objection to that. But I don't think China will actively bring in any human rights agenda into the crisis that it will try to mediate.
One point where I see this as very relevant in conflict mediation is the role of marginalized communities, which is also a criticism that's often voiced towards China. How has this played a role in your work? I've listed some of the places where you've worked in Syria, for example. How have you in your work guaranteed that marginalized groups have played a role in conflict mediation?
Right. So, in in mediation sessions that we try to organize, either based in Beijing or based in some local places, we always try to reach out to as many groups as we can, even those groups who might have a different view in terms of their political stance towards China. So in Syria, for example, we try to invite almost all the opposition groups into the negotiation table, including those groups that still have some of the Chinese transnational fighters within them. But they also agree to be on the negotiation table. So I think that although there's kind of different views on China's domestic human rights policies, but at the mediation sessions which I organized or participated, I did not see there's a clear resistance or objection to include as many groups as we can in the local sense. Some of them might refuse to come over because they believe that China's led mediation session might be biased. This is true in some of the cases, which I cannot name openly right now because still ongoing processes. But I think by sending out invitations, we demonstrate that we are not trying to exclude any groups from this process. But based on their previous established views of China, they might choose come or not, which we respect as well.
Meredith, I wanted to come back to you. Your experience in Kenya, for example, the question of inclusivity and including marginalized groups. Which tools have proven most effective from your point of view?
Well, first of all, I just want to say that I think one of the reasons why inclusion is important in these spaces is that this is often how core issues of human rights find their way onto agendas within these spaces. And I know, Eamon, you were mentioning that on Colombia when we were speaking earlier. And so from the Kenyan perspective and on that process in 2008, we were really fortunate, as I referenced, to have a really phenomenal and incredibly robust civil society that was really, really engaged early on, both documenting human rights abuses, but also speaking out in that space. But a couple of pieces to kind of connect that in terms of how some of that ended up on the agenda. One of the things that happened really early on was that the mediation team used inclusion as a strategic lever to create a relationship between the mediation panel and the people of Kenya. So when Mr. Annan and the panel first arrived, there was a couple of meetings with the leaders, as there should be, but then they went and they spoke to the people of Kenya. And it was about 4 days of meetings, which sounds like not very long, but this was a 41-day long mediation. So 4 days was long in this particular context, and spent time listening to a huge cross-section of marginalized communities, of women, of youth, of other political parties, of traditional leaders, business community, and so forth. And what that enabled the mediation to do when they were in the political process with the parties, and the parties would say, this is only a political issue. They weren't just pushing back from a human rights perspective as an external mediator. They were saying, that's not what your people have told us. What your people have told us is this, and this is what we've heard. And so it created a different dynamic to bring some of these issues into the table that wasn't an external imposition of issues that were really at the core to the reasons why the conflict had emerged in the first place, but they had really come up from the people of Kenya themselves and had built that relationship so there was ongoing dialogue with the mediation team throughout. And so I think when we think about inclusion, it's often seen as a nice to have, and it's often seen as numbers and bodies around a table, rather than recognition that it fundamentally, if done right, can actually change the dynamics of how you're even understanding the conflict you're trying to resolve. And if you are concerned about the elite bargains that aren't necessarily going to address the fundamental root causes of a conflict, which are at their roots about the rights of the people, the universal rights of the people in that society, you need to shift the dynamics of how that table itself is designed. And that isn't pulling up a folding chair to the corner and offering it to a woman. It's really thinking about what is the situation of marginalization in this space and how do we understand that? So it isn't also just, if you are going to be including women in the capital who speak English, for example, but really saying, what do we understand about how people have been marginalized as a result of this conflict and how are we finding ways to include them? And I think for me, that very much is at the core of how you have a human rights approach to mediation.
Barney?
I wanted to build on what you're saying, Meredith, because time and again I encounter human rights work being done in a language that really sounds alien to the communities and societies in which either mediators or human rights actors indeed are operating, because the language of human rights is often citing conventions, citing rules, citing laws. But I think as mediators, we need to drill down to the values that underpin human rights, and this concept of the dignity of human beings that we forget about, that there isn't a particular treaty on that defines. But in every culture and society, you can find concepts of what dignity means. I find that those conversations get us much further than simply a set of rules. I'll give you an example on South Sudan. 90% of the adjudication of any issue, more than 90%, doesn't happen in the formal courts, happens in the traditional courts. And we were in a peace process. I was in helping with the mediation before I switched to a more direct human rights work. And we got to this discussion about justice. And we wanted to introduce language which said that traditional institutions of adjudication would align their work with the Constitution so that it is compliant with the notion of rights. Now, it is civil society actors who shot down the proposal on the basis that it wasn't in line with their understanding of what a rights implementing body should look like. They'd not considered traditional institutions as contributing to the dignity of the communities. And so we have to be careful also in the way we conceptualize and interpret rights in different communities. Sometimes the answers are already there. And the role of the mediator, indeed the human rights actor, is to discover what resonates with the principles and values of human rights.
Mm. Eamon, in your work for the EU, both as a representative on human rights, but also as an envoy for Colombia, what was your experience in translating human rights to fit the local context?
Well, the Colombia conflict between FARC and the Colombian state lasted for 53 years. It was one of the longest and bloodiest in the world. 250,000 people were killed, 100,000 people were missing, and 6 million people were displaced. And it was brought to an end in 2016 by the agreement that was concluded in Havana, in Cuba. But there had been attempts for more than 30 years to negotiate a peace agreement. And what made the 2016 agreement successful, I think, there were many things, but one of them was that it addressed human rights issues. Mm-hmm. In the causes of the conflict, it addressed the social and economic rights issues about land reform. And an entire chapter of the agreement was on land reform. On the conduct of the conflict, it addressed the needs of victims. It brought the victims to the table. It had women at the table, an essential element, I think, of any peace negotiation. it developed a victim-centered system of transitional justice, which actually, incidentally, was quite criticized by some people in the human rights community when it was initially negotiated. But I think now everybody accepts that actually it's somewhat of a model for transitional justice and for accountability. So it had those elements which I think drew on human rights, made it part of the agreement, and it is now. It's still very much a work in progress. There are still difficulties in implementation, but the difference, I think, between its success and the previous failures, one of the differences was the fact that it addressed the human rights causes and reflected them in the ultimate agreement.
Looking at Colombia for a little while, what does this process teach us about follow-through? Because when we look at Colombia right now, we see increasing tension with other actors, violent actors, increase in drug trafficking. What can we learn from this case about follow-through?
I think that one of the things that can be learned from the Colombian agreement is the necessity for implementation. And I think perhaps looking back at the negotiation process, perhaps there wasn't enough attention given to how it was going to be implemented. So, for example, when FARC left the areas that they effectively controlled, the intention was that the state would take over control. That didn't happen. And a vacuum emerged where other armed actors took control. Secondly, the promise of the agreement on dealing with the issue of illegal drugs did not really effectively get implemented. So what you've ended up with, in fact, there's 3 times the amount of coca production in Colombia today as there was at the time that the agreement was signed. But that's not, and I think this is again something where, again, the international community, I think, has a role to play. You can't look at Colombia and say you've got to solve the drugs problem. If Colombia is producing 70% of the cocaine in the world, I think there is a responsibility on the demand side in Europe, in North America, to do what is necessary to deal with the drugs issue, and that's a big debate. But it cannot be dealt with by simply spraying the crop in poor parts of Colombia and leaving people, growers, farmers, to the mercy of what are criminal gangs in remote parts of the country.
Lou, I wanted to turn to you. You've worked in Syria for several times, and it's a conflict that has been going on since 2011, and there's no end in sight. What obstacles did you face in your work on the ground, and what lessons did you draw from them?
Too many. And Syria, I visited 3 times since 2018, I think. Last time I was there was the end of 2022. And ironically, when the major conflict stopped since 2018, when it was in 2019 when I was in Syria, there was this very hopeful stage when people think, okay, we're coming towards the end of the conflict. There will be a process of reconstruction. We're becoming more like Iraq nowadays, back then. But then towards the end of 2022, early 2023, when I visited there, there's shortage of everything. And most of the young people that I knew back then all left the country. So there's definitely less hope there now in terms of the reconstruction. And also the social environment, the general sentiment all changed. So I think this is not only like a challenge for international mediators, this is like a more general challenge for all the community working in humanitarian assistance and also the peace-building processes in Syria. I personally think, this might be controversial to say this in Europe, but my experience that in Syria that really make me realize that isolation or sanction will not really work. Because I'll give you a very easy example. When I was there at the end of 2022 in Damascus and also in Aleppo, there was this Christmas market set up in the city center in Syria, inspired by the European Christmas market and launched by the First Lady. And the entry ticket is about $5, I think, which is the living cost of a family for a whole month in Syria. But you go in, there will be, Syrian people that are celebrating, like they're celebrating here in the Christmas market. And all the settings are so similar. And there will be my Syrian friend pointing to the group of the people buying the drinks there. He said, look, those are the new rich people who made their money out of the sanction. because of the sanction that there will be a new group of people doing, economic exchanges and also trade through different networks, through smuggling. The people that you want to punish with the international sanction, to be fair, was not really impacted by the sanction. And then there will be a kind of enlarged social inequalities within the country. And in the end, it is the ordinary people who suffer, who cannot leave the country, who do not have other means of maneuvering around the sanction system. And I think that similar stories can be told in Afghanistan and previously maybe in Iraq. So my sense in terms of the difficulty that I face in Syria is that to really solve the really basic, like a daily livings of the ordinary people, that if keep imposing sanctions on the regime will not change the regime, but it will turn against the ordinary people living there. And that will be the everyday difficulty which I face. If any kind of mediation session we try to bring on Syria, the first question is that, do you have any means of, give us food or medicine, all those kind of basic needs we kind of need on an everyday basis. Those are the questions that we as mediators cannot solve. So I think that will need a much larger international coordination to really respond to that. I mean, some of the UN funding missions have already discovered that issue in Syria, but I don't think that will increase enough leverage for the international community to change its current policy, economic-wise, towards Syria.
But how much room does this leave for, to mediate between the different factions? If we're now seeing a normalization of Bashar al-Assad, with the regime being welcomed back into the Arab League and the conflict being sort of normalized, how much room does this leave to make sure that those who stood up against the regime are being taken into account and being safeguarded?
To be honestly speaking, I think that largely depends on the relationship between Syria and Turkey and potentially some of the Russian involvement in the region. If Turkey still has its backing on the opposition groups, then the opposition groups still have a leverage in negotiating with Assad in terms of the peace deal or potential, you may say, transitional period. But I don't think that lifting the sanction or giving Syrian economy, the ordinary people, like some room to breathe, will necessarily strengthen the regime to the extent that the opposition groups cannot negotiate with the regime anymore. Personal judgment. I cannot be responsible for that.
Yeah, I'd just like to take up the point in relation to sanctions, because I agree with you that where you have generalized sanctions that apply against a country or against a population, you get the kind of result that you're describing. The European Union, in its approach to sanctions, is different in that it identifies individuals or entities on whom the sanctions are placed rather than on general populations. But I think there's a broader question here, which is we're now living in a world where it is increasingly the case that might appears to be right. Country invades a neighbour. A country takes an attack on a piece of occupied territory and kills 30,000 people. What happens when a country does not comply with international law? And we have a number of difficulties. We set up an international criminal court after Rwanda and what happened in the Balkans to address war crimes. 45 states in the world, including two of the biggest and three of the biggest actually, and 3 permanent members of the Security Council, have not ratified the Rome Statute and are not a party to that court. We had the International Court of Justice making a judgment in relation to Israel and Gaza, which is not being complied with. So what are we to do if judgments of international courts are not complied with? If states do not join the international court system that's established to deal with it. And sanctions is one of the tools that we have to deal. Now, how they're used, that is certainly a question. It's not the ideal way. The better way is that states take their responsibility seriously, are part of the international justice system, and join the relevant court bodies that have a role in relation to these matters.
Barney, you've worked in Afghanistan for a little while. I wanted to base a question on your experience there. I think Eamon said before, if you negotiate, you have to, or if you are in the mediation business, you have to talk to people who aren't nice. What are the conditions to start a mediation process? And based on your experience in Afghanistan, should we be speaking to the Taliban and see if there can be a mediation started in the country?
I think I'll start by being a bit pedantic and say I've worked on, but not in Afghanistan.
Okay, we'll take that.
I did support the UN mission in Afghanistan during the Doha talks, and in fact I left just when things were collapsing in Kabul. But more recently, I was in Kabul for the first time last year, and it was to talk with the UN mission there about exactly these kinds of issues and thinking about confidence building imaginatively because of the strange relationships not only within Afghan society but between the de facto authorities, the Taliban, and the international community. So starting to see the UN as making efforts to bridge those divides. But as you'll know, there was also an independent assessment that was mandated by the Security Council, and the report is out. And it seeks to be forward-looking in trying to change the status quo towards a sort of incremental benchmark-based restoration of relations. And it's got elements in there, but one of the elements in there is to promote Afghan dialogue among Afghans themselves. And I think that there is no dissent, I believed, on the necessity of getting the Afghans to begin to talk about what is happening to their country now. There are different voices as to when and how, what should be on the agenda. But I think that we're moving towards a place where we will begin to see efforts to catalyze exactly that kind of dialogue taking shape, but starting among Afghan society. Because a lot of things are happening in Afghanistan. Yes, there are violations, and it's right that the international community resists those. And in fact, the independent assessment makes the normalization, if that's not too big a word, of relations contingent on changes. But one of the lessons from human rights that we often forget is this idea of progressive realization. It's often of rights. It's often used in terms of social and economic rights, but it's also about realism as to how much progress you will make with an interlocutor and what tools you use to persuade an interlocutor that it's in their interest and the interests of the society that they should change their conduct and more consistently protect and respect the dignity of citizens. So I think there will be opportunities. It will be difficult. I don't think we're yet anywhere near a time when you can have convenings of formal talks. But I think that dialogue, it's right that dialogue should start in situ and among Afghans within Afghanistan and incrementally take on board other participants.
Meredith, you mentioned before that the approach should be nuanced and human rights should not be hammered in. How can this look like in a context like Afghanistan, where half of the population is excluded? In your opinion, what trade-offs need to be made, and what are the red lines?
Well, like Barney, I've worked on, but not in Afghanistan, so I'm going to temper my sort of context-specific notes, but to say that trade-offs do have to be made, and I think we need to, as mediators, recognize that the rights and dignity, and I think, Barney, I really liked your framing of dignity of persons as the sort of the North Star, because that is where peace is realized. In the work that I do now with the Global Center for Pluralism, when we look at diversity, we'd look at this room, we're all diverse, but there is something that connects everybody, and it is this desire for dignity, for belonging, for respect and recognition. And it's extraordinary how universal these basic conditions of humanity are, and they manifest themselves differently everywhere, but they really are at the heart of successful societies. And so if that's where you're trying to get the society to, I think it's really important as a mediator to really temper your own trade-offs. There's always a desire to make a quick win. There's always a desire to stop the war. There's a desire in Sudan right now to end the fighting. There's a desire to make those stops. But you do have to think about at what cost are you making an immediate deal when you think about that longer-term goal of the dignity, respect, belonging and recognition of all of the citizens of that space, and how are you trying to get there? It's going to look different in every place, but you have to think really carefully about some of those trade-offs. I have to say also, you know, in these, the remarks that both of you made on sanctions, I think something else that we also have to recognize in the wider question of the human rights frameworks globally, questions of accountability and so forth, and you referenced both Ukraine and Israel, Gaza, but when you think about many of the other conflicts going on, there are other external actors involved that aren't even as overt, although it's well known, but as overt as the cases that you mentioned. And it's, again, even more of a challenge to think about how you think about accountability when you have, maybe it's weapons transfers and weapons sales, maybe it's other forms of support, but you have a much wider space. I was discussing with some Yemeni women peace builders last year, and we were talking about inclusion and human rights in their own process. And one of the things that they said is that what is so difficult is the conflict isn't about them. The conflict is happening to them, but a lot of the resolution discussions are not even just happening outside of Yemen, they're not happening with Yemenis, that there's other things afoot. And when you bring it up to those levels, when we have a system that is as polarized as it is right now, we're really in a lot of trouble there. But I think as mediators, our North Star has to remain this core universal humanity of people. And that is rights-based, but I'm also conscious that in today's parlance, often starting by saying human rights, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is where I'm starting. From a pluralist perspective, we also often look at meeting a society where it's at and sitting with them in terms of the local contextualization that all of you have talked about, and trying to understand that from the ground up. And those core pieces will be there. They'll be called something different, and the path to get there will be different, but we have to start by understanding that society where it's at.
Meredith, to stay with you, you mentioned before that you're working on intra-Palestinian mediation, and I went, no? Okay, well, then.
No, we have a, just to clarify, we confer a Global Pluralism Award every 2 years, and our awardee last year, Reform, is an organization that works on intra-Palestinian dialogue.
Okay, well, apologies for the misunderstanding, but let's say in the Middle East, when you look back on your experience as a mediator, what's the toolkit that you would advise for a mediator now trying to bring peace in the Middle East?
You started asking me about the universality of human rights, and you've now asked me to bring peace to the Middle East. I feel like I'm getting the toughest questions up here. I mean, I think there's so many different ways to address that, and I think what we really have to look at right now, again, to this point earlier of the trade-offs that need to be made, is how do you create conditions now that stem the worst excesses from blocking the ability to do anything in future. And I think, I mean, from those of us who are observing, I'm an observer on the situation in Israel, Gaza, is this fear that it has gotten so bad, how could you ever come back to something that would enable some sort of space? And I know people that are much wiser than me that are doing an enormous amount of work on this. I personally have been really inspired by movements like A Land for All that are really trying to think about the long-term future of how you would build something that is pluralist in nature. But it's incredibly, incredibly hard. And I think that the human rights core questions will remain for a long time. But again, it's not an area that I'm deeply steeped in, so I'm going to restrict my comments.
Barney, looking at the largest conflict that we see at the moment in Sudan, it's often not in the center of the international discussion, which is dominated by Ukraine and the Middle East. What has your experience been like on Sudan? Why is this conflict erupting again after manifold mediation efforts?
And there are probably a lot of people who are better qualified to answer that than I am. But we need to look at the history of Sudan right from its independence. It's never really been at peace with itself. In 2009, President Beki and some of his other colleagues were appointed by the African Union to go to Darfur to analyze a conflict then which was very much in the consciousness of the world. And indeed, international justice and President Bashir had been indicted to find out what the problems were and what the solutions might be. And what that panel did, the AU panel on Darfur, was to define the problem in Darfur as really a Sudanese challenge, that there'd been a difficulty in managing diversity, managing pluralism in that country. It had led eventually to the secession of the South. But unless that question was addressed, that identity was not a basis for marginalization, and that all Sudanese could express themselves and have equal citizenship, then the country would be would not find stability. And I think that core challenge of state and nation has not been addressed. And I think we're seeing these reversals because the peace processes haven't managed to find an answer, to find a formula for an inclusive polity in Sudan. And so we need to discover the steps, the people who should be around the table to move Sudan from these cycles of violence, which are really based, I believe, on the central governance problem. And of course, as with all of its conflicts, a lot of violations of individual rights, and those are important to deal with. But it's the politics of it, I think, that we need to find a formula for addressing.
Speaking of politics, Ayman, we started out the discussion by asking a question: how the field of human rights and conflict mediation could be brought closer together. What strategies need to be employed to make sure that these two are closely interlinked and when addressing conflicts?
Well, I think in addressing conflicts, one always has to look at the causes of the conflict, and I think that the biggest quality I think that mediators need is an ability to listen, and sometimes to listen afresh, and to look at where one looks at the causes of any conflict, you will find human rights violations and abuses at the core of those. So I think identifying those, I think, is important. I was struck this morning, I think in the opening panel, by a comment that was made by one of the panelists about the degree to which the world is becoming militarized and the increasing emphasis on defense spending. And, you know, here in Europe, every country is now encouraged to get to the 2% of GDP on defense spending. But I think one of the questions I think that we have to ask ourselves is how much of that is devoted to peace building. And I think one concrete suggestion that I would like to make is that perhaps we should look at defining a proportion of GDP which is defined for peace building. We have, for example, in the European Union, we have it's called the European Peace Facility. It's the off-budget mechanism that is used to fund the weapons and armaments, and it's largely going to Ukraine. It's very necessary. I don't dispute it, but I think we need to have dedicated funding for peace building. And the other point I would make is the derogatory way sometimes in which, you know, the alternative to war is talking, And yet we speak in a very derogatory way about talking shops. I think we should have an objective. Let's replace every battlefield with a talking shop. It kills less people, it gets more results.
Before we open the thank you. Before we open the discussion for the audience, Lou, you've been to Ukraine. You've been involved in mediation efforts there. What lessons can you draw so far, and what perspectives do you see?
It's another difficult case. I mean, on Ukraine, that we mainly work on the track 2 between China and the Ukrainian actors. And I think what struck me the most is that the Ukrainian actors are actually much less aggressive in their rhetoric towards Chinese actors in comparison to the EU counterpart. They seem to have a very realistic assessment about China's policy towards the Ukrainian-Russian war. And I think that they deliver their lines very clearly, saying that as long as there's no arms sales to Russia, and China has a very clear nuclear policy, that Ukraine will, in a way, continue to develop this kind of normalization relationship with China, either during the war or after the war. So this, in a way, also struck me in terms of that when the direct dialogue channels being established among the different stakeholders, and like the talking shops, you may say, or like this kind of like the tones of the conversation is actually quite calm. It's not as aggressive as I would imagine it to be. Throughout my kind of visits last year in Ukraine, I was a little bit worried at the very beginning because I know there's a public resentment against China, perceiving China as a pro-Russia actor. But I have to say that I was received really well in Ukraine, both by the public and also by the policy community. So I think that for me, the Ukrainian experience is mainly about having these direct channels being established. And also that it's also in a way that make me believe that mediation, I prefer a very narrowly defined mediation, you may say toolbox. I think mediation is best in achieving negative peace. We cannot expect mediation to achieve, long-term sustainable peace solutions to the local conflict in long term. I think mediation, that we can have that in the backstage, in the back of our head, but I think mediation should be about the possibility to talk to everybody with regard to the conflict and bring about negative peace in short term to stop the losses of the human lives. So that would be my kind of key take from the Ukrainian.
So do you see a way to direct dialogue between Ukraine and the aggressor Russia?
Yes, when there are consensus being established on both sides to negotiate. And I'm afraid at this very moment, I think either side have a very different understanding in terms of what they want to achieve in this war. So I think all the actors, including China, realize that unless both sides have shown enough willingness to engage in negotiation, the internal actors, the external actors can engage and also support that process. But I'm afraid that at this very stage, there's a big perception gaps from both sides in terms of what they want to achieve in negotiation.
Okay, but from the side of the country that has been the victim of an aggression, it is difficult to ask to make these kinds of concessions towards the aggressor, right?
Yeah, so I think that I agree with many of my European colleagues. I think the decision to negotiation should be left to the Ukrainian government and also to the Ukrainian public to what extent they want to step in. And I don't think that currently any kind of territorial compromises or concession are on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Thank you. With that, I would like to open the floor for questions from the audience. If you're interested, I see the gentleman in the front. Please raise your hand. Thank you. And someone with a microphone will come. The gentleman in the front was first. And please briefly state your name and your affiliation, and then ask a question.
Thank you so much. My name is El Gassim Wan. I was the head of MINUSMA in Mali until December, when the mission pulled out. I just wanted, in fact, question, but more of an observation on the issue of human rights. I just wanted to replace mediation by peacekeeping and to explain a bit the challenges the MINUSMA was faced with in the context of Mali in implementing its human rights mandate, which is part and parcel of the mandate. And the difficulty was that with the global polarization and the arrival of new partners in Mali, obviously the authorities restricted our ability to perform that mandate. We hardly received authorization to conduct in situ investigations. Most of our investigations were done remotely, and every report we issued was challenged openly by the Malian authorities. On the other hand, for a host of other reasons, there was also pressure from members of the council for us to aggressively pursue the mandate. And of course, our mandate is not only about investigating, documenting, and reporting, it's also about building capacity. But that did not attract a lot of attention, not from the press, obviously, not from member states. And people were more interested in the reporting part. Why? Because, of course, the reporting part can also play in the discussions in the Security Council as the P3, on the one hand, Russia.
Can you ask your questions? We have a couple of others.
And others, battle around Mali. And it made our task extremely difficult because our mandate is not only about human rights, it also involves a number of other equally important issues. And the recommendation I would like to make, based on my own experience in Mali, but also my past experience at the AU, is to make sure that human rights is not just seen as a concern by the West. I think that plays absolutely against the agenda of furthering human rights, because it is so easy in the current context where social media is pervasive, disinformation, misinformation, to frame every single intervention by the West as literally driven by other agendas. Obviously, there are other agendas. And one way of doing it, in my view, in the African context, is to make sure that every UN peacekeeping mission or every UN endeavor on human rights is done in conjunction with the AU. You need to hear an African voice. If you don't have an African voice, I'm afraid that any external intervention on those issues is seen, and not always wrongly, with a lot of suspicion. That was just a bit on my experience in Mali dealing with human rights issues. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that ties beautifully to what you said in the beginning, Meredith, if you would like to make a brief comment.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's so incredibly true, and so often we make a series of assumptions also around Western application of these norms, and I think we have to work very, very hard to pull back from that. And I think in addition, obviously, Juan, to your point on the African Union, engagement of civil society in the societies in which the conflict finds itself is often such a fertile space for not just looking at the regional perspective on human rights, but the very much rooted in the context of the conflict itself. So what are you really hearing from different groups, from marginalized voices, from women, from youth, and so forth about this? Roots it also into something that is real and practical in terms of the gains that can be made, because it can really be also tied to peace dividends. It can be tied to people's lives getting better in that space, and not some sort of universal space that's in the ether, but something that's really happening practically on the ground. Yeah.
And could I just add a very quick one? One of the things that we do in the Commission on South Sudan is to draw on the African Charter of Human and People's Rights. So instead of starting with the ICCPR and other international treaties, we often begin with the regional instruments. And sometimes come down to the domestic constitutional provisions that makes it far harder to argue against. But I think in conjunction with having a visible partnership with the African Union, just drawing on existing norms, even sub-regional ones, might enhance or at least reduce some of the pushback.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have a question about something that, thanks to Google University, I'm somewhat dangerously an expert on, called the Universal Periodic Review, which I'm sure most of our panelists are very versed with. And to ask the question, how is that used as a tool of mediation, if at all it's used, when there are known violators of human rights who undergo universal peer review, but they never seem to be anything approaching mediation, or rather, anything that can suggest that the universal periodic review is a tool that pinpoints where mediation can occur. So my question is really to Mr. Afaku and Mr. Liu. The first one is, how do you reshape peace using this mechanism that I'm sure you're very versed with and the panelists is, to identify areas of mediation? And to Mr. Liu, to the extent that you can, from the standpoint of China, can China commit to refocusing its economic strategies of focus in sub-Saharan Africa and include mediation as part of that model? Thank you.
Barney, would you like to start commenting on the role of the UPR in mediation processes?
The short answer is that I don't think it's used enough. Part of what the practice note produced by the UN is saying that mediators need to be well versed in those architectures for accompaniment and enforcement and encouragement for respect for rights. But it's a very rich process because states have to self-audit and come and present and listen to other people's assessment of how they were doing. And I'll put it out there, this year Afghanistan is coming up for peer review. And I've been talking to some people and saying, why don't you find a creative way of listening to all sides in Afghanistan, including those that may be perpetrating some violations within that context, so that you can have a conversation about how to protect and respect rights better. So I think it's a very important and rich tool, and thank you for raising it. I think we should go back to that mechanism a lot more frequently.
Lou, the second question was addressed to you. Can China refocus its strategy in sub-Saharan Africa to include mediation?
I mean, China has tried to do so, at least by appointing several special envoys to Africa, specifically focusing on conflict and also peace mediation. And I think China can do more, simply put. I think not only that China can right now, because the current state, China perceives the peaceful condition as the precondition for China's investment in the region. I think this is a relatively a more conservative stance, saying that we have to achieve peace and then development. I think what China can do in future might be that how to incorporate some of the peace building and also peace ideas into the existing investment in Africa, to the extent that how the Chinese investment in the region might contribute to the peace-building processes or the mediation effort already in the region. I think there's some thinking that should be put there, and this probably will require some of the more dialogue between China and also the local actors and probably some of the existing international actors in the region. But I've been a strong advocate for China to, in a way, mainstreaming more kind of mediation effort in China's economic activities abroad.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mohamed Ware. I'm the Deputy Executive Secretary of IGAD, the regional body for the Greater Horn of Africa. But I make these comments on my personal capacity because I want to add on to some of the points covered by the panelists. The first one is the relationship between human rights and mediation from a practical, on-the-ground point of view. I personally have been involved, lived through, worked in conflict areas in the Greater Horn of Africa for over 25 years, and I've seen my share of conflict there. I think it's a big mistake, and the panelists have touched on this, to try to separate the two and to make it into two distinct things. One can say that the main purpose is mediation to stop a conflict, but you cannot or at least it becomes very difficult to try to stop conflicts without addressing human rights. In fact, the way war is conducted with violations and so on and so forth will determine how long and how intensive and how bitter it is. And any person who has done mediation in a serious way will tell you that much of the energy and much of the resources is taken by trying to smooth over and resolve and fix the problems that came not from the root causes of the war itself, but violations during the conduct of the war. In fact,
can you address a question to the panelists?
No, I just wanted to I don't have a question. If that's the rule, then I stop here. I just wanted to make a comment.
Okay, sure. Briefly, yeah. Okay, we have another question, so please.
And then the next point, I believe, and I insist on this. Yes, there are universal human rights, and the panelists have touched on this. In fact, so much so that almost any society has values that can be encoded to conform with any number of international or regional human rights conventions. One example, I do remember encoding the Somali conduct war, the traditional conduct of war, to conform with the Geneva Conventions. It can be done to that level. So let's not shy away or fear or talk about universal human values as if they are, we all know, a Western thing. No, human values are there.
Thank you very much. I think both Meredith and Barney have touched on that. We have a question in the back, please.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Sharif Ala. I'm from the Curtis Center, Political and Conflict Analyst, and I'm visiting lecturer at Darmstadt University. I just wanted to ask a question to the panel. Of course, human rights violations happen in almost all conflicts. However, it's a spectrum as well of violations where we see a conflict like in Sudan, systematic violation, using rape and sexual violence systematically as target, etc. So how do we balance or have a trade-off between immunity for perpetrators to stop the war versus transitional justice? Because sometimes if the right thing to do is to hold them accountable, however, this doesn't give them an incentive to stop the war. So what is the trade-off? How do we reach a balance that bigger picture, we may have 2, 3, 4 warlords go away with what they did, but in return, hundreds of thousands will be spared the violence and the human rights violations. So what's your take on this? Thank you.
Who would like to take one? The tricky question, accountability versus immunity. Eamon, would you like to take the shot?
Well, there is a body of international humanitarian law, and it applies everywhere and in all circumstances. Let me just describe what we did in Colombia. The transitional justice deal basically was that the rank and file combatants got immunity, but those who had command responsibility were required to go before a truth commission, tell what they had done. If they did that, then they went before the transitional justice architecture, where they would be heard and so on. And if they were found guilty and were sentenced, they would not serve time in prison, but they would suffer loss of liberty, confined to their own area, house arrest, whatever. If they didn't tell the truth, then they went before the normal judicial system and were subject to the full rigor of the law. The interesting thing about that was the FARC commanders accepted this at the beginning. There was resistance and reluctance on the part of state actors to accept it. But at the last count I had was something like 2,600 army or retired army officers had agreed to go before the Truth Commission and the transitional justice system in order to have their cases dealt with. So that's the trade-off in practice.
Would you like to add? Yeah, I mean, I think, Sharif, you know, on Sudan right now, this is a real dilemma, right? When you have the two generals prosecuting the war and the violations that are going on both sides. And there are a lot of conversations about what do you give to get them to the table in order to stop the war, in order to rebuild a system with sort of core human rights that obviously all, the Sudanese people so value. I think one of the things that we need to start doing is thinking a bit more creatively and getting away from the binary of we either give immunity or they won't come to the table, because there are so many different things in between. And I think the Colombia case is a really fantastic example of that. I've spoken to South African colleagues who've talked about things like the various conditions for amnesty that were laid out in the South Africa case. I know, Barney, you and I have talked before about how you sequence these discussions and these processes so that you're not also necessarily painting yourself into a corner of a trade-off that leads to more general impunity right away. There's so many different shades of gray in these spaces, and I think that we all need to think a little bit more creatively about that. I fear a lot on Sudan in particular right now that we're living in a really binary moment for it, and I think that is false. And I think we can find more in between that can create something that can support both pressure and incentives to bring people into talks.
Thank you. We have time for one more question. Yes, please.
Hello, my name is Christoph Littmann, Managing Director of CSSP Berlin Center for Integrative Mediation. I have a question to Mr. Liu, which is not so much related to human rights. I've worked in different contexts where I could read articles about the influence of China on the area, on the conflict dynamics, but I haven't yet collaborated or had a close exchange with Chinese peace mediators on the ground. And you, Mr. Liu, having been on the Community of Practice of EU Peace Mediation on a panel in October, just as a feedback, I learned a lot about you tried to explain the Chinese perspective on peace mediation at that panel in October, and I'm happy that you're here in person. So I was wondering, how's the inclusion of Chinese peace mediation in different international formats, UN, AU, or EU? And is there a Chinese format where the community of practice could be maybe better connected, at least from my perspective, there is still some sort of a gap? And where do you see potential for room for improvement for getting closer as communities of practice, not only EU or UN, but maybe also, you mentioned you were surprised by the good connection and the building of relations between China and Ukraine, but there was more tensions even with the European partners. So building on that, where do you see room for improvement of getting together as a community of practice regarding Chinese peace mediation and different international formats already existing? Thank you.
Right, thank you very much for that. I mean, there are Chinese peace mediators, mainly from the foreign ministry, so that is more on the track one. So I don't think that is the part you're discussing here. You're probably talking about, in a way, non-governmental officials doing mediation. And I think the community right now is growing, and the people who are forming these networks of mediation, I think the first group might be people like me who have done research in the region, who have probably in touch with some of the existing mediation groups, right? The second category might be the Chinese people living in the region for a very long time. You find a large number of Chinese diaspora groups, many of them in conflict zones. So they have very deeply rooted local networks, which will help them to navigate their business or their activities in the region. But when it comes to conflict, they also become sometimes the key mediators in the local conflict. So those are the two, in a way, general categories that I can find nowadays. I mean, there's a growing category that sometimes, very interesting enough, is that like some of the business leaders in the region, they have access to the high-level politicians and also armed groups in the country. So sometimes we do find, like business leaders from China, probably reluctantly become the person to go to when there's a need for the Chinese participation in some of the conflict mediation scenarios. So that gave you, in a way, a sketch about the growing networks of the Chinese mediators, so to speak. And I think our current work is trying to establish a more formalized center in China besides the governmental networks to do more mediations in connection with non-governmental mediator groups in Europe and also in other parts of the world. And the emphasis will be more on the field visit and also field trips to establish direct channels with conflicting parties in the region. And the comparative advantage is that there are many groups. I don't think the Chinese government can be in touch directly by themselves. So that leaves the space, I think, for us, in a way, to engage and also to approach.
Well, thank you very much. Unfortunately, we've reached the end of our panel. That allows me to say thank you to the wonderful panelists for sharing their expertise and their insights, and I think they will be around if you want to follow up bilaterally with them. And at 3:30, we'll have the next panel focusing on peace and protest. Thank you very much for being here.
good afternoon to everyone, and greetings also to our viewers online. For those who followed the previous panel, we heard a lot about human rights and the importance of linking human rights and peacemaking. One of the speakers said human rights belong to people. So if we take human rights seriously, we need to talk about and engage with human rights activists and defenders and movements and their roles in peace and dialogue efforts. But we also need to recognize that not all protest movements are necessarily aligned with the goals and values of universal human rights, but they represent important voices in society. This is one of many examples of challenges that we want to tackle in this panel. My name is Véronique Dudoué. I'm a senior advisor at the Berger Foundation. I help colleagues to develop tools and to apply best practices on how to increase inclusivity and participation in peace processes, in peacemaking, and in conflict transformation. My belief is that if we take inclusive change seriously, we need to pay attention to social movements, popular uprisings, mass grassroots movements, and find innovative ways to engage with them in order to prevent violent escalation, but also in order to advance sustainable peace. So it's therefore my great pleasure to be moderating this panel today on protest and peace. The starting point for this panel is the realization that protest movements have been hugely significant in driving political change in many countries around the world. However, external actors involved in peacemaking, such as mediators, diplomats, security actors, are not always sure on the best ways to engage with protest movements as part of their peace efforts. In my own research on nonviolent movements and peace processes, I have heard many complaints about, for example, the lack of leadership. I've been hearing many mediators say, well, they don't speak with one voice. We don't know how to find their spokespersons. Also complaints about the radical claims or the lack of concrete policy proposals that movements make. But also critiques around their closeness with, or sometimes their instrumentalization by certain conflict actors. At the same time, we all know that peaceful protest movements are increasingly present in fragile and conflict-affected countries. They do have relevant contributions to make to peace processes, to nonviolent political transitions of power. They can pressure the parties to sit at the table. They can push for transformative agendas. They can break deadlocks. Or if excluded, they can actually create deadlocks and block progress towards peace and democracy. So given the potential contributions of protest movements for peacemaking, and the recurrent trade-offs and dilemmas that we face in engaging with them, we will have a discussion around key questions such as how can external actors engage with peaceful protest movements without undermining the legitimacy of those actors, but also without losing their own impartiality. Also, how can external actors interact with movements that do not necessarily share their own goals and their own worldviews, or even with protests against international intervention? The focus of this conference is not to resolve specific conflicts, but it's to advance and to innovate the peace-building field as a whole. However, in this panel, we want to draw insights from two complex conflict contexts that are going through very challenging times, Sudan and Mali. Those two contexts highlight in their own ways both the opportunities and the challenges of including or engaging with protest movements for peace purposes, but also the dilemmas for international actors to include those actors in their efforts, especially against the background of growing multipolarity. So to stir the discussions, we have 5 distinguished panelists with us. So to my immediate left, we have Shireen El Sharif, who is a Sudanese human rights defender. He was very involved in the 2018-19 revolution in Sudan as coordinator of the Khartoum Resistance Committee as part of the youth pro-democracy movement. He was also imprisoned after the military coup in 2021, and he currently leads the NGO Youth in Action Sudan. Then, next to him, I have the great honor to share this panel with His Excellency Abdallah Hamdok, who served as Prime Minister of the Republic of Sudan from 2019 to early 2022. As a policy analyst, as an economist, he has 35 years of experience addressing development challenges across Africa, working for various regional and international organizations. And as I understand, he's currently leading the coordination of Sudanese civilian democratic forces, negotiating for a return to peace and civilian power in Sudan. Next to him, we have with us Dr. Annette Weber, who is the EU Special Representative for the Horn of Africa since 2021. She's a leading expert on the Horn of Africa. She has published extensively on peace and security in the region and advised the German government and many others, and has also a lot of experience in mediation in both Sudan and Ethiopia. Our fourth contributor is going to be Mrs. Fatima Al-Ansar, traveling all the way from Mali, originally from Timbuktu in North Mali. She's the founder of Tilwalte Peace Network that advances peace building and security in Africa. She's an engaged public leader, a former diplomat from the Malian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. She participated in negotiations and the drafting of the 2020 Transitional Charter. And I think she's also a feminist activist who's advocating for girls' education and women's rights. And finally, we have with us Lieutenant General retired Cornelis Matthiessen, who recently served as Force Commander of the MINUSMA, the UN mission in Mali, from 2022 to 23. He was also deployed in many other conflict regions around the world. He has worked for the Dutch Ministry of Foreign Affairs, for NATO, and has received prestigious decorations for his outstanding service to the Dutch armed forces, but also, if I understand, cooperation with France and Germany. So this is a very diverse panel combining complementary voices from civil society activists, politicians, diplomats, security actors. Given that this is a panel that focuses on protest movements, I want to give the first words to activists, and therefore I will start with Shaheen. So, Shaheen, you have been a member of the resistance committees during the protests in 2019. Could you say a few words about the role of those committees as part of the pro-democracy movement in the revolution? Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you for starting such a panel with the voices of the youth. The youth are the driving factor in a lot of these places, especially in Africa, even in Europe. And we're now just starting to find some places. These are places that we're reclaiming in decision-making. In 2019, I was part of the resistance committees where these groups who found leadership in the FFC, the Force for Freedom and Change. They were very active in getting constituents into getting communities to rally in the fight for democracy and in fighting the regime that was, giving them help for 30 years. These groups found leadership as leadership was not a role. Leadership is never a person. Leadership is a project. It's a commitment. And that was what we saw in the Declaration of Freedom and Change, the FFC declaration. And this gave the youth the trust that they will be involved. There were promises of involvement. There were promises of changing the situation. And when the negotiations started during the sit-in, the presence of this huge group of people on the ground in different states, they were involved. The FFC, the leadership would have discussions with them. They involved them. They would visit them in their areas outside Khartoum, the capital. This was a very amazing engagement where people found leadership in a project. It didn't have a face at the time. And moving on, after the sit-in was, I'm sorry, I will call it after the massacre of the sit-in, Again, there was a disconnection due to the lack of communication, but the youth trusted this leadership. They organized into the 30th of June protest, which was the largest protest that Sudan has witnessed. And this gave the negotiations, the civilians in the negotiations, outstanding power that was never seen before. But unfortunately, when the time for negotiations came, we did not hear a word about it until results were out. We were watching on TV. Still, we were holding to the fact that this leadership will continue to commit, will continue what it has planned as a project. Unfortunately, that is where the schism happened, and the lack of presence of this group, the constituents, the fact that they are not observing, the fact that they are not seeing, weakened the power of these negotiators. Instead of getting the best that we can get, we got the minimum of what we can get. And unfortunately, that is the issue that persisted. And following that, this trust of leadership was actually transferred to the Prime Minister, Dr. Abdullah Hamdok. And we continue to believe in that leadership, even when we felt that the FFC was falling short, the previous leadership. We still trusted the leadership that we had. And yet again, from then on, it continued that there was a lack of involvement, a lack of participation. Of course, one of the main concerns was accountability through a parliament, through a transitional parliament, where the youth were certain this is where they can make change. Of course, that never happened. All alternatives to all promises were gone, all commitments were not fulfilled. And unfortunately, this has led to a great schism that still persists to this day. Politicians make mistakes. That's normal, they're humans, they're trying their best. But when you're doing the mistake alone and you're not involving the youth, you will take the full blame. If we're there in the room, we made the mistake. But now every move being taken, it is the politician's fault. We're not part of it, and we cannot be empathetic to a solution we're not a part of. I will link this back to the current context. While unfortunately, 3 years after that, Sudan has entered a bloody conflict that is ripping the state apart, but we're witnessing a similar political atmosphere. We're again witnessing the same mistakes. There is no learning, there is no involvement. These peace-building solutions they're following the old formula of introducing on paper a viable solution to the people and expecting support. Well, in reality, we are part of that solution. We have to be. We will make right on our commitments the same way we expect you to make right on your commitments. And this is the biggest challenge that we had faced.
Thanks a lot. If you could briefly add, so you've mentioned the challenge of inclusion and youth inclusion in negotiations then and now. If you could briefly maybe perhaps add a couple of thoughts around the role of external actors, since we're discussing this in this panel. What kind of engagement, what kind of support did you receive from the EU and other actors, and what outcomes did that have?
Well, I'll be frank. International actors showed a lot of support to the model of the youth movement, how a whole generation was calling for democracy. This was outstanding. The peaceful movement was amazing. We had a lot of visits, we had a lot of coverage, and one of the success of the revolution in the media worldwide was due to these youth icons. And however, the international community was engaging them as a decoration piece, as something that can fill up the gaps in the different agreements, in the different processes happening. They were forcing a role of political actors on these groups when they were positioning themselves to be lobby groups. They wanted to have a leadership. They wanted to slowly integrate with the leader, be part of the process. But unfortunately, they kept being pushed a role until these groups that we were part of believed in that role that was not suitable for them. They turned into a charter, of course, that turned them into somewhat of a political group. And again, this was a deformation of the natural progress of the youth movement. This has made it very difficult for them to find the right place to work, and the international community keeps pushing this role that it's not part of their progress. And again, this specific role fits well with the agenda of different politicians. This means no challenging on the stage. There is no use. There is no new generation to challenge the older generation. There is no type of change, push for change that is happening when such a thing is being done. And this is the biggest mistake the international community has done, and we're still suffering from it as a youth movement.
Thank you so much. I'm going to now turn to the political perspective. So, Your Excellency, Dr. Hamdok, you've heard about the youth view on the role and the involvement of the pro-democracy protest activists during the negotiations in 2019 leading to the transition. What are your thoughts on how that involvement has been, the challenges that has been mentioned, and what was missing in order to make those contributions meaningful and effective?
Thank you very much. I'm very delighted and happy to be here today in this very prestigious and distinguished audience. And thanks for Berho Foundation for inviting us. As we agreed, let me start. I cannot afford but not to start with the current situation in the country. Today, Sudan passes through the most catastrophic and serious disaster in its modern history. You know the statistics. Displacement, refugees, but more than that, more than half of the population, about 25 million people, are subjected to extreme form of hunger, starvation, and all that. People might die with bullets, with hunger than bullets. Thanks again to France, Germany, and the EU for organizing this conference 2 days ago in Paris. It was a step in the right direction. As Sudanese, we thought for a while we were neglected. The world has left us. We know that there are other crises in the world, Gaza, Ukraine before that, and all that. But I think the meeting and the conference in Paris was a step in the right direction. We came to Paris. The Sudan appeal was funded by 5%. We left Paris, I think, with very generous contributions, close to what was needed. And we hope that could be delivered. But again, also the issue of the UN resolution in this current geopolitics was a step in the right direction. What is required is for that resolution to be implemented, engaging and bringing in some mechanisms. Access is key, cross-border, cross lines and all that. But let me come back to the issue of today. I'm very delighted that you started with the activists, with the young people. You know, our young people and young talent is, as they say, is half of the present, but 100% of the future. I can say with conviction, I agree with every word Shaheen has said. The young people, men and women, were in the front line in the fight against the dictatorship, and they helped topple the dictatorship. And naturally, like what happened in all the other protest movements, you could see this in the Arab Spring, in many other places, Latin America and others. Once the dictatorship was overthrown, they took a backseat. And it was left to the political space and all that. And I think the issue also of having a flat structure and all this, it has its problems and challenges, and it's not unique to Sudan. But I can also say the Sudanese peaceful protest movement has all the attributes of a successful movement in terms of they kept their unity, and that is what brought us to the toppling of the dictatorship. They were resilient. Anytime we thought they were crushed, they rise again. It happened in 2010, 2013, and from the beginning of the coup in 1989. But also, they were able to articulate a one cause. The slogan of freedom, peace, and justice was the one that captured the imagination of the entire country and unified and went along to topple the dictator. They were resilient because this is not the first time in our history that we topple a dictatorship. I can go back even, the struggle against the colonial rule was essentially struggle for democracy and all that. We toppled the dictatorship in 1964, 1985, and this December revolution, 2018, which culminated in 2019. But I think we need to learn a lot of lessons from that experiment, that we need to stay the course. We need to have what I can call this unity of purpose that address all the segments, the youth included. And I've been, when I was in the office, I've been engaging them and discussing with them all the time. It is very fine and nice to be the guardian of the revolution, take the moral high ground. But that's not enough. You need to be part of the political space. And because decisions are not taken in the streets are good in the protest, in putting pressure, enforcing this. But you need to move beyond that. Organize and all this, and don't shy away from politics. You want to do it on your own, you need to organize, you need to join political parties, but you cannot convince me that you shun the political parties. The liberal democracy is organized through political parties. You cannot convince me that you want to wish away the political parties. This is something not healthy. Political parties are useful in articulating the society objectives and all that. They might be discredited all over the world, but we do not know any other means that would articulate society goals and objectives outside that. We need to engage them, improve them, make them work, and all that. But if we continue this flat movement and structures, we will be able to effect change on that moment. But as we disperse and everybody go and stand behind a small or big flag, unity will be lost and all that. But I think I'm aware of the time, but through the discussion, and I hope this will be a very interactive channel and maybe also with the audience. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm happy to hear there's some agreement on the importance of the youth, but also what you call the challenge of moving from flat hierarchies to engagement in politics. And I want now to hear from the external perspective on that. So Dr. Weber, you've been involved in the current period in Sudan, trying to engage with protest movements that are still from the revolution time and that are still very active. Do you recognize yourself in some of the challenges you've had so far, and what are the main constants that you've been facing in attempting to do that engagement?
Thank you, and thank you really for laying the stage here. We are in East Berlin, and I think we have learned that you can change systems and political structures by protest movements. But can you sustain the politics? And I think this is really the question we're having in Sudan right now. And I think you need protest movements right now, but power is there and it's not given. You have to really keep engaging. And I think this is the question of representation. It's the question of who is sitting in the meetings. And I thank you for also referring to the Paris conference, because after the break of after the outbreak of the war, we started a couple of weeks after to do the first consultation to get Sudanese to talk amongst themselves in an inclusive, in an increasingly inclusive way, because our position as EU has been, in the EU, in our member state countries, we have coalition governments. We have people where you have to sit with a political adversary. You do not agree on the politics, but you agree that there is a strategic objective. And I think the strategic objective for the Sudanese civilians has been very clear in the beginning: stop the war and get to a civilian transition. I think this has been our position as EU, as member states, France and Germany in Paris, but also throughout this year now. But how does that work? And I think this is, then it's coming to the questions of who is then in the room, not just on the civilian side, but who is in the room on the belligerents. And I think what we really very strongly see, that if we don't switch from the focus on the two general generals to the focus on the civilians, because it's not just the youth that will be the future of Sudan, it will also be the civilians that will be the political future of Sudan, hopefully. And I think that's where we have an agreement in terms of a strategic objective. So we have to focus more on the civilians, we have to focus more on the inclusivity, but it's not a prescriptive idea of, you know, coming from the EU and saying, look, we've been through this in the 80s, 90s. It's really giving that space. But how do you bring that space given to decision-making positions? And I think this is really it's the million-dollar question, especially in a war where the two sides, the two belligerent sides, do not only have the power that they claim for themselves, but of course have, you know, basically regional, international support systems who want one of the two sides to win. So again, I think this is really, we have new dimensions on leaderless movements, on protest movements who do not want to have a leader. We have a new dimension on multipolarity, and we have a new dimension on mediation that is not the mediation we know from, let's say, 10 years ago, when, you know, or longer, when we had the CPA. It's a mediation that is also much more fragmented. It's much more working in sequence. We're not looking at the mediator, the lead mediator. We will not find that at the current moment. There's too much interest. There's too much engagement. But I think we have to also switch that from looking at this as a challenge to looking at this as a reality, where the question is more about how do you coordinate better on the different mediation tracks? How do you bring all these voices in? Not just bringing them in, you know, point by point, but how do you make the civilian voices the strongest voice, where basically the generals understand you cannot fight against them. You cannot fight against your own citizens, not forever. And I think this is really the challenges we see right now. But I think it's not something that is not possible, but the efforts are different. The efforts are different because the coordination is it's a multiple coordination on not just different hierarchies, but also across the international community. We haven't done a good job in the last year. We had like at least 4 or 5 different initiatives. How do you bring that in the strategic objective, not how do you bring that into one? But then, of course, it corresponds with the question, how do you bring leaderless movement? How do you bring protest movements who do not want to turn into political parties to the political fore? But this, again, there I very much agree with you. This cannot be done from outside. I mean, you know, as a veteran of a feminist struggle in this country, no one is giving you the power. No one is giving you the space. You need to fill that space, claim that space. But I think then it also needs to become a transformative space. But the same goes, how do we bring this into the mediation of the two general sides? And I think this is where we have a huge, this is a huge gap. We have it, I think, successfully done. You have it done successfully on the civilian side, and I really hope we can build up on this. But on the belligerent side, this is really about core power. And so how do you transform this? And how can you send that message, that strong message of as civilians, as youth, as women, who managed to bring, to topple the old regime? How do you bring this into the discussion right now? And I think this is really where we can support, we can host, we can organize. But I think we're also facing that challenge of a new mediation landscape, of a new mediation reality that is not focused on one mediator. It's really much more fragmented and much more, sequenced and core. The core aspect being multipolarity rather than unified access. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To all three of you, we've heard about a lot of challenges. What I heard this morning from Andrew in his opening remarks was that he wants us to think about concrete solutions. So I would like to give you one more chance to share maybe a couple of very concrete recommendations that you can think of or that you would like to address to the audience here, the peace-building community, the envoys, the mediators, on how external actors can help to address those challenges. Whoever would like to start.
Okay, let me just come back from what I just said. I think what the real core recommendations from my side is really on the two basically, to us as the international community, we have to overcome the competition. We need to get serious on the coordination. And I think we have started in Paris with the ministers of the region, of some of the Gulf states and the multilaterals, but this has to become a much more serious engagement. So take the strategic objectives that we all share, ceasefire and humanitarian access, as the first steps. We might not agree on the third objective of civilian transition, but let's work on the first two as international community, even if it's different initiatives. But we need to coordinate better. And on the civilian side, I think this is where the future is. You know, the civilian track will be the political track. The future has to be, hopefully, a civilian transition. So let's become, you know, more of a process with a much more inclusive approach. Again, rather than the competition of who is the gatekeeper of what. And I think that's just speaking as a European, you know, from the background of coalition building, where this is a daily engagement. This is not one. You know, it's not. You don't just change that. This is a daily negotiation. I think that's something difficult, but that's the clear recommendation to the civilian side. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think if I could think about 3 issues, but first, let me just mention the fact that in probably the Western world, we need to reconcile the short-term election interest here vis-a-vis the long-term complex development issues and peace processes which require to stay the long haul. That need to be reconciled. But I think on the most concrete recommendations, we need to probably provide an opportunity for sharing of experiences and context from elsewhere. You are exposed, whether it's UN or bilateral or multilateral, to experiences elsewhere in the world which might have succeeded. So sharing that experience will be very useful. Second, the idea of helping this fragmented political landscape to unite. And I think the civilian platform that was created in Paris was a step in the right direction. Let us build on that and build on the fact that people with very different conflicting views could share one platform and maybe move forward towards coming up with a common denominator, however low, but that's a step in the right direction. But also continue the solidarity campaign, whether in the country, in the region, and the world at large, and provide direct support to these movements so that they could have their feet on the ground and could be equipped and help to be able to fight these fierce battles against the dark forces and the dictatorship. If we could do this, we would go a long way in helping this process. Thank you.
Well, before going into what I would like to speak about the approach of international community, well, I'd like to say, going back to some comments made by my fellow panelists regarding the fragmentation of the youth-led movement and how it doesn't have central leadership. Quite honestly, I do feel like this is a statement with ill intent when putting that description on these groups when it applies to all institutes in Sudan. It applies to the army, it applies to political parties, it applies to the civil service. So focusing that on these groups to put that as a challenge in engaging them, that is very ill intent. We are engaging with some political parties that are fragmented into 10. So how is it difficult to engage at one state that has 3 coordinates or 3 central resistance committees? So again, this goes back to my point that the international community and local actors are trying to put these groups into the old setting of personal politics. Politics have to be performed by people, not by groups, not by processes. us as youth movement, we're looking for commitments. The fact that we're not looking to essentially have a young leader from us. We are constituents. We talk with other people, with other generations. We don't mind if one of them is leading, as long as he's keeping his commitments. This is what keeps happening. We keep losing trust. We don't want to speak with people who keep not fulfilling their commitments. And again, the international community looks at this from the negative side instead of changing his approach into putting processes that can build this trust the same way it happened. We have an experience between April 2019 up to, let's say, COVID, when it started. This was a period of extreme trust in the governments, extreme trust in the political leadership, because there were some commitments being followed. We were seeing some roads, even though we were excluded from the negotiations, we trusted the processes that were handed to us. The minute these processes stopped, the minute what we agreed on that there will not be politicians, even if I personally don't agree, but you committed. I didn't ask you to commit, but that's what you said. There were a lot of wrong things that happened that made us lose trust. And instead of building bridges, again, we're being branded as being, oh, you need to unite, then come to us. Well, isn't that what the military is telling the civic society? And we're saying that that is a loaded request. Why is it being asked of us? Again,
sorry, if you can give maybe one positive recommendation, what to do about that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Well, it's a very big discussion, but again, like I said, the change of the approach, again, we approach these groups as groups seeking a process that they can trust. They're not seeking power. They're not seeking authority. They want to allow these political leaders because they have experience to get there. So we need not to push them to be the leaders. They're going to evolve. They're going to take the stage in the coming years, but they want processes and they want commitments that can be tangible. That is all.
Great, thank you so much. So we've heard about a lot of challenges that I'm sure the next panelists will agree to. We even heard about civilian transition, which I think resonates a lot with the current situation or what might be needed in Mali. So I'm going to first go to you, Fatima, and ask you to maybe give us a few insights on the role of protest movements as conflict actors in Mali, especially in the recent history since the conflict that started in 2012, and how have governments on the other hand and external actors on the other hand engaged with those protests?
Hello, thank you so much. I'm happy to be here. Not my first time in Germany, but my first time in Berlin. And I really like it, even though the weather is cold. Back home it's really hot. So it's a good change. I'm happy to see as well Al-Gassimwan, my brother from Mali, I would say, who was the recent head of MINUSMA mission in Mali. So feel free, if I'm saying anything that is wrong, to intervene, since you have been in Mali and have also experienced some of the things that's going on right now. So for me, I would say that most of the unconstitutional change that have been happening in Mali, I would say since 2012 to today, I would say it had been done by youth. I would say the coup d'etat have been done by youth. Why am I saying that? If you look at the 2012 coup d'etat that happened, it was youth that went on the street, starting from small movement protests from the region, like the northern, the central side, and then come to Bamako, which is the capital city. And the coup d'etat happened 3 months before the elections. And it was young people who went on the streets and women who were asking the former president more transparency in the resolution of the conflict, and especially the northern conflict. They said that the president was taking a side in the conflict. And then the coup d'etat happened. And it's that same young people who went on the street requesting for the organization of the election and also requesting for the arrival of Barkhane, which was the French troop, because the terrorist group were taking over the whole country almost, because they were in the northern region of Mali for over a year. So they asked for the French troop to come and help fight against the terrorists. So the French came, has Serval, and after it's become Barkhane, and then MINUSMA came a year after in 2013. And from then we have signed a peace agreement with the armed groups in 2015. So the negotiation keep going on, the conflict was calm a bit. Until 2019, when the herders and the farmers conflict have taken another level, when the Ogosago violence happened, when over 150 civilians were killed in one attack, and in a month over 200 civilians were killed. So that's when, again, youth went on the street again, requesting, saying that the government is poorly handling the security situation, the government is corrupt, most of the budget is not going to the security and defense, that the government is not like fairly handling the conflict. So they went on the street, did the movement for a year, for 2 years, and then the M5 movement started in June with a religious leader called Imam Diko, who was the head of the movement with other youth. So they went on the street for several days. They were like protesting for several days until the military took the opportunity of that and did the coup d'etat, because most of the agenda was resonating with them, the fact that the government is not giving enough money to the military to fight against the terrorists. So when it happened, people think that it will be a change. Because young people were like looking for hope. Even the 2012 coup d'etat is young people who were looking for hope. That's why they went and voted for Ibeka, which was which was the former president, without any like clear political agenda for the youth. But the youth just wanted a change because they remember him in 1992 when he was talking to the students saying that if you don't study, our children will go abroad and come back and they will lead this country. So they were like, we want somebody with a voice, somebody who can bring change. We don't understanding what can they specifically offer you as a youth. So then those youth were the reason of the coup d'etat, but unfortunately were used as well by some stakeholders in power. So when the 2002 coup d'etat happened, the military took power and have promised to organize the election in the shortest period. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. As you know, ECOWAS put the sanction on Mali. And then that also have given, again, more popularity to the military in power because they don't understand that a country that is in conflict, how can ECOWAS put an economically sanction? Because that means that is the population that is going to suffer more than the military who did the coup d'etat. So that gives more popularity to the military in power, and I guess they have used that as well to maintain in power. And most of the speech they were using is the nationalism, the patriotism. Unfortunately, Barkhane have not communicated effectively with the local population because most of the movement who were demanding the departure of MINUSMA, especially the big movement which was led by Berlin Moot, was like the message they were using is saying that Barkhane was here for over 10 years but have never solved any security issues in Mali, but have made it worse because they have been involved in like quote-unquote community-based ethnic violence. So external actors like MINUSMA and Barkhane, I think, have been victim of obviously their own mandates because MINUSMA could not fight directly terrorism, but the local population did not understand that, and that was also used to have a movement protesting against them. And also speech were used as with Barkhane, French was behind MINUSMA's most decisions, that's like the perception of like a normal Malians who haven't really critically understand the conflict. So that's how the military movement were gaining more and more power after the departure of Barkhane. Then this same movement have asked the departure of MINUSMA. And then after that, they have also asked the end of the peace agreement, because for them there were some external actors who are behind the peace agreement, so that they can dialogue directly with the Malian people. So I think I would not go deeper. I will stop here. Maybe like with the questions, I will be able to answer more deeply.
Thank you very much, Fatima. I think even for those in the audience who do not know much about Mali, you still managed to give us a good taste of the huge spectrum of youth-led protests, anti-government protests, but also anti-peace agreement protests, anti-international intervention protests, and as drivers of change. I will now turn to you, General Mathieson. You have been in the role of an external actor from a more of a military perspective. So I guess the question of mandate, your mandate was probably not to deal with protest activists on the ground, but still I would love to hear your thoughts on how actors like the MINUSMA were deciding to engage or not to engage with those actors, and what challenges you faced.
Yeah. No, thank you very much for the opportunity to be here and to also be part of this panel. And also my compliments to the Berko Foundation for putting this topic on the agenda. I've not seen much of this topic being on agendas for these type of seminars, so that's very good. Let me share indeed my thoughts on the theme. And I also compliment Fatima for her few minutes that she described already a lot of the complexity in Mali, because Mali is really, really complex. And we have been facing that, me and my role as force commander, Mr. Wana as being the SRSG in the final years of the mission. Let me say up front, and I'm a security actor, I was a security actor being a military, we need inclusivity in peace processes. And peace processes and the people involved in a nation deserve inclusivity. And that is about, fair and equal representation in peace processes. And being a security actor, let me also give my view on how I see the role of a security actor, because I think it's important to mention as well. There is never a single military solution for any conflict. But often we need military as part of the solution. And that is why in Mali, for instance, there was this multi-dimensional approach. And basically most of the bigger UN missions are multi-dimensional missions. Having military, but also having police, but also people that work governance, development, humanitarian, human rights, etc., etc. And that is important, that comprehensive approach. And in that approach, I think an external actor like the UN also has a role in facilitating, encouraging, influencing that inclusivity. And let me make a sidestep. I'm currently also a member of the advisory board of the Principles for Peace Foundation. That's the foundation that developed the principles of peace and now is further spreading those and working those. And one of the principles is promoting pluralism, which is basically defining the need for participation and ensuring fair and equal participation and representation of relevant stakeholders in peace processes. And that is extremely important. Now, a protest, and we all know it, is a sign of or an action or of disapproval, of objection to something. I think it's always important to identify and understand the reasons behind a protest. It's always coming from somewhere. Because let me give you a few examples, and Fatima already referred to some of those. It was in January 22, when ECOWAS had implemented the sanctions that Fatima was referring to, that we saw protests in Bamako. But it appeared to be that basically most of those, the government was behind it to generate popular support, or at least the perception of popular support against those sanctions. So the question is whether that's a sincere or valid protest that's indeed kind of representing the population or not. Another example, and Fatima referred to that as well, the role of Imam Dicko, who was a very influential religious leader in Mali, and who was also somebody that dares to raise his voice against the government or the military junta. And if I compare the two, Imam Dicko's reasons for generating and mobilizing popular support was about more sincere reasons, you know, fighting corruption, transparency, inclusivity, and good governance. So it's important always to identify what is behind the process, because that is also needed to, as an external actor, to identify how and in what way and whether or not to engage or not. And another point I think is also, you know, what is a mass protest? And who is represented in the protest? And I will give you an example of that as well. In the course of 22, and Fatima has also been referring to that as well, we first had anti-French protest, and later on it turned into anti-MINUSMA protests as well. And we had this Yerawolo movement that was organizing protests. And I remember a protest in September 22 that was announced, but it appeared that only, well, not even a few thousand people showed up. In Bamako, by the way. And Bamako is the capital of Mali, with about, correct me if I'm wrong, Fatima, about 3 million people. Well, a protest of not even a few thousand people against 3 million people in Bamako, is that a mass protest or not? But another thing is even more relevant, I would say. It was an anti-MINUSMA sentiment. But I know that population in areas in the north where we operated and in the central region, people were happy and positive about what MINUSMA did. And Bamako was in the south. That was not the operations area because it was safe there. So sometimes there's a difference in perception for reasons. So it's always important also as an external actor to look at what is behind it, and do we really understand where the protest is coming from in order to identify the right way to engage. You know, and then that brings me to the role of engaging or non-engagement of external actors. I think external actors, depending on who they are, of course, but if I refer to the UN, for instance, there is always a role in facilitating, encouraging inclusivity in processes, in peace processes, and always a role to engage, reach out and establish a dialogue. It may help that inclusivity in that process, but it definitely helps to get a better understanding about the situation. And with that, to be able in a better way to play your role as an external actor. And leadership counts, of course, because leadership sets the tone in that as well. And it's also important, I think, to early on in processes identify and realize the need for that inclusivity. And if I refer to Mali, for instance, there have been reasons early on to exclude the jihadist motivated groups from the peace process. Later on, 2019 and the years thereafter, they gained more influence and more control in central Mali, North Mali, etc., causing a significant deterioration of the security situation. But they have never been part of the peace process. So if you look at MINUSMA or to the French or even the Malian armed forces blaming not being able to fight these groups, well, also that brings me to my earlier remark, there's never a single military solution. But the other point is, and you know, I'll leave it in the middle, how that has evolved over the years. They've never been part of the peace process, but I think at a certain point in time, even those type of groups need to be included, or at least a dialogue needs to be established if possible. I'll leave it to that.
Thank you very much for talking about the challenges you face, but also already some concrete recommendations in terms of analysis, in terms of pushing for inclusion and avoiding maybe further radicalization for groups that are excluded. So maybe I'll give you a chance, Fatima, as we did before on Sudan, whether you would have a couple of concrete recommendations that you'd like to leave us with.
Thank you. I think in terms of like recommendation, I would say that for external actors involving with the protest movement, peace protest movement, is to be very strategic. When I say strategic, have like a strategic engagement so that you don't want to be seen by one party that you are taking a side in the protest or in the conflict. So it's very important that you engage with movements that are inclusive, so that, as you mentioned, that's like takes the need of like all the different parties in the movement. And I think it's very important to also communicate effectively with local people, with the civil society, so that they really understand your agenda, why you are here, and your mandate. I wouldn't say that MINISMA didn't do that, because I have been taking part of a lot of meetings where they were really talking to like head of like civil society organization, where they will really constantly share with them what they do and what they are doing under the ground. But I think it's important to do that more often, so that people understand that, because most people are saying that, for instance, with the MINISMA, there is no peace to keep. So what is the point of having MINISMA? But what they don't understand is like, MINISMA is not doing, yes, the military intervention, but they're helping a lot in terms of humanitarian and development. Today we have over thousands of youth who are out of jobs, who are now vulnerable to be recruited by the armed groups in the region because they don't have job, and unfortunately the government is not in the capacity to help these youth, to give them the job. So now they become like the new ones who are going to be taking arms. So it's very important to really communicate, so that some stakeholders, some people don't use that against them. So for me, make your agenda as clear as possible, communicate effectively, and engage with movements that are very inclusive.
Excellent. Any final recommendations from you?
Yeah, it's a simple answer, and I've said it. Reach out, engage, and establish a dialogue. Also with the ones that have a completely different opinion. And be in a listening mode. Don't make the mistake if you reach out to the ones who have a completely different opinion to try to change their opinion. No. That would be a mistake. Reach out and be in a listening mode and establish the relationship, because once you have a relationship and you look each other in the eyes every now and then, you get a different relationship. And it might be that you can initiate thoughts that might lead to a change of opinion, but don't deliberately try to change opinions. Establish the relationship and listen. It gives you also yourself a better understanding, and it will benefit the work.
Thank you so much. So I've heard from all five of you about the importance of youth, the energy that youth represent. So youth are part of the solution. They are guardians of the revolution. And therefore, they have to be involved as well in the design of solutions. But now there's a lot of challenges into how to do that effectively, whether they should become political leaders or not, whether that's even what they are about, maybe not. How can we help them to claim the space as they should, or rethink maybe what decision-making spaces should look like? And a lot of interesting and concrete recommendations that start with listening, understanding, establishing relationship, proper communication, the need for engaging with those movements that are seen as most inclusive, and then external actors getting their acts together, coordinating between them, and adopting a comprehensive approach. So a lot of really good learnings for all of us. We are now coming to the end of the panel part of this discussion. And so I invite the on-site audience to stay with us for a round of Q&A. But we will end the live streaming, so we will say goodbye to our listeners who are online. And thank you for your participation. Okay, so.
To start, because people... Welcome back to our online audience. I know you are already seated and ready, and I'm just going to ask our attendees who are in Zal 1 to also be seated and be ready. I'm waiting for your intriguing conversations to end so you can watch an even more fascinating conversation right here on the stage. Thank you. It's good to see you. This is the last session for our online audience for you to be part of the Berlin Moot. We've appreciated having you all day. Thank you for joining this session. Transforming peace leadership is what it is called, female voices. But when you see the stage, you will see that female voices also includes a male voice. And that is part of allyship. We thank that male voice. You'll be able to hear more from your panel in just a moment. But to set the scene, to give us an idea of the direction that we can go to for reshaping peace with women in our lens, Hilda F. Johnson is the Senior Advisor, the European Institute of Peace, and a former Norwegian Minister for International Development. Hilda, it is so good to have you with us. Please join us on stage.
So, colleagues and friends, women are not angels of peace. More women in power and in mediation will not automatically lead to more peaceful societies. Women are victims. They are also perpetrators and military commanders, peace advocates and peacemakers. Gender does not deliver excellence, neither for men nor for women. Why then do we need women in leadership for peace and transforming leadership in peace? 3 reasons. There are many more, but 3 main reasons. Firstly, fairness. Women have the right to participate. Conflict disproportionately affects women and their children. Women have the right to help put an end to conflicts affecting them. Excluding 50% of the potential capacity to make peace implies a significant loss and can easily also lead to results where their interests are ignored. Secondly, substance. It is widely accepted that women experience conflict differently from men. This can benefit a peace process. They often know more about the impact of war on the civilian population on the ground and will bring more of this complexity and depth to the negotiating table, including what is needed for sustainable peace, often with a stronger bottom-up perspective. Thirdly, process. Agreements are more sustainable and durable when they are inclusive. Evidence also shows that active involvement of women implies focusing on issues that elevate the chance of reaching a durable settlement. This is why, ever since Security Council Resolution 1325, a lot of efforts has gone into getting gender parity in peace mediation. What is the reality then? Bleak. UN reports show 3 important trends: a decrease in women's representation in mediation after years of steady progress, a decline in women's participation at the negotiating table, and the number of gender-sensitive provisions in peace agreements are, after a bit increase, now at the same level as 20 years ago. It's the last SG's report. This is depressing, despite all the efforts that have been made at so many levels. And we know why. The barriers against women in peace leadership need constant work and constant advocacy to overcome. The gender bias, deep-rooted where men are dominant and seen as leaders, not women. The security bias, where military and security issues are seen as male domain. Those holding the gun are to negotiate ceasefires. And the like. And with the like comes almost everything. Women are often excluded or have a tokenistic presence for the show. The big man bias. High-level politicians, former presidents and prime ministers, and diplomats fly in and fly out to mediate. Almost all male. By virtue of their names, not necessarily their competence. Typical of a lot of African and Middle Eastern mediation, but also elsewhere. This big man syndrome leads to mediation being a man's world, and negotiations sometimes becoming a boys' club. The important question we need to ask is this: is this a success formula for long-term peace? Is this modus operandi leading to lasting peace? I think we all in this room know the answer. The big men are struggling hard. The field is in big trouble. Not only are conflicts increasing dramatically in the world, more and more peace agreements also fall apart and end in new conflict. They are not sustainable. Ever more countries are falling into the trap of cyclical conflict. Furthermore, conflicts are changing. Mediation and facilitation are becoming increasingly complex, multi-layered, and difficult. Multiple parties, competition among actors in a multipolar world where a lot of strategic interests are driving the action. This requires a different modus operandi. Sudan now is but one of several important examples. Very complex. The time of the classic CPAs, which I was part of negotiating many years ago, may soon be over. And here we come to the point. The need to transform leadership in peace processes at many levels and in many ways. And I'll focus just on a few aspects. While women are not angels of peace, what they bring to the table could contribute to the change we want to see in mediation. The traditional big man top-down mediation has many fault lines. One of them is mixing peace agreements with power-sharing elite deals, with no focus, virtually none, on root causes. Instead, they prefer quick fixes, deals on paper, on sharing the cake, and off paper, on dishing out political positions or cash for peace. But bizarre deals, I call this the bizarre approach to mediation. The bizarre deals like these, they don't last, because it's about the price you pay, and someone will pay a higher price, and then your loyalty shifts. Another fault line is mediators as neutral and distant go-betweens, working on textual compromises, often between parties who hardly meet. How on earth can you expect my former friends, Salva Kiir and Riek Machar, to work together intimately, leading a government after an agreement, when they have not been forced to meet and deal with each other during the talks? How are they supposed to implement this? How can two parties implement painful compromises if they have not really been made to understand each other's positions? The cycle of conflict continues despite their signatures. And watch out, it's going to happen in Juba again. Relation-based mediation identifies the root causes and tries to make the parties to address them together. I have witnessed how staunch arch enemies became partners in peace over a period of 18 months in one room. It is possible. To me, this means three things in mediation. It sounds naive, but I think it's a good way to think. The tree. Listening under a symbolic tree, taking the time to understand where each party is coming from, the African way. The shoe. Stepping into the other party's shoes makes you understand better. How would I feel if I wore those shoes? Which positions would I take if I were him or her? How would I react? What would be my red line? You learn and you understand. The bridge. Mediation then becomes translation, making both sides understand how it would really feel to wear those other shoes, understanding the root causes and the red lines. We need mediators who have the patience to do this, to listen, to understand, and to work on the relations between the parties over time. No quick fixes, hard work, and when relations between the parties have improved, they are also in a better position to sort out problems and tensions between themselves and reaching agreement through compromises they themselves can craft. Not always, but sometimes. And not least, then they own it enough to implement it and know how to sort out the problems between them during implementation. So peace becomes more sustainable and durable, if indeed one succeeds in building relations in this way. Today's complex reality also requires another skill set, the ability to deal with multiple parties simultaneously, to be inclusive and to engage with the influential external players. You have to deal with the big guys at the top in several countries and in the parties, with the unruly armed groups on the ground, and their many affiliates, often simultaneously. This again requires the ability to also engage at the grassroots level, bottom up, and to understand the importance of doing so. You need to be willing to sit under that symbolic tree and to try wearing those shoes and to translate. In other words, multitask. I think you know where I'm heading. Soft power. Relation building, the ability to listen, and dialogue at all levels. Inclusiveness, bottom-up, multitasking. These soft skills are more typical among women than men. Not that men don't have them, some do, but mostly women do. Therefore, if we, beyond the work on gender parity, also could transform our expectations and requirements for leadership in peace and in mediation, more women will be seen as best for the job, the best fit, and the best qualified candidates. You may think that this is naive. Big politics, geopolitical competition, religious preferences, and time constraints will determine the pace and leadership in peace processes anyway. Well, the statistics tell us the true story of today's approach. It's not working very well. So status quo is not an option. And no matter what, context, players, who we have to deal with, conflict resolution always starts and ends at a table or several tables with parties and a mediator or a third party helping out in one way or the other. So the approach to the table, before the table, to the table, and at the table matters, whatever the context is. And it is decisive for implementation, for durable peace. And by the way, who is saying that soft power cannot be combined with high-powered politics? Who is saying that soft-skilled women in leadership positions would not be able to handle geopolitical tensions, power dynamics, and competition at the top? Excuse me, that's an insult to us. A fundamental rethink of leadership and mediation in peace processes is urgently needed. And women should be at the heart of it. I hope the panel will enlighten us all in how we can make this happen, because it is really needed. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Hilda. Let me introduce you to your panelists. Itonde Kakoma is the head of Interpeace. Itonde, please come and take a seat next to me. Esther Oman is the director of Reach Out. Esther, take a seat next to Itonde. Thank you. Sanam Naraji Andali, thank you very much. I feel like I'm doing register at school. Sanam, thank you. Executive Director of the International Civil Society, welcome. And Neha Sangrachka, thank you so much. Nice to have you with us. Appreciate you. Senior Advisor on Mediation, a UN Fellow, and Senior Advisor at the GCSP. This is your panel. Sanam, you said something to me about 2 hours ago that perfectly summed up what this conversation is about and what it is not about. And it started a big conversation amongst us over lunchtime. What is this conversation not about?
Good afternoon. Thank you for showing up at 5:30 in the afternoon. So I'm going to start with where I came into this field of practice. I'm Iranian by background. I was 26 years old. I started working at International Alert. We were doing conflict prevention. One of the things that was evident in the organization and in the places that we were working was that the men looked at the issues in a very structural way. The women looked at the issues in a very practical way. We were dealing with civil wars. Burundi, Rwanda just happened. There was Bosnia, there was Sri Lanka. The international system was not designed to deal with civil wars. We all know this in this room, right? What we were seeing was that on the ground, in all of these countries, there were particular women who had the courage, the creativity, the imagination, but it takes huge amount of courage to stand up in the middle of a conflict in Sierra Leone and say, I'm going to go and reach out, or I'm going to do a march and go face the RUF. It was women who were basically involved in peace building. And the resolution 1325, which I was involved in mobilizing for, that came from women in war zones who had had the courage to become peace actors, was about women who are peace actors. So yes, it's about women's rights. I did not even consider that I didn't have a right to have a voice in peacemaking or peace and security. Of course I had a right. But it was about what's the perspective I'm bringing, what's the angle that I'm bringing, and what's the difference that we bring to the table. And I can, if we have time, I can tell you what I'm seeing, or I can come back to it later.
Come back to it later. Okay. Thank you. Itonde, how comfortable are you feeling on a scale of 1 to 10? 10 is, please swallow me up. 1 is, I'm very comfortable, I do this every day. 10.
Thank you. Look, I'm not even sure where to begin, to be honest. And there is a slight discomfort of the representativity of my presence on this panel. But I do it with pride. I do it with a kind of burden of responsibility. 6 months ago, I was privileged to be appointed as the new president and CEO of Interpeace, an international organization for peace building. And I say that deliberately because that already starts with, again, I use the term, a responsibility around what the qualities for leadership look like today and what they may not look like. And I think part and parcel of perhaps our conversation is reflecting upon the qualities of leadership more broadly. Hilda, I think, touched on some critical reflections worth further consideration. In my part, I'm very mindful that a significant portion of my formation as someone groomed in peace mediation and humanitarian diplomacy
is precisely by way of the very individuals she was describing. Older men who were in positions of power, former presidents of the United States, of Finland, of Tanzania. But through them, be it President Carter, be it President Ahtisaari, be it President Kappa, through them, I would like to believe I witnessed some core characteristics of what leadership entails from a transformative point of view with possible application to peace mediation. And I believe with consequence also for a broadening, a systematic broadening of the table in advancement of peace. And by table, I don't mean a formal negotiating table alone. We're talking about the broader architecture and mechanisms by way peace comes about, not solely through agreements on paper, but in a transformative way.
All right, I'm going to tell you, attendees and online, that all of our panel, they know each other. So if you, as colleagues and friends, if you sense something is not quite right about what your colleague is saying...
Oh my goodness!
Do not just sit there, Esther, Neha.
No, hold on.
Because we want to take the real transparent conversation. We need to share it here at the Berlin Moot.
May I ask you a question?
You may ask me a question.
You said on a scale of 1 to 10, I think it was, my discomfort. Clearly something I stated provoked a discomfort.
No, it was really the way you were sitting. We are getting off track. Esther, your life and a question is something that you wanted to talk about when we're talking about leadership through a gender lens. You said, ask me about my life. There's a question about my life that is so pertinent. Are we getting heckling from the audience? All right, online audience.
Thank you very much.
We're getting a little heckling. It was, Etonde, please sit back, just so that he can see everybody. Esther, please continue.
Thank you so very much. When you ask me a question today, I ask you in return that when you see me seated in front of you, what do you think of me? Who do you see and how do you feel having me here in the midst of this learned assembly? I am a woman from the ghettos of Douala in Cameroon. And I never knew anything like leadership, peace building. All I knew was that I wake up in the morning, trek kilometers, go fetch water, bring the water, give to my mother, go back to some factories to get wood industries, get wood, bring, and then get processed cassava, put on my head, go behind the stadium, sell, come and give her the money, and then trek kilometers to go to school. That is the woman you have in front of you. And today we are talking about transforming peace leadership. Why am I here? Why am I seated here? There are thousands, millions of women like me who live in the grassroots, whose lives have been transformed because they had hidden potentials in them, which needed to be tapped a little bit to bring the best out of them. And this is what happened in my life. I got transformed just a little bit, and I determined that I'll reclaim the power. I'm going to reclaim all my lost potentials, and then I'll move forward without looking at my past. Though my past informed my present and still informing my future, I found myself doing that for other women at the grassroots level. Those women at the grassroots level, we call them, just like I call myself, the movers and shakers of the peace-building agenda. We are the movers and shakers of the peace-building agenda because we do it all at grassroots level within our communities. People come and get the knowledge from us to inform the content of their agenda.
Esther?
And then...
What knowledge are they getting from you?
They get the knowledge, the local knowledge about our local realities, how we do it, how we lead, how we walk the talk, and how we lead, you know. And
can you give me an example, Esther? Because I'm hearing, and your voice is, my soul is soaring right now. I love hearing you, but I'm hearing beautiful prose. I'm not hearing practical work. Give me an example. Give us an example.
I want to look at these women, just like myself, the women in Bakassi, who suffered the conflict between Cameroon and Nigeria, and who ended in class 6. They didn't go to big schools, but they were silenced by the men in their communities. They had no space within the setup, the traditional setup in their communities. They suffered violence. Their girls were raped. Incest were committed on their children, and they could not voice it out. Until a day when they heard about me, they sent word and said, there are women in this area of the side of the world, and we are dying. And I decided to go there to find out, to see for myself what was happening. And I told them, we are going to do it the other way around, because if you do it the normal way, it wouldn't work. And the other way around, we just came and told the men that we're going to do information, education, communication. They didn't know what that was all about, but we were trying to empower the women on their rights, and we did that using information, education, and communication. And once the women learned that what was happening in their community, which was normal to them, was abnormal, they stood up and created what they call the Bakassi Women for Peace Task Force. And they started moving the lines, talking, bringing the men together so that they could talk out the issues which they have identified, asking that they be included, their interests and needs be included in council development plans. This is how these women were able to make it. And today, one of the women who led that movement, who ended at class 6, but later on, after getting the taste, tapping from her potentials and getting the taste of leadership, decided to go to secondary school. She is the mayor of Bakassi today.
Okay, all right. I love that example. Sanam, you're making eyes at me. Go ahead. Okay.
Thank you, and thank you to Berghoff for having me and having this session. Itonde, I do share a little bit of your discomfort, and when I was looking at the panel, I kind of figured the same thing. Recently, a friend of mine said to me that it isn't women journalists, women scientists, women mediators. It is actually journalists, scientists, lawyers, doctors who just happen to be women. So I'm very happy you're on the panel. I'm not sure how comfortable I would have been on this panel, because I do think that we do need to move past speaking in silos and speaking amongst ourselves. Having said that, reshaping peace, I do love that. And the point I wanted to make on that is, if we're reshaping peace, then we actually have to reshape or even sort of break the patterns that are not working. Femi, if you allow me, I have 2 examples of patterns, because what was the challenge this morning? It was to be concrete, right? And you know, concrete examples. My first one is about gratitude. I think in this field, the gratitude is it does not go in the right direction. It should be the other way around. It is us who should be grateful that we are allowed in these spaces. Conflict is so deep, personal, scary, and it isn't sort of like the savior complex or people going in to help a community. That should be the other way around. They shouldn't be. We should feel grateful, and we should be happy that we're actually allowed to play a part in their story. And I think if we flip this narrative, if we flip the gratitude narrative, automatically things change in a less fixed way, in a less robust way. So that's one. The second one is about failure, taking risks and being allowed to fail. I think we have leaders amongst us. I will speak of two that shape my the work that I do. Mm-hmm. One is Meredith, that you see in the room, and the other is Mirko. And why do I point out these two? One man, one woman. Because throughout our work in Mozambique, we failed way many times than we actually succeeded. And the only reason that I was comfortable and kept going is because both these individuals allowed failure. They understood failure. They gave space for it, which is quite rare in our field, where we are measured by success. If we can be measured by our failures, because when you fail or when you're allowed to fail, you feel more comfortable to take risks. When you take more risks, you have much more chance of success. I remember many times that I was going on back to Kenya, back home, from Mozambique on the 4-hour flight. Well, thanks to COVID, now it's like an 8-hour flight. But I used to think, oh, how am I going to package this one in a success? There was no way. So I would go and I'd be like, this is not a success, nothing is working. And I was working there for 6 years. So you can imagine a long period of time. The photos that you will see tomorrow will be of the success, will be of the agreement, will be of the pensions decreto passing, will be of that. But behind that have been, 6 years more, 7 years of pain, especially for someone like me who hates the bush. So going back and forth up that mountain tests you in many ways. So I guess being a woman in that space, very difficult. I'm better as, attuned to like a shopping mall. So I guess what I wanted to really make the point is that man or woman, that really doesn't matter at this point. Systems are breaking, everything's failing. We do need to relook at everything.
Mm. I want to make sure that we don't escape from what our full mission is, transforming leadership. What do we give our audience who are watching, our colleagues who are in the room, from your life experiences? Neha, you start.
Anecdote.
It can be whatever you want that they will remember a year from now.
Okay, this is something that I remember and probably always will. It's an anecdote that taught me the real meaning of humility in leadership. As I just mentioned to you, anyone who knows me and looks at me is, I don't even climb mountains for fun. Like, this is not an activity that I enjoy. I was forced out of my comfort zone in Mozambique many times doing this. So one of these moments, we had the president and the rebel leader, I think it was in the first year or the second year, meet in the bush to discuss whatever we were discussing at the time. I didn't speak Portuguese very well, kind of understood it, but after like a 5-hour hike, the last thing I wanted to do was intelligent work. So I was looking a little bit dazed in this meeting of all men, and that was very normal for me. I'm always usually either the youngest or the only woman in any of these spaces. So it was sitting there, and there was the president, there was the Renamo leader, there was Mirko, a couple of other people, and the meeting started. The president stopped the meeting halfway because, I'm as transparent as a window. Like, I have zero poker face. So obviously I couldn't understand what was going on, or maybe there was some doubt. And he stopped the meeting and translated for me. And he continued to translate the whole time. And I said, no, it's okay. I kind of understand it. It's fine. Mirko's there. No problem. Like, this should not be an impediment. He didn't. What an amazing lesson on inclusion. And so that's something that has stayed with me. And I think it should stay, hopefully it will stay with all of you in the sense that that also indicated to me a certain level of maybe respect. And it wasn't about us, it was about a president who stops all the meetings. And I was the only one who didn't speak Portuguese. Sure. So he really didn't have to. So a lesson in humility. Sanam.
Thanks. I'm going to talk both from my experience in the mediation space, but also because I run a network and I work with women peace builders in 42 countries. So what we're seeing and what we're gathering. First thing is, conceptually, right? We talk about the peace table or peace negotiations. We're bringing people who have, especially in civil wars, we're bringing people who have chosen to kill their own people, right? The most violent get a ticket to the peace table, and we call them the parties. Well, there are other parties. There are parties on the ground who choose to engage in mitigating, in resolving the conflict non-violently. They happen in very many cases to first be women doing that, because actually it's safer for women, right? If you talk to the Palestinian women in the past, they could move around and the men couldn't. If you talk to my colleague Abir, who's here from Syria, back in 2012, we had a meeting in America, and the State Department had never heard a Syrian say, we don't want weapons, and had never heard someone say, why are you all helping us kill each other, not helping us talk to each other? Because she on the ground with her colleagues and networks and so forth, were creating spaces for people to actually talk together in the context of a very polarized space. So the peace table, if we're talking about transformative leadership, and if there's one message we want to get out of this, bring your peace actors. They are not voices. We're not a voice. I'm not a voiceover. I'm an actor. My colleagues and partners and Esther and others, they are actors, right? And they not only they have a right to be there because they've chosen not to kill people, but they have a right to be there because they actually know what peace is, as opposed to the armed actors. So this I think is really important. Second, the question of reframing. I was in Somalia with the UN. It was 2012, famine, and a bunch of guys show up with little suitcases, and everybody wants to be president of this state and president of that state, and the UN, or the international community, I should say, had nominated or anointed some chap as Minister of Justice. So everybody talked to him as Your Excellency, Your Excellency. He had been disbarred from the Canadian legal association, right, for dodgy behavior. But anyway, he was Minister of Justice. We're in Somalia, and everyone's talking about power sharing. And my colleagues who've worked with me in the past know this. Everyone's talking about power sharing. And I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, first of all, the women who are doing all the humanitarian work aren't here because they're caring about people. They're feeding people. Secondly, why are we as international actors leaning into the language of power sharing? Why don't we reframe it and say responsibility sharing? So you, Mr. whoever you are, you want to be president of Galmudug? Good luck. You have a famine on your hand. What are you going to do about water and food and so forth? Reframing, just think about it. Just think about responsibility sharing as leadership versus power. Power is for me. Responsibility means I have to think about other people, right? So these are some of the things, these are just two of the examples that I can give you. In terms of the discomfort that Etonde was talking about. At one point, there was a big meeting on Syria and about who are the actors? The actors are always the armed actors. So we have people in the room, mostly men, talking about the militias and so forth. I was the only woman who was there to speak on the issues. I was tasked to speak about civil society, so I gave them, this is what Syrian civil society is saying, this is how they're mitigating violence in Aleppo, this is how they're negotiating the water, the electricity. And what they're asking of the international community are three things that my partners had said. In this room of men, our lovely UN leader turned around and referred to me as a Christmas tree. Okay, because we're talking serious things about an Aleppo freeze, and we can't add more things to it. And here I am saying the people who are doing the mitigation and negotiation on the ground are asking for this level of protection, because if you go in and start talking to them, they're going to get killed. And that layer of complexity, which is very real, was framed as a Christmas tree to the only woman in the room who was speaking. So discomfort is something that we live with all the time. Also, we live with being underestimated. right? Or being presumed. So I think identity actually is one of the things that we don't talk about in mediation. In my work, when I've been in places, if they've seen my Allah, they talk to me as a Muslim. When they know that I'm Iranian, I had Somalis offering me tracts of land on the Somali coast of the Indian Ocean because they bring rich Iranians. So I was like, corruption is a problem. I was with the UN and they were saying these things, right? They wouldn't say that to the tall, blonde Dutch, Norwegian, and so forth. But our identity is how we are perceived. We disarm them. I've had conversations with the Taliban in Dari. It's a different conversation. And this is one of the points I want to make. In this complex world of mediation, you need a me, you need a Nestor, you need an Etonde, you need a Vasu, you need our European and Americans who come in and swagger and give the perception of power. We actually need complex, mixed teams because each of us has a different piece of the puzzle that we bring together for the purposes of peace. If we're not using ourselves, if we're not using the resource that we have, we're going to keep repeating the same mistakes. We're going to bring the armed actors, the big guys, and keep wondering why Sudan falls into war and why Gaza has never, Israel-Palestine has fallen into the space that it has. It's fallen into the space because our diplomacy failed. And we need to really look at ourselves.
I just want to ask you a quick fire question. It's like a yes or a no, and it's a little bit oversimplified, but I'm sitting here thinking the last 20 years or so of conflict resolution, mediation, has been largely a failure. There's so many fails. I like that you talked about failure. Is that because there aren't enough women negotiating? Yes or no?
No.
No.
It's because we don't have the peace actors at the peace tables.
It's not to do with gender. No. But can gender be a way to transform leadership in the peace arena?
It's because we don't have peace actors at the peace tables, and often the peace actors happened to be women.
So it's coincidentally that they're women.
Well, I don't know whether it's coincidental or not, but just think about Afghanistan. If the negotiation table was 1/3 Taliban, 1/3 government politicians, and 1/3 women, Afghan women, would we have ended up with a horrific situation that we have now?
No. All right, great. That was just a quick question because I just wanted to see where you stood on that. So it's not a gender issue. All right, Esther, this is weighing on me in huge letters above us, transforming leadership. What would you say to the Moot now that will help them transform leadership in their arenas for the next year, the next decade, from the knowledge that you have?
What I would say is that the beauty of transforming peace leadership lies in the potential of leading the self, like I do myself, leading with others, you who are here, and leading the communities which we serve. That is the beauty. Based on the 3 core values which I cherish so much, and my brother, you agree with me, which are those of inclusion, diversity, and cohesion. When we bring all this together, it will resonate with what we want to do. It will lead us to collective efforts, knowing that I am here because you are there. And if we want to shake the tables and make things happen for the better, there is need for room, to give room to women. There is need to allow women to meaningfully participate in what we call peace processes.
Esther, how do people give room for women?
Usually, I would tell you the truth, we do not have the room. They don't give us the room.
Yeah.
But we seize it by force.
Give me an
and we
example.
have decided during the major national dialogue in our country, we led women to the pre-talks.
Yes.
We gave the government the resolutions, which the women came up with the mandate from women of the grassroots. And after that, they decided to invite us at the major national dialogue. And they called me and said, you have 10 invitations for your women. We need you there. They need us there. And we went. I'm happy. One of them is here, Clotilda. Yes. And I'm happy that she is here and she could testify that we went to the major national dialogue knowing that we were going to meaningfully contribute. But my dear sister, when we got there, after 1 hour, they told us you can go back. And that this was just the opening ceremony. You are no longer needed.
What did your face do when you were told that you can leave? What did your face do? Reenact your face.
Oh my God, you can imagine. What embarrassment. Yeah. What kind of embarrassment that you call women, leaders, to come to a process and you tell them that you can leave because it was just the opening ceremony. And we, the women, we have more than 10 sleeves in our bags. We decided to do it the women's way. We will not only use our heads, we use our hearts. And so, just like I said that we've decided that we would take the chairs and get into the room, this is what we did. We used 1 or 2 tricks which we had in our sleeves, and we went into that room. And they found us in all the committees. They found us in all the committees. And they said, you, these women, you have come again. In one other instance, there is an administrative authority who invited us, saying that women should come, let us dialogue, let us discuss these issues of this conflict and so on, because it's your children who are holding the guns. So I didn't go early enough. And because something happened, I had an emergency. So as soon as I got into the hall, the administrative authority stood up and told his colleague, okay, now she's here, we can begin the counting. Count the heads. Let's do head count. Let's do head counting. Let's see the number of women who are in the hall. Because very soon she will say women are not represented. And they did the head counting. And I turned around and I was looking and I looked at him and I said, what are you talking about? He said, we have enough women, don't we? And I say, yes, we have enough women, but not the women who are supposed to be in this hall to talk about these issues. You went and brought your girlfriends. You went and brought your sisters in the hall, and you dare tell me that they should do head counts to know the number of women. How will these women influence this process? I rest my case. And I'm walking out because I do not see myself in this. And I had to leave. And they made a whole hell noise of it. What does it tell us? It tells us that we women, they've always taken us from the position of vulnerability. But we have decided, just like now that we are empowering 300 community women, these women are farmers who today have become champions of peace. You have some of them in this hall, whom after having gone through the training, they became community peace mediators. And they were the ones who were going to talk to their brothers who are members of the non-state armed groups, talking to them, telling them their pains. And the people, the boys heard and told them, we feel with you. What the military could not do, what the administrative authorities could not do, these women were able to do it. And when they talk about ghost town and lockdowns, these women will go to religious leaders, traditional leaders, talk with them, administrative authorities, and ask them, what do we do? So this is the power of transformed leadership, peace leadership. This is the power of tapping into the potentials of women and bringing the best out of them in order to cause social change, real social change.
So your concrete recommendation is to have something in your sleeve if you're shut out of a space and go into the space, right?
Yeah.
No is not an answer. I love that. You are fierce.
Thank you.
You are fierce. All right, I hope we all have your courage. Itonde.
We don't take no for an answer, Itonde. We don't.
All right, let me just remind us, transforming leadership, it is hanging above us. Something that you can say that we can use.
Look, I have no discomfort whatsoever in, and hear me please, in discussing the advancement of women's participation in peace processes. None. But if you read the title of this closing panel, it doesn't end there. It actually says something more, which is what we've been hearing now. It says female voices. Female voices. If we want to talk about transformative leadership, good. I think if we want to talk about that in relationship to gender and leadership, I would urge that we have more male voices present as well. Because that's what we're talking about. We're talking about power dynamics as well. I can't respond to that. I find myself as an advocate in this space. In fact, I was just sharing with someone from a headquarters of a Ministry of Foreign Affairs that, bios do matter because we're talking about our own stories. And I was questioned and saying, I see you as, someone said to me, I see you have on your bio a reference to advocating for women, peace, and security. What is that about? Where did that come from? And I'll tell you exactly what, it didn't happen overnight. All good?
Sorry,
no, it's okay.
I'm multitasking for the Q&A.
Beautiful.
Do not let me distract you.
It didn't happen overnight. It had everything to do with, and I would really acknowledge my own transformation in this space by way of organizations like PRIO in Oslo, CMI in Helsinki, and the investment of many governments to put forward frameworks. You talked about training on better understanding how you apply hard lessons learned from 1325. I'm a direct beneficiary of those processes. And I say that also because there are many questions around normative frameworks at present. And I even heard people as we were walking onto this stage saying, oh my goodness, are we going to have another conversation on UNSC Resolution 1325?
Who said that?
Well, you can say it. Many people actually said it.
Many people said it.
I mean it.
Okay.
And I find that to be very problematic because what we're talking about are not quick wins. When we speak of transformation, they're not projectized in the short-term gains of how many processes are framed. We're talking about transformation over not just a year, 2 years, possibly decades. And the humility with which you described, but the requisite patience therein, is how we maybe get to transformation and how we need to further, I believe, stronger advocacy for normative frameworks as well.
Sanam is going to burst into fire because she needs to speak. She also did the loudest eye roll I've ever seen in my life.
No, it wasn't an eye roll. It was, so here's the thing.
And let me also, let me
No.
also see, I'm multitasking again, so we do this all at the same time. I need three, Sanam, I'll come right back to you. 3 of the best questions in the room. If you're confident you've got the best question, stand up. 1, 2, 3, right now, stand up. Great, so we're ready, that's 1. You're very humble. Another great question, I'll take 2. Another great question, great, stand up. All right, microphone here, microphone there. Sanam, please.
Yeah, sorry, it was not an eye roll. It was a smile because as Itonde was talking about the importance of 1325, it just tells you that this came because of women. It became because of women in war zones, and it was a very prescient agenda about, as I said, about not it's about redesigning peacemaking. It's about bringing the voices of and the actors who are the peace actors with the perspective of what's going on in their communities, who's taking on the responsibility to protect their communities. It's women. So there's a transformative essence at that level that we're talking about.
All right, I'm going to
one short,
very briefly. Go ahead.
Just very briefly. Another way to sort of transform peace leadership. Not Esther's way, which is amazing, but I thought I'd share a little bit about what we did. In our processes, instead we didn't impose, we kind of led by example. So in the Peace Process Secretariat, we had over 50% women and now 63% women at leadership level. Whenever there was a conversation or a meeting of the parties, government side and Renamo side, any of the working groups, we wouldn't send a man, which is what they expected, we'd send a woman. We got a lot of pushback saying DDR is not women's work, DDR is not. And, you know, my colleagues and I have heard everything from Tegel to secretary to anything. We resisted. We said, no problem, you don't have to have women. But the Secretariat is sending Finya, the Secretariat is sending Aoife, the Secretariat is sending Ashley. So we continued doing that. You'd be surprised after the course of this silent revolution of sorts by the Peace Process Secretariat, it was the parties themselves talking about gender, and we saw women sort of popping up among our meetings, etc. So, I mean, just many ways to skin a sheep, so to speak, many ways to transform.
I'm going to take both these questions at once. Sir, you go first.
My first question is, how do you turn this on?
It's on.
Oh.
It's on.
Thank you.
No
Thank you
work
so much.
required. Go ahead.
So from 1325 to now, we've made actually a lot of advances. Not only have we made a lot of advances in terms of women participation, but also deconstructing the man. There is no the man. There are different profiles of men in peace building. We've made great strides in terms of women in community mediation, as Esther was talking, facilitators, track 2 women. But there seems to be a barrier. There seems to be a ceiling. And very rarely do we break that ceiling. And I'd like to ask the panel to say, what strategy works best to crack the ceiling in a particular peace process?
Love that question. Second question, please.
Actually, it's not a question. My name is Abir from Syria. It's how the decisions and the strategies of the Western communities has been taken through the last 25 years. The leaders who are bringing the strategy of my country, how this strategy is done. Usually, they go to a third party. There's a research, focus groups, discussions, harvesting the inputs till the strategy is designed in a country which is far away from my country and in a green table where is quite different weather. And my voice, not my voice, even my actions is not in this research paper. So the process which is designed to reach the leaders' strategy need to be done in another way. 3 days of participatory planning with local actors and the politicians, 3 days only, is sufficient to have a very good strategy over any conflict country. 3 days, that's it. But once you have rely on a research component, which comes after 1 year, the context on the ground is completely different.
Oh, my goodness. You put that so well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. All right, we are at the end of our discussion, but I love that question, right? You get so far and then you just can't get any further. I want your instant reaction to that question because I had an immediate reaction to that when I heard that. When you get stuck, what do you do? Esther, we know what you do. But Esther, can you do this in a sentence? Because I want to get to everyone.
Yes, please. It's about amplifying the women's voices, giving them learning and sharing opportunities, and challenging the stereotypes which limit their roles and potentials and opportunities in peace building processes.
Okay, Esther,
thank you.
Thank you. Neha, go ahead. One sentence. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly. Strategy and action. So when one said that, the first thing that popped into my head is, wouldn't it be amazing if all the UN member states or governments make a pledge and say that they will only support a female candidate for the UNSG?
Oh my goodness,
similar to all other posts like that.
That would be amazing.
Because everyone talks about there will be a UNSG, it's about time, who's a female, etc., etc. I'm not sure it will actually happen if we don't all work together. So why not start a campaign? Germany could start. All the feminist foreign policy governments can put out statements saying, we will support a female candidate. So encourage men also to do the same thing and maybe not to run. Either way.
Neha, thank you.
Yeah. That's it. Maybe we can start a campaign.
Encourage men not to run. That is so hard. All right, Itonde.
Once in 8 years.
Right. Itonde, I'm not going to get you to answer that question because you can't really. Neha.
What do you mean?
Well, it's like when you, as a woman, when you hit the barrier, what do? I don't feel that your perspective on that is going to be authentic. Is that okay? And I have a red light flashing.
Goodness me.
Sanam.
Gosh, thank you. Please, carry on.
Sana, I want to take you back to 2002 because we're going to wrap up this session. There's so much more to talk about. And Itonde and Esther and Sanam and Neha, I am taking you and all of our attendees here to our reception because there's so much more rich conversation to be had. But to end this one, 2002, just tell me that story very briefly so we can leave and end this conversation.
So in 2002, the Israel-Palestine situation was very bad. There was the Second Intifada, there had been curfews, and Israeli and Palestinian civil society were basically not working together, and it was a risk. But an Israeli-American, an Israeli peace activist, and a Palestinian woman decided together to go to the Security Council to speak publicly. And I just wanted to share with you a little excerpt of what each of them said back in 2002 to the Security Council. So Palestinian Maha Abudaya Shamas, she said, peace is made between peoples and not between leaders. If we leave it only to the men, we get Israeli generals and Palestinians who will not be defeated. There's no room to negotiate. The participation of women in any future peace is essential to maintain connections to the realities of the relevant societies. There's more to it, but I'll stop just because of time. And then Terry Greenblatt, her brief quote, she said, this answers your previous question, we as women have developed the courage to cross the lines of difference drawn between us, which are also the lines drawn inside our heads, and the intelligence to do it safely, without a gun or a bomb, and to do it productively. Most importantly, we are learning to shift our positions, finding ourselves moving towards each other without tearing out our roots in the process. Even when we are women whose very existence and narratives contradicts each other, we will talk, we will not shoot. We are willing to sit together on the same side of the table and together look at the complex joint history with a commitment and intention of not getting up until, in respect and reciprocity, we can get up together and begin our new history and fulfill our joint destiny. Sit on the same side of the table and look at the future. That was 2002. Imagine if these women had been let into Annapolis and into every damn attempt, supposedly by the same men, supposedly trying to bring peace to Palestine and Israel, supposedly. We would not have a genocide. This is serious, folks. This isn't random, it's nice to have women and let's have a discussion about gender. This is about peace, it's about genocide, it's about violence, and it's about war. And it's about peace for our kids. Thank you.
Sanam, Neha, Esther, Itonde, we only just got started. But thank you so much for talking about transforming leadership, female voices from your perspective. Thank you for those questions. Thank you for still being here at the end of a long day. You're much appreciated. For our online audience, it's been great having you. We have a conference day tomorrow. You are not invited, but we loved having you today. All right. Thank you, online. See you next time.